Folks, recently I asked myself one question. Could I 100% Stardew Valley in less than 2 in-game years? This question took me on a journey that spanned 3 different videos, one with my good friend Sharky, and 2 parts to a follow-up series that I did on my own. And lucky for you, my friends, you get to see all 3 parts in this mega long movie. So grab a big bucket of popcorn or get your pillow ready for a good night's sleep, and before we start, maybe leave a cheeky like and subscribe to the channel while you're at it. That would make me very happy. Anyway, enough dilly-dallying, let's get right to it. Our journey to perfection began on day 1, where we met up for the very first time.
Hey, ready? Do you want to see what I look like?
Yep.
Yeah, hey! Joja!
Yeah, Joja. Gotta rip the Joja
Let's go!
merch. It is weird to be working together this time and not against each other. We weren't here to muck around either. We had one goal in mind, and that goal was to 100% the game as quickly as possible. With that in mind, we made quick work clearing out some space, getting a chest put down, and getting some crops in the ground. By the end of our first day, we already had a sizable field of crops planted down, and we were feeling good. A day later, on day 2, we had to water those crops. But how much better is it to do it with a friend? I spent the day fishing today, getting my fishing levels up and reeling in some profit for us. Whatever Sharky did today, I do not know because he lost his footage for the whole of spring year 1. For all I know, he was out in the valley trying to get himself a girlfriend. I didn't stray far from the same strategy the next day either. I sold those fish I caught yesterday to Willie and got myself the fiberglass rod and some bait.
The game definitely didn't help me, I did it all myself.
Oh no, I accidentally bought a training rod. I'm so dumb. I'm throwing.
Did you?
I'm throwing.
Hey, it's a good job you stalled enough. Imagine if that put you short. Oh god.
That's alright, we got it. I got it in 2 bait.
Let's go.
Okay, well, we got there eventually, and I continued my reign of ocean fishing by the rock for the rest of the day. We were hoping for an ancient seed drop from a treasure chest, but alas, the YouTuber luck wasn't quite with us today. Oh, it's alright, I got a treasure chest, doesn't matter. I did that on purpose.
I did too. I got one at the same time. Come on. Come on. Who's got the better stuff? Let's show off. Challenge, competitive.
Oh, I got 1 coal.
I got 2. Yes!
Damn it!
Let's go!
Some things never leave after 3 videos trying to compete against each other. We had made the decision to store all of the fish we'd been catching for when I hit level 5 fishing, purely so we could maximize our profits. Unfortunately, the rain was gone today, so we did have to water our crops, and we went back to fishing for the day, as you usually do on the 4th day in the valley. Luckily, the grind had been worth it, and I got to choose the Fisher perk overnight. And when we woke up on day 5, I got straight to work shoving every slimy fish we'd caught into the shipping bin. I let Sharky pick the parsnips as he'll be leveling his farming up before me, just so at least one of us can be on making sprinklers in the future. While he finished up, I waltzed down to the pier to pick up my chest of fish from yesterday. Once I got back home, I dumped them all into the shipping bin before taking off to the mines for the day.
Come on, have him ready. Woman! Oh my, as if he's taking 2 wooden bats like this.
Oh dude, we're gaming. Dude, oh my god, we're so good.
It's insane. It's insane. Swing the bat. Oh,
it made a ladder and I went to hit my club and I just went down.
Went straight down.
That's funny.
I think you missed the coal as well on that floor, but it's all good. I got it.
Yeah, I did. God damn it. That's it, reset the day. Wasn't optimized.
You reset it.
Okay, we need a ladder. Just to get to level 15 to call it a day.
Yeah, we will. I found it on me. Let's go.
Good. I was about to run out of energy.
Alright, lovely stuff.
We were feeling good this morning. Yesterday, through the power of friendship, we had already made it down to level 15 in the mines. We also had just over 9,000 gold from everything we sold yesterday. And it was raining. That made planting all 188 potato seeds an absolute breeze. With some time left in the day, we hit the mines again, this time just making it down to level 25. The problem with planting 188 potato seeds is that you have to water 188 potato seeds. Luckily, we were in this together, and as I always say, teamwork makes the dream work. We stuck together for the rest of the day as well, fishing up by the mountain lake. We were planning to use these fish for energy, as watering 188 potato seeds does take a lot of effort. It was a relatively normal day, until this happened.
Something crazy?
Oh, 5 bet. I'll take it.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! I'm not joking. I'm not joking. We've just got the dinosaur egg.
Oh, are you serious?
I've got the dinosaur egg, Pox. I know the ancient seed's better, but we've got the dinosaur egg.
Oh
Day 7.
My god. That's huge. That's huge.
That's amazing.
Like I said, I don't have Sharky's POV for this, so we'll just have to take his word for it. But it was nice to see some of that classic YouTuber luck. The potatoes were watered by 9:30 AM this morning, so that gave us plenty of time to spend the day diving headfirst into the mines again.
Oh, on me.
Nice.
Flying now, we're flying.
Oh, I'm it.
Last. Oh, I got one as well. Double whammy, and there we go.
I'll be honest, day 9 was a copy-paste of what we did yesterday. Potato watering followed by another escapade into the mines. Only this time we were aiming for level 80. Believe it or not, the next day we did it again. Call us a couple of consistent kings, because we were locked in on descending as far down in the mines as we possibly could.
Yeah, this is definitely a bad luck day. Ladders just are not spawning, are they?
No.
I'm gonna take care of this slime. I think you might drop it for me. Come on. Come on, little buddy.
Come on.
I believe you've got it for me. Damn it.
I'll drop the bone sword for you. I'll drop it
That's
for you.
good. What? Yeah, because I'm using that horrible wooden one, so
Yeah.
we'll take that. Yeah, I just need probably a couple food and then we're good.
Just a couple to keep
Try and
going.
find this ladder.
Oh.
Oh, you're joking. Oh my god, we made it though. We made it, Pox.
Let's go.
What an episode.
With that, we had descended all the way down to level 80, and we were absolutely chuffed with that effort.
Check the weather.
Or true. Any rain?
Yes, tomorrow. Oh,
Yes, let's go.
we've got rain tomorrow. We need that. Look how much crops we've got.
Oh,
I
think,
completely forgot about this too.
correct me if I'm wrong, but I think, are they going to be ready tomorrow? The 12th?
Oh, you know what? They actually might be. Yeah.
Day before the...
That's so. Well, oh yeah, we're not even gonna need the rain, really, are we?
I don't think we are.
No.
Alas, the rain did not want to fall a day earlier, so it was back to watering our potatoes this morning. Sharky and I spent the day apart. I was a little sad, don't tell Sharky that. My day was spent resetting level 80 so I could get my hands on some gold ore for us. We were hoping these potatoes would give Sharky level 6 farming. This would give him the crafting recipe for quality sprinklers. And you need gold for quality sprinklers, so that kept me busy. Sharky decided to make a start on the museum, as you can clearly see from the chat box filling up with numerous messages about Sharky donating stuff. Way to be subtle about it, my guy. But when I returned home, I found a bunch of furnaces made just for me. The perfect amount to smelt a bunch of gold all at once. It was an Irishman's wet dream on day 12. Potatoes littered the crop field ready to be picked, and we were just hoping Sharky would get enough XP for level 6 farming. I left him to it to go fish at the mountain lake today. I thought I'd use them for extra money, but I passed out at 2 AM, so I really don't know. Anyway, how much gold did we make from those potatoes, you may ask? Just under 20,000. The morning of the Egg Festival was upon us on the 13th. Before we left, we made the decision to choose the fruit bats for the farm cave. This was based on the fact that it would save us having to buy and grow fruit trees in the future. When we made it into town, I had the privilege of acquiring all 206 of our strawberry seeds. We did participate in the egg hunt while we were here. Come on, we spent 3 whole videos competing against each other. Sometimes we just can't help ourselves.
Okay,
I'm not gonna lie, I think I've won every time.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. I won on one of them. I won on one of them. Give me some credit. Come on.
Okay.
But the last 2, yes, you have won. I think I won the first, but then as soon as they got changed, and the pattern's now different, yeah, you killed me.
Right, yeah.
Because now they're randomized, aren't they? I have no idea what I'm doing.
I think it's only year 2 they're randomized.
Oh, you might be right.
Yeah, I think it's year 2.
Oh, never mind. You've won me then. This layout sucks.
Oh, you would have got the ones over here. Oh, there's one hiding.
Did I miss one? How dare I do such a thing?
Oh my god, I'm throwing. I'm throwing. No, 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 no. Damn it. I think you might have won.
I don't know how many I got. I didn't even check how many I had.
I think you might have won that.
Yes! Redemption!
Redemption. Sharky's in his redemption arc. We actually couldn't have scripted the next morning any better. Sharky had 2 cauliflowers to pick this morning in the midst of me setting up a bit of a crop field. And the first cauliflower that he picked gave him level 6 farming.
Oh! I've just leveled up.
Seriously?
I've got level 6.
Nice.
Yeah, I've just got level 6.
Nice. That's
Sprinklers tomorrow.
Nice. We can start placing sprinklers tomorrow. Legend. We followed the stroke of luck by finishing up planting all of the strawberry seeds in our newly constructed crop field, with sprinklers to come in the next couple of days. It was a beautiful sight to behold. By now the day was tracking well into the afternoon, so we took off to the mines for the rest of it to farm for sprinkler crafting materials, which included iron, quartz, and gold. And we were truly making use of this duplication glitch we had found. Sharky informed me the following morning that we could make 18 quality sprinklers, and he did not hesitate to get them down on the crop field. That left us with 9 more to make, but having these sprinklers in place will save us so much time in the morning. We decided to plunder the mines once again to make said sprinklers. I think we were just keen to get it all set up and sorted ASAP.
Just imagine your eyes when you walk on the floor and you just see gold all over the floor. It's like, what?
2 seconds later.
Okay, I've got 18.
So I think we need a little bit more, don't we?
Yeah, we'll get a little bit more. Oh, oh my god.
This is what I'm saying. This is a good one. This is a good one.
Just as we were talking about
Look at this.
What the hell? I'm happy to report that we did manage to make all of the remaining sprinklers by the morning of day 16, which meant we were pretty much free to do whatever we wanted. So I spent the day fishing at the mountain lake. Classic Poxial. Sharky also spent it fishing. He just had to one-up me though.
Oh my god, Pox.
What?
Real, it's not an ancient seed, but I've just got another dinosaur egg.
Another one?
I've got another dino
That's
egg.
insane.
2 dinosaurs.
2 dino eggs, this is crazy. Waking up the next morning, I took all of the fish that Sharky and I had caught yesterday down to Willie. We were clearly too impatient to wait until tomorrow. Sharky also had another donation session at the museum as I was running to the mountain lake to spend another day fishing. He wasn't finished though. I think we might have a record museum completion time here, people. Surprise, surprise, Poxial's fishing again. Only this time I have a leprechaun hat that Sharky got for me yesterday. God, here I am busting my ass and he's frolicking around the Cindersap forest getting leprechaun hats, eh? I can't complain though because he was gaining Gunther's affection and donating more stuff to the museum. He also handed over a pickaxe for a copper upgrade to Clint. On top of that, he purchased the Jojo Mart membership for us. I would love to show you all of this from his POV, but like I said, someone mysteriously lost all of that footage. Instead, you just have to watch me fish. Anywho, yes, we did decide to go with Joja for this run, primarily to save us time getting the bundles done, since with Joja you only have to purchase them. I started day 19 over at the museum. My addition to the collection of minerals and artifacts was a single chicken statue. So if Sharky ever complains that I don't do anything for the museum, well here's proof that I do in fact pull my weight. After dropping by Willie's to sell off the fish I caught yesterday, I circled up to Pierre's to grab myself a backpack upgrade. Sharky also got his hands on a backpack upgrade a little later on. And oh hey! Yeah, I'm back here again, fishing away the day. At least Sharky kept me entertained by convincing me that Joja isn't as bad as I may think it is.
It's beneficial for a lot of people in town.
Yeah.
Other than Pierre, but who cares about that? Pierre's greedy.
Yeah.
He's the only one who loses out, by the way, if you think about it properly. And another thing was the museum. You can still get the museum. You just replace the community centre.
At least I was making progress with my fishing. I got enough XP to hit level 9 fishing on day 20. I was really hoping to max out my fishing level by the end of spring. Sharky managed to repair the bridge over to the tide pools today. Who knows whatever else he was up to? That's up to our imagination. And I imagine him skipping through the Cindersap forest looking for leprechauns. The day after this was also another day spent fishing. If there's one thing I'm consistent with when I record with Sharky, it's the fact that I will fish until my arms fall off. At least we had some variation the next day, because our first lot of strawberries were ready for harvest. We were definitely excited to see what kind of money they were going to give us. While I was on my 7th consecutive day fishing at the mountain lake, count 'em 7 straight days, in that time Sharky had upgraded both of our pickaxes to copper and was putting in an axe for the same upgrade. At least he joined me later that night to fish with me. For those wondering about the strawberry profits, we made 34 grand from the first harvest. Not too shabby indeed. I am stoked to inform you that day 23 is the final day that you'll see me grinding away for fishing levels. I got that final level that evening, and I got out of there so quickly. As for Sharky, he spent the day opening geodes, donating minerals to the museum, and diving through the mines for minerals. With level 10 fishing under my belt and the angler perk secured, I graciously swapped out fishing duties with Sharky for the day. I opted to hit the mines to gather materials and make some progress towards the bottom. Even though I was all by myself, I managed to descend 15 levels today, putting us on floor 95.
Good shift, good shift.
That was a big day. I got 103 gold. Ooh, I am a big fan.
I've lit it up a little bit. It was really dark. We've moved the chests up the top so they're not blocking the path. And we've boarded it all off in grids so we know where we can go to our next extension.
I certainly appreciated the work Sharky had put into improving the farm while I had been hard at work in the mines yesterday. He's a man after my own heart. We also figured out that I can't collect a tool upgrade from Clint's if Sharky was the one who handed it over. And you know, in hindsight, I think that should have been obvious, but hey, a little hiccup like that wasn't going to stop the dynamic duo from achieving great things. We combined forces today and dove into the mines yet again. Oh, star drop, here we go.
Nice! First one, and I've got an energy boost. We'll take that all day long.
I can't remember what I said my favorite thing is.
Oh,
100%ing, of course it was.
oh, mine definitely didn't say Pox.
Ah, well, that's a bit awkward. I feel bad now.
I was like, just maybe he'll put Sharky as well, and it's going to be perfect when we get our first one together.
I've ruined it. Restart the run.
It restarted. The whole thing.
Yeah, restart it.
Come on, we've got 1 hour. 1 hour for one more.
Come on. Oh, on me. Down here.
Yes! We did it. We did it.
Yes.
Got to the bottom just before
God,
2.
That was huge.
There we go.
We
put in a shift right there.
I was actually going to give up on 115. I was like, there's no way we can do it. But you...
Now I told you, man, commit.
You're a believer. You're a believer. By now, it was day 26, and luckily we had another strawberry harvest to collect. I left Sharky to deal with that. Old habits die hard, it seems. Looky what we have here. Poxial back at the mountain lake, eh? To be honest, with the mines finished, any extra gold I could get from fishing for the fast approaching summer season was sure to be appreciated by both parties. Sharky was to join me for another day of fishing to boost profits today, but not before I got to see his work from the day before. He's expanded the crop field by another 18 sprinklers, and I'll give him this. He certainly wasn't frolicking around the Cindersap forest looking for leprechauns if he managed to get this done. We peacefully fished the day away together, and the only interesting thing that happened was I got the Jewels of the Sea book, although I think Sharky is looking to fish up his 3rd dino egg. Day 28 marks the final day of spring year 1. We didn't have much to keep us occupied once again, so we decided to do our own bit of fishing. We had been hoarding our money for the summer season, and we had racked up about 85 grand between the strawberries and the countless days I had spent fishing. So I guess it felt very fitting to be fishing on the final day of the season. Oh, and you won't believe it if I said it, so here's us getting dino egg number 3.
Obviously, winter fishing's good for the night museum. The night museum? The night market.
Oh my god, I got a dino egg.
What did you get? You didn't it?
I got a dino egg.
Is that our 3rd dino egg in spring?
That's up there.
What's happening?
I got a
We're gonna have a dinosaur army.
With our first season now ticked off the list, we were excited to get stuck into the summer season. As always, the first day of the season is always reserved for getting your crop fields ready. Sharky, the farming expert, put me in charge of the blueberries. This was going to be our primary summer crop money maker. Sharky was already thinking ahead to the shipping collection where you have to ship one of everything and was taking care of the rest of the summer crop seeds. While I was getting the blueberries planted, Sharky went ahead and purchased the bus from the Joja Community Development Form. It put us back 40 grand, but that was the most expensive development to purchase, so it felt good to have that one ticked off. A thunderstorm the next morning presented an opportunity to maybe get our hands on some batteries. Unfortunately, neither of us had the foraging levels to craft a lightning rod, and we were both very sad. Nonetheless, I took my own opportunity with the rain to go and fish up as many new fish as I could today. As the resident fisherman between the both of us, naturally I'd fallen into the job of catching every fish. Funnily enough, Sharky took a page out of my book and fished today too. I didn't show this yesterday, honestly because I'm a bit embarrassed, but I failed to catch the first of 5 legendary fish on the tide pools pair. As a seasoned fishing veteran, it was a shameful display. But that's okay because I got myself the iridium rod and a trap bobber to help me this time, and it was easy as taking a win over Sharky in a 3-part competitive Stardew Valley series. Too soon? Sorry, Sharky. Speaking of Sharky, he spent the day commissioning us a coop from Robin and fishing at the mountain lake. With the bus now unlocked, we did have access to the desert, and more importantly, access to the Skull Caverns. So we decided to spend a day together plunging into the caverns for the very first time.
Gotta eat, gotta eat, gotta eat.
I got a bomb.
Stand back! Pox has got a bomb!
Oh my god, look at this, look at this, look at this.
Here we go, look, 24, perfect, let's go.
Well, there's another node here.
That'll do, that'll do.
On day 33, we repeated the same process, only this time we brought some goodies with us to trade with the desert trader. This gave us some extra cooked dishes and items to make us feel a bit more prepared. I'll be honest, we had discussed a plan to use the Skull Caverns and Iridium bars to make money in between our blueberry harvests, hence why I relocated most of our furnaces out here to the desert. The plan was to farm Iridium and smelt it into Iridium bars. Then with the blacksmith perk from mining levels, we'd get extra money from selling bars. If I'm being honest with you, all that plan petered out pretty quickly, but I thought I would mention it. Also, Sharky passed out just before the end of the day.
Oh! Oh no!
Oh no. I didn't, so do with that information what you will. The next day we were gearing up for another day in the caverns, but before I took Pam's questionable bus service out to the desert, I used the money we both got from Key in the mail this morning to purchase the minecart community development. In fact, days 34 and 35 were both spent plundering the caverns for its precious minerals and ores. I think it was around these couple of days that we realized our Iridium bar plan wasn't going to quite work out the way we wanted it to. So we decided to switch things up the next day. I went back to fishing, not for money this time however, thank God. I decided to spread my fishing out to the desert to catch a sandfish and a scorpion carp. I then bust back to the valley to catch all of the fish that are located down in the murky waters of the mines. I'm trying my best to get ahead of catching all of the fish as best as I can. Day 36 for Sharky involved opening more geodes and a couple of donations to the museum. He has been grinding out the museum donations, and the grind never stops for Sharky. Then he finished the day chopping down trees for some wood. I was fishing down in the river the next day to hook a few new fish to add to the collection, when Sharky and I started to bond over our mutual resentment for Marnie's terrible work schedule. A Dorado, yay.
Hey, I've just witnessed that, let's go! Because Marnie's closed on Tuesdays. Oh, I hate her.
Oh my god, don't even get me started.
She's closed every time you need her. She's closed.
Even get me started. While I waited ever so patiently to catch a river trout, Sharky was back to paying Clint's mortgage off in 25 gold increments and donating even more things to the museum. Now back to me, I finished off the day ticking off some more fish for the fishing collection. I did have a fish in mind to catch on day 38, that was the octopus. I even walked to the beach to maximize my time down here. However, the YouTuber luck wasn't on my side, unfortunately. That being said, I did mention something interesting about unlocking the quarry. I was also thinking, hear me out here, when we do the blueberries and we get all the money to buy the quarry.
Yeah. I like it because
my thought is because there might be a mystic stone that spawns there. If we dupe it, we might get 2 prismatic shards. Therefore, we get 2 swords. Whether or not my big brain plan will come to fruition, well, we'll just have to wait until our blueberries are ready. Until then, I used the afternoon to catch a sturgeon at the mountain lake. Sharky used it to commission a big coop upgrade from Robin. Additionally, I made some crab pots back at home. I popped them down in the waters of the mountain lake to make a start on catching the crab pot items. To round out the day, I purged the mines for gold and Sharky purged the farm for wood. This morning began with a discussion about whether or not we should attend the luau.
Well, the luau will give us good friendship points, won't it?
It will.
It gives you a boost if you choose a good one. Do we need it?
Nah, I don't think we do.
Nah. Look at the batteries. What a day.
Seeing how excited Sharky was about those batteries gave me the inspiration to spend another day ransacking the skull caverns. I wanted my own shiny things. Sharky decided to join me as well, so I wasn't alone. How much iridium did we get? Well, I got a solid 5 ore total, and Sharky got 4. Absolutely killing it. I'm happy to admit that day 40 was a little better for us. I managed to fish up the octopus, which was a big relief to have that one ticked off. Sharky put in his axe for a steel upgrade with Clint. We were also talking about the amount of artifacts and minerals Sharky had donated, plus my couple of artifacts, and we were figuring out how close we were to getting the rusty key. We got 54, so we need 6 more.
Okay. Alright.
Only 6 more though, that's pretty doable.
I'm going to shoot up to the mines on the grub floors and just start slaying some monsters.
Yeah, I might come and join.
Try to get some drops.
Did we get any? Well, I would rather not answer that question, thank you very much. Instead, I would like to move on to the next day. Sharky kicked off the day purchasing our first animals for the coop that he'd been upgrading.
We've got a butter and tikka. You get it?
A butter and tikka.
Butter chicken, chicken tikka. Let's go!
Okay, that's good. I'll give you that one. Considering he is a dad, we shouldn't be surprised he pulled out something from the holy book of dad jokes. I, on the other hand, got some artifact troves from the desert trader. Keep in mind, we only need 6 more, and from 6 artifact troves, I got 1 new one. Oh, come on, game, come on. So I retired to the mines in hopes of getting minerals and mining levels. Turns out Sharky was here too. He was just stationed a little higher above me because he was looking for an ancient seed artifact. The fact it's now day 42 probably makes it obvious that he didn't get one. I don't think he cared enough though, because he was knee deep in blueberries and I could see dollar signs in his eyes. He was even gracious enough to let me pick some too. What a nice guy. I took my harvest to Pier to sell, and Sharky was right behind me doing the exact same thing. That gold we put towards purchasing the bridge from the Joja development form. Currently, we only have 2 development projects left to purchase, and we're only halfway through summer. I guess you could say we were cooking. More of the blueberry money went to both of us getting the last backpack upgrade. For the rest of the day, Sharky got a silo commissioned on the farm. He picked up a steel axe from Clint and used it to enter the secret woods for the first time. This was going to be great for collecting hardwood. As for what I did, I traded some jade for staircases at the desert trader. I fished up a wood skip from the now open secret woods. I entered the adventurers guild for the first time and slayed some monsters until bedtime. We awoke to the mystical green rain phenomenon on day 43. We decided to spend all day gathering moss and fiber from around the valley. With the quarry now open, you may remember my big idea to getting 2 prismatic shards from a while ago. Well, I guess all there was to do now was to test that theory.
Should we try? Let's practice on the diamond first.
Alright, here we go.
Let's get comfortable. Yeah? Let's go. Nice.
Okay. Alright, 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh
my god,
yes!
we did it.
Come on! Oh my god!
That's huge.
Let's go!
Alright, if you pass me one, I'll
Did you
keep
get
playing.
2? Oh no, I got them both.
Yeah, you got them both.
Oh my god, that's massive.
What can I say? I'm 100% looks and 100% brains. While I cleared the rest of the quarry out, Sharky went and got his gold scythe from the mine. I followed suit shortly after, also picking up the gold scythe for myself. Afterwards, we both bust out to the desert, and with our prismatic shards, got our hands on the galaxy sword. Back in the valley, we wrapped up the day down in the mines again. I was hoping to dig up more artifacts. I should have specified what ones though, because I dug up 2 that we already had. From such a stellar day yesterday, we tried to keep the hype train going on to day 45. We agreed to do a Skull Cavern run to try and get some iridium and other goodies. Thanks to the jade I traded the other day, we got a bit of a head start with the staircases. And then we plundered. Our blueberries yielded another bountiful harvest the next day. We both were on harvesting duties because Sharky was so close to level 10 farming. So close, in fact, that he got it. That meant I was free to pick the rest, and it was doing wonders to my own farming levels. Like last time, we both just sold our blueberries to Pierre, and I lightened our wallets by purchasing the greenhouse development project. 4 down, 1 to go. I did this all while Sharky was working away on the farm tending to our animals. My task for the rest of the day was to collect hardwood. I had to borrow Sharky's axe to do so, but he didn't mind. The morning of day 47 consisted of collecting more hardwood. We'll need a lot to fix the Ginger Island boat soon, after purchasing the last Joja project, which was of course, penning. Sharky got the final upgrade for our coop. He's forward thinking to max hearts with every villager and planning to fill it with rabbits for rabbits' feet. As the afternoon rolled around, I was able to contribute a bit more to the museum after opening some geodes at Clint's. We were just hoping that there were enough donations to gain us access to the sewers. The only other productive thing I did was move the crab pots down to the ocean, since I managed to catch all of the freshwater fish. Joja fanboy over here did some fishing in the mountain lake. Rolling right along to day 48, I'm happy to report we had made enough donations to the museum to get the rusty key. We now finally had access to the sewers. On top of that, we got the Joja completion cutscene. This is wild to admit, but this got me the achievement Jojaco Member of the Year. Oh my god, I just got the achievement. Jojaco Member of the Year.
Oh my god, Pox, you did it!
I
Come
just
on.
got the achievement, baby. First Joja run ever. That's right folks, 1,000 hours plus played, multiple save files perfected, and it took a 100% speedrun with Sharky to finally do a Joja Mart playthrough. We are truly witnessing history here folks. I then stayed in the sewers for way too long after this trying to catch the mutant carp legendary fish. I think Sharky got bored just watching me, which is fair enough, I was down here for a while. With the Joja warehouse done, Willie's boat to Ginger Island was now ready to fix up. I spent some time this morning wrangling some items that will need to do just that. At the same time, Sharky got a gold upgrade for his pickaxe from Clint's, and I handed over 5 iridium bars and 5 batteries for the boat repair. Now we just needed the hardwood. That would have to wait because Sharky decided to turn on the YouTuber luck once again.
Oh my god, you're not going to believe this.
What?
I've just got a dinosaur egg.
Are you? Nah, you shit me. Are you serious?
I've just got a dinosaur egg in the chest.
You just got another one. You've got to be. You're joking, right?
No, swear down, I've never had that many dinosaur eggs.
So together we've caught 4 dino eggs.
That's wild.
That's got to be unheard of. While we reveled in the fact that we'd caught 4 dino eggs between us, I got to work on the Magic Ink questline. I just had to quickly borrow this conveniently placed talisman from the mutant bug lair, which I took back to the railroad. I fished up the void mayo along with a void salmon, which I needed for the fishing collection anyway. I got the magic ink and boom! I now had access to the magic book. I began day 50 with another blueberry harvest. I'll admit, it's nice being allowed to harvest crops again. I was certainly obtaining a lot of XP from this massive field of blueberries, and our wallets were also better off too. That was until Sharky blew it all at Marnie's buying rabbits. We were now poor, but at least we had some fuzzy rabbit friends. Because of this, I used the rest of the day to chop down trees on the farm for wood and foraging XP. Sharky also got another coop commissioned for the farm. He's not messing around when it comes to friendship points. He also went about finishing the Magic Ink quest, because as we found out, that quest line is not shared. At least he could walk straight into the witch's swamp and grab it himself. Classic move, wait until Poxial's done the hard yards, then waltz on in and take the prize. It was the following day that I had collected enough hardwood to fix up the rest of Willie's boat, and we were ecstatic to be heading to Ginger Island before the end of summer. That day unfortunately can't be today however, so I preoccupied my time with slaying dust sprites in the mines for those monster slayer goals. Sharky used this time waiting to get a gold upgrade on the other pickaxe. He was considerate enough to give me the other gold pickaxe for now. Teamwork makes the dream work, people. And he did some fishing at the mountain lake. And overnight we got the cutscene of Willie and Robin fixing up the boat. Which of course meant that we were heading to Ginger Island.
Oh, look at this. This is beautiful. Oh my god, you've got so much fish to catch over here. Oh, it's beautiful. I love this place. We could get loads of money from Iridium bars and just buy all the walnuts.
True.
Speed run, baby.
Oh, did I do it? I did it. Oh my god.
Oh, GG's.
I think there's one back there as well. Oh my god, I'm being chased by slimes. Oh my god, leave me alone. I should note, while Sharky and I are finishing up finding the last walnuts for the day, our perfection game plan. You see, there are 11 perfection goals that we need to complete, and we split these goals into 3 categories: Sharky's goals, Poxial's goals, and the shared goals. The shared goals that we'll focus on together are the gold clock, the obelisks, the star drops, the farmer levels, and the golden walnuts. As for me, I'll be focusing on the monster slayer goals, catching every fish, and money making for the gold clock and obelisks. And Sharky will be taking on the rest: max hearts with villagers, shipping every item, and crafting every item. We decided to give Sharky these 3 because they coincide with each other quite nicely. With that in mind, we shared a tent together. And we woke up on day 53 still on Ginger Island. I took some time to fish and I caught 2 new Ginger Island fish to add to the fishing collection. While I did that, Sharky cleared out the island farm of all of its debris for the materials. Afterwards, I opened up the dig site and I let Sharky go wild clearing that out too. Then I went back to fishing up more golden walnuts. When it got late, we decided to quickly pop down a tent again to sleep, which did not come without its tomfoolery.
Get in! Oh, it's blocked!
Oh
I can't
God.
get to the front!
Oh, are you serious? Wow, I think I can get rid of it. There you go.
Oh!
There you go.
Let's go. Yes!
Sleep had been achieved, look at us go. I made my way back to the valley this morning because waiting for me back at home was the final blueberry harvest, which was crucial to pick because our financial situation was looking a little bit dire. Sharky also returned to the valley later on. He dropped some wine into the shipping bin for the shipping collection and picked up the 2nd gold pickaxe from Clint. He also tended to our animals back on the farm. I'm sure they were happy to see us after a few days of absence. I got to work clearing out some room on the farm that evening so we could start work on an oak tree farm. We will need lots of oak resin from these trees for kegs in the near future. I spent the morning of day 55 adding some decorative touches to the oak tree farm, simply because I can't help myself. At least one of us was being productive. Sharky commissioned a big coop upgrade from Robin, before circling down to Clint to open some geodes that we'd gathered over the last few weeks. He got a few donations out of it, which was very welcome. Any progress is good progress. As for me, well, I travelled back to Ginger Island. I was able to add another gem to the gem bird puzzle, and I dived headfirst into the volcano dungeon for the very first time. It was slow progress. I only made it to floor 5 before I backed out as it was getting late. But I could hold my head high knowing I got some good materials and a few more golden walnuts. The final day of summer was upon us already. I spent such a momentous occasion with pure monotony. I just slayed monsters all day long in the mines. I do have a lot of monsters to slay, so I might as well get a head start. Sharky had been making use of the greenhouse already, growing lots of random crops for the shipping collection. He also got our first 2 rabbits freed from our colony of rabbits, which was very exciting. He then got a red cabbage from the travelling cart which he needed to ship. Caroline got one of those rabbit's feet. That was good to see Sharky getting a head start on the friendship points too. And to finish up the summer season, we of course had to indulge in musical expertise as we watched the Moonlight Jellies together. That magical experience was followed by waking up in my favorite season of all time, fall. Sharky and I took it upon ourselves to get right to preparing our crop fields for some fall crops. I was in charge of purchasing all 360 pumpkin seeds from the general store and planting them back down on the farm. Sharky dealt with the rest of the fall crops for his shipping collection. He got them planted down in the greenhouse. Because our iridium bar money making plan had been about as useful as trying to eat rice with a single chopstick, I decided to bring everything back from the desert since we didn't really need it out there anymore. Sharky tried to get some new artifacts for the museum. He thought he went 0 for 7 when opening artifact troves.
The chip amphora, oh my god, all of those artifacts we already had. No!
Oh, damn.
I did manage to get this, which is nice. Oh, no, never mind. I got the arrowhead. I got the arrowhead, Pox. That's good.
Oh, that's good.
And the bone.
After that roller coaster of emotions, I decided to retire to the mines again and slay some monsters. As I was wandering into town the next morning, I got the special quest board cutscene. This gives us access to the special quests, which will be vital to some of the perfection goals. Because these are shared, I picked up the fragments of the past quest. This means that the quest is now active for both of us. So while I was down in the mines slaying skeletons for bone fragments, Sharky took a trip to Ginger Island to collect more bone fragments from the dig site. He continued on Ginger Island for the rest of the day, clearing out the rest of the island farm and getting it set up with our first iridium sprinklers. I should note all of the skeletons slaying knocked off a monster slayer goal. I slept under the stars last night in my very own lakeside tent, which cut down on time spent faffing around and maximized time spent slaying monsters. Once I had gathered all the fragments I needed, I took them to Gunther in the museum, and that was our very first special quest done. I then retired to the volcano dungeon for the day. Meanwhile, Sharky was right behind me in Professor Snail's tent. He gave the professor a good bone. All of the bones he'd collected so far. He joined me in the volcano dungeon for the day. Oh my god.
It's one of them.
Oh my god, I died.
Oh no! Should have been there. My one mission was to save Pox, and I failed!
I lost track of my health.
Taking care of them ones up there.
I did at least manage to tap the oak trees back on the farm that night, but I would like to move on now if that's okay with you. While I started day 60 naming our first dino, we called him Gino the dino, Sharky was on Ginger Island finishing the professor's island surveys. I decided to spend most of the day catching as many new fish for the fishing collection as I could, but I ended up spending more time trying to catch the angler than I think I did with the mutant carp. I also gave Sharky my prize ticket from completing the special quest. My big brain idea was to give him mine so that he'd get the Relationships 101 book quicker. You know, since he's in charge of relationship points, I focused solely on gathering copper from the mines today. Sharky was going on about his ducks, and then he chopped down some trees and used the wood to get the final coop upgrade for our second coop. Afterwards, he opened some geodes at Clint's and got a couple of donations and a banana sapling, which we will definitely need. I was also glad to knock off the Dougie Monster Slayer goal while I was down here. The rain the following day gave me the perfect opportunity to catch myself a walleye for the fishing collection. I was here until 4:30. Why is it when I need a singular fish, the game decides to toy with my own sanity? Just tell me why. Sharky wasn't fearing any better.
Oh crap. Forgot about that. I needed another sprinkler in the greenhouse. It was part of my plan. I completely forgot about it.
But he did make up for that by clearing more of the farm all day for materials. After catching a sea cucumber later that night, I reviewed my fishing collection page to see how I was getting on, and honestly it was looking pretty good at this point. My day was split in half on day 63. The first half was farming for copper. We'd need a lot of it for making kegs soon. The second half was spent slaying dust sprites. As Sharky joined me later on, he took over the copper collection duties. We also, once again, spent the night sharing a tent outside by the lake. We used that opportunity to hit the mines for the second day in a row. Our tasks stayed the same. Sharky farming for copper, and me slaying monsters.
He's just dropped a cursed mannequin. Let's go.
A cursed mannequin?
Do you know what it is?
No.
Well, did you know there's a normal mannequin in the game that you can get from Sandy in the Oasis?
Yes.
You can display your outfits. Well, this cursed one's basically the same thing, but there's a chance that every night you go to sleep, the mannequin moves. It's like it's possessed, so it could be in a different location. It can steal your current clothes that you're wearing. It can change your wallpaper and flooring in your house.
How did I not know about that?
Yeah, it's
That's
so
crazy.
funny.
After getting educated on what a cursed mannequin is, Sharky finally found something that he'd been searching for.
Oh, yes! Come on! We got it, Pox! We got
Wait,
the
what?
seed!
Oh my god, are you serious? Are you serious? Are you kidding me? You're like, might cut out.
I got the ancient seed, baby! I got it!
Nice. On the way to the boat this morning, I passed by the special quests board and picked up the biome balance quest for us to complete. I had brought a bunch of gems with me to the island to brute force the gem bird puzzle, which did work, by the way. That was a few more golden walnuts under our belt. On top of that, I fished up the fossilized spine from the dig site. That finished off a set piece in the island field office, and we got more walnuts from that. And finally, I restored the island resort down on the beach. This opened up an extra part of the beach that got us even more walnuts, and the stingray to add to the fishing collection. Sharky, on the other hand, had spent the day back in the valley. He was back to paying Clint's mortgage in 25 gold increments. He did get a few donations out of it, including the ancient seed he found yesterday. However, on Ginger Island, I managed to pull this. Sharky, you were never gonna guess what I just got.
What?
I got the second snake vertebrae.
You did not.
I did.
This is ridiculous.
I can't believe it. So I'm taking it to Professor Snail right now. That's so
That is
funny.
huge.
That's it. That's the all done.
Oh my god.
Sharky reported to me that the oak resin was done this morning, so I hightailed it back home. On the way back, I opened a few geodes myself and donated what I could. Then back on the farm, I collected all the oak resin and made our first lot of kegs. These I just placed under the oak resin farm. While I was doing all of this, Sharky was getting us a few more rabbits. However, our lack of funds made it a bit tricky to get any more. He also ventured back out to Ginger Island to harvest some taro root on the island farm. I joined him later on wielding a slingshot to grab a golden walnut that was just out of reach. Sharky used some of the walnuts we'd gathered to unlock the island trader, and then I played a round of darts in the pirate cove as Sharky watched on. Oh my god, the cursed thing's in here. Oh my god, it's moved furniture around. It's already moved and taken furniture. I don't like this.
Is it causing trouble?
Yeah, he's moved my TV. It's taken furniture away. I only have a TV and a fireplace. It's gone.
That's crazy. I know it can change the wallpapers and the flooring. I didn't know it could take the furniture. Right, well, surely it's back. Does it just come back the next day, yeah?
No, I only have a TV and a fireplace and a bed.
Oh my god, that is actually crazy.
It's gone. I decided to get some peace and quiet away from it all at the mountain lake. Some tranquil fishing will do me some good. Oh my god, you will not guess what I just fished up.
You have not got an ancient seed
No,
or dinosaur egg.
It's a dinosaur egg.
Oh, I'm done. We're quitting. This is ridiculous.
What number is that? Is that number 4 or 5?
Oh yeah, so let's think about this.
I
Oh
feel
yeah,
like
you're
I
right.
had 3.
No, yeah, you're right. I donated one.
Yeah.
We've got 2 in the inventory, and we
Incubated
turned one into a dinosaur. Yeah, that's 5.
Yeah, so we've had 5. I've had 2. You've had 3.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Goodness.
That's
me.
crazy.
A little while later, I'd caught all 20 fish for the biome balance quest, which gave us a much needed cash injection. Sharky also forgot Jodie's birthday today. I have no other reason to put that information in this video other than so we can all make fun of him for it. Day 68 we just reserved for the volcano dungeon. We did it!
Ta-da! Woo! Prismatic Shore, baby!
I attempted to get the Crusader enchantment on my sword as soon as we woke up the next day. Instead, I got Bug Killer. Not really what I had in mind, but that's okay. Back in the valley, I picked up my fresh new copper axe from Clint, and I chopped down trees for the rest of the day. Sharky unfortunately wasn't getting any new artifacts from Clint, however he did get a star drop tea from the prize ticker machine, and we'll take that win today. He ended the day giving out gifts at the saloon and gaining the affection of the townsfolk. By the end of this playthrough, everyone still probably won't know who I am, but at least they'll know the name of Sharky Games. By day 70, our field of pumpkins was looking good to harvest, so I put some time aside to get them collected, kegged, and some sold to Pierre's, so I could buy another round. I got those bad boys planted down by the mid-afternoon. We'll be turning the rest of today's harvest and these pumpkins, when they eventually grow, into pumpkin juice. We were just hoping that they would tie us over to growing starfruit on Ginger Island. Sharky also dug up an artifact in the desert that we hadn't donated yet. I killed time that night in the mines, collecting resources and slaying monsters. A new week means new special quests to do. This week I picked up Robin's project to gather 80 hardwood, so it's not surprising that I found myself on Ginger Island collecting it. While I was taking care of that, Sharky was gathering items for tomorrow's Valley Fair festival. It was a combined effort to finish the special quest. Unfortunately, we didn't quite get enough, so I just decided to plant and fertilize some mahogany trees on the farm. Sharky also started to utilize mushroom logs today. He'll need all the different types of mushrooms for the shipping collection. Oh my god, the frickin' mannequin's shaking.
Oh
I
no!
don't like it, I don't like it, I don't like it. Oh my god. As mentioned yesterday, the Valley Fair was in full swing when we arrived that morning. On top of playing mini games and Sharky's beautiful Grange display, we managed to pull together enough tokens to purchase the second star drop. Sharky decided to go all in on the spinning wheel because he needed extra tokens for the rare crow.
Right, let's go. Look, I'm going to put it to the test. Let's go orange. I'm going to gamble 419 the whole thing on orange. Please don't let me down, game. Shit. Crap! No!
I'll save us all the trouble, but he did eventually get it. With the shenanigans of the Valley Fair behind us, it was back to the grind. That started with the collection of more oak resin from our tree farm. I used these to craft more kegs, which I popped down alongside the other kegs. I then circled down to the secret woods to chop stumps for hardwood, and Sharky met me there with 2 sweet gem berries that had been growing. We used them to grab another star drop each, and we were slowly but surely making our way to perfection. Afterwards, I paid Clint a visit to open some artifact troves. Fortunately, I was able to donate a couple more items. Sharky was also in town. He was over at Lewis's place using the prize tickets we got yesterday. And it was safe to say that he was getting close to the Relationships 101 book. To wrap up the day, I spent it in the mines. Sharky spent it winning the affection of the inhabitants of Pelican Town. Oh my god, is that a glow ring? Oh, it's a small glow ring. I can't even... I'm gonna keep the amethyst ring on.
There we go. Everyone knows it now. The truth's out. Pox has got a small glow ring.
Poxial. That wasn't meant to go public, but yeah, it's out there now. It's out there now. Apart from the cursed mannequin adding some Halloween-themed decor to my cabin, I'd say the morning of day 74 was pretty normal. Made even better, I'd say, by the fact that our first round of pumpkin juice was ready to collect. I also finally completed Robin's resource rush quest this morning, and I dropped by Pierre's to get those sweet juicy profits. I'd say quite literally this time. The 2 prize tickets we got, Sharky used to finally get the Relationships 101 book. That will be a big help with him getting max hearts. Until bedtime, he gave out gifts again. I used that time to go mine diving and slaying monsters. I should note, I also got level 10 mining while I was down here too, so that's fun. As the days rolled over, I decided to pillage the volcano dungeon for most of day 75. Back in the valley, Sharky was using some of our juice money to purchase more rabbits from Marnie. That was until he decided to join me later on, and we pillaged the volcano dungeon together. Friends who pillage together, stay together. I ran into some trouble the next morning. I spoke to Birdie on the island to start the War Memento quest, and I was hoping that I could substitute Kent in the line of people to talk to with Jody. Unfortunately for me, she would not accept it, so that was put on hold until Kent arrives next year. What was Sharky doing? He was almost dying to a pack of tiger slimes, don't mind him. So with that plan thrown out the window, I instead spent today tending to our animals and slaying dust sprites in the mines. The slaying monster train continued chugging along to the following day. I spent the whole day down here in the mines. Not only did I get the bat monster slayer goal ticked off, but I was making good progress on the slime and dust sprite goals as well. Sharky also managed to get a couple of new minerals from Clint today, inching us ever so closer to finishing the museum. He also set us up nicely in the desert with lots of good equipment and items for a Skull Cavern run. I collected another round of pumpkin juice the next morning. I did this while Sharky informed me that he missed another birthday.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine.
I have no other reason to put that information in this video other than so we can all make fun of him for it. As I mooched into town, I picked up the Curious Substance special quest from the board before paying the general store a visit. Oh, that sound is money to my ears. Oh, wait a minute. It is! I used some of the juice money to get yet another star drop. This one was from Krobus in the sewers. My sights were set on more monster slayer goals, so I retired back to the mines again. Believe it or not, I got a random prismatic shard to drop. And thank goodness, I managed to get the dust sprite goal ticked off finally. While I was grabbing the burglar's ring from Gil at the Adventurers Guild, Sharky was in the sewers getting a star drop from Krobus. Give me a ghost. What if I say pretty please? Pretty please?
Pretty please.
Pretty please.
Look, I'm going to manifest it right now, okay? Within the next 2 Stardew Valley hours, before 9 PM, you are going to get it.
That's a big call.
I'm manifesting it.
I like it. Oh my god, Sharky, you're not going to believe it.
Did you get it?
I got it, yeah.
I told you.
That's insane.
Just call me Mr. Manifestation.
That's actually insane. How does he do it? How does he do it? I tried to keep that luck ticking over to day 79. I thought surely I could get the Crusader enchant on my sword from the one prismatic shard I got yesterday. Alright, here we go. Crusader time.
Come on.
Oh, I got artful. Damn it. Well, I took my frustrations out on the poor monsters of the volcano dungeon for the day instead. Turns out, I just forgot to flick the YouTuber luck switch because I had another shard drop for me in the dungeon. Of course, I had to use it at the forge. Oh my god, I got it. I got it. My cursed mannequin Matt, yes, I've named him Matt the cursed mannequin, was now wearing shoes, by the way. I had another round of oak resin to collect today, and I chopped down all of the mahogany trees that had grown. Of course, the resin went towards crafting more kegs equals more juice equals more money equals happiness. I did use up a lot of our wood reserves crafting them, however, so I took it upon myself to replace as much of it as I could. Sharky occupied himself today doing bits and pieces around the valley. Most importantly, he decided to switch farming professions. Instead of the tiller artisan route, he changed to the rancher coop master perk to befriend coop animals quicker. That meant I'd be taking charge of all of the wine and juice selling. He also forgot George's birthday today. I have no other reason to put this information in the video other than so we can all make fun of him for it. I had a boring day on day 81. I slayed monsters again, this time down in the lava levels for void spirits. The most exciting thing that happened was a squid ink dropped from a squid kid. We needed that for the shipping collection. Sharky's day wasn't any more exciting either, to be honest. He needed fishing levels, so he just fished for most of the day. So I'm happy to move on. I should note, ever since Sharky set up that chest in the desert, we've been waiting for an Iridium luck day to do a Skull Cavern run. That, my friends, was 5 days ago. The wait continues, I'm afraid, so in the meantime, I collected more juice and got another round going. Once I sold it all off to Pierre, Sharky used the money to fill out the rest of the second coop with rabbits. Hopefully, with his new Coop Master perk, he'll be able to get rabbits fed a lot quicker.
Okay, did a little bit of crafting there, a few more stuff. Got on my bait as well, so I might have a fish day tomorrow. Unless it's a really good luck day. I feel like it is. Right, in fact, I'm going to manifest it. Do what I do best. You ready? It's Iridium day.
Yeah, true.
I've locked it in. It's locked in. I called it. I called it, Pox. We've got to go right now.
He's only gone and done it again. The Skull Cavern run was officially locked in, and that was our day sorted. Treasure floor already. Oh, I got an auto grabber. Oh, and a ladder.
Oh, ladder 2.
Oh.
Oh, he damn you. He got me. He got me.
It's a crab.
I fell for that one. Better to do that.
Oh, the Spirit Seaver's on. The Spirit Seaver's on. We need to go to that because of the crafting recipe.
Okay, I got the rare crow and I got the crafting recipe.
Nice.
Can we get the golden pumpkin to sell? Do I need to ship that or not?
Might as
Is that
well.
part of shipping?
Well, it's a loved gift if you want to.
That's a great idea, yeah. We don't need it for the cash, do we, really? I also found a prehistoric rib, which we need to donate to the museum, so that's pretty huge.
Ooh, nice. That's good.
Yeah,
wow,
don't mind
what
that
a great day. What a great day. That was insane.
Yeah, that was huge, man. If we get another one of those luck days, we're going to do that again, because that works so well.
After the ridiculously hectic day that was yesterday, it was nice to chill out on the final day of fall. The tranquility of picking pumpkins was much needed, which was then followed by serene swords swinging in the mines. Sharky, on the other hand, was dealing with animal products and shipping off whatever he could. He also commissioned a fish pond from Robin. We'll need that to get a few items for the shipping as well. And he rounded out the fall season with some gift giving and fishing in the river. With another season down, it was time to wrap up and prepare for cold tootsies. Winter was around the corner. We began the winter season in search of winter forage. Because there's not a lot to grow in these harsh conditions, winter seeds would be the best way to keep the crop fields turning over a profit. While I worked on that, Sharky went and got the magnifying glass from Krobus in town. He also got the juicy bug quest from the quest board, and finally remembered a birthday for once. Look at him go. I'll be honest, I didn't get many winter seeds down, but it's just a start, okay? Leave me alone. I made up for it by slaying bugs in the mines. With the burglar's ring equipped, I was collecting bug meat by the dozens. Sharky decided to spend a while fishing in the sewers. I know he wants level 10 fishing, and I won't question his methods. He did get the glass shards artifact later that night though, which we did need for the museum. Before I returned to the mines to finish up the Juicy Bugs quest, I had yet another round of pumpkin juice waiting for me this morning. Selling it to Pierre sent us well over having 100,000 gold. That's the first time we've seen over 6 digits in our wallets, and that was a good feeling. As I was wrapping up the quest, Sharky was dropping a sturgeon into the fish pond he commissioned. That will eventually get us fish roe and caviar for the shipping collection. We checked in on what was left for the museum, and it wasn't all that much, honestly. Sharky took it upon himself to splurge all the money we had just earned on 300 starfruit seeds, and by the time I handed over all 100 bug meat to Willie's bid on the pair, it was bedtime for both of us. The morning of day 87 started with another round of oak resin. I spent all morning smelting iron bars, crafting kegs, and getting some crystallariums set up with jadestone. I'm keen to start getting into Key's quests as soon as I can, as there are crafting recipes and good items there that we'll need for perfection. I hate to admit it, but I did forget to put another round of pumpkins in yesterday, so I took care of that as well. I was just waiting for the extra kegs, okay? It only took us until the 3rd of winter, but we finally commissioned ourselves a barn. Sharky then started prepping the Ginger Island farm for all of those starfruit seeds he'd bought. At the same time, I was locked in down at the Cindersap Forest. It didn't take long to hook the next legendary fish, the glacier fish, but it sure as hell took me a long time to catch it. Oh my god. This is insane. Oh, thank god.
Yes, let's go. We didn't need it.
Oh my god. On top of that, I ticked off a couple more winter fish for the fishing collection. Sharky had put in a good effort last night. He managed to plant all 300 starfruit seeds. You'll notice that they only covered half of the island farm too, which meant that next time hopefully we'd be filling it out to its maximum. I used my time today back in the mines slaying void spirits. Sharky used his time adding a few more golden walnuts to our collection. We only needed 8 more to get into Key's walnut room. It was my turn for Ginger Island today. I had missed catching a pufferfish in the summer. Luckily they're native to Ginger Island's warmer weather. I caught one just after midday. Sharky during this time was complaining about the severe lack of duck feathers.
Give them a loving. I can't believe we've not got duck feather. Something's not right. Something is not right with this goddamn duck. It's broken.
And complaining about the banana tree not being ready.
Banana tree is so close, man. Just hurry up, please.
Someone get this man a Joja Cola to cool off stat. On my way back to the valley, I dropped off an ancient doll that I had fished up. Sharky followed in behind me a little while later as he managed to secure a couple more donations for the museum as well. With time still left in the day, I went back to slaying void spirits. Sharky had 4 prize tickets to spend at Lewis's that evening, which got him a few goodies. Quick side note, I had another random prismatic shard drop, which I think is just hilarious at this point. Day 90 was also reserved for slaying mines, as I would say, apparently. I'm just gonna go back to slaying mines. Slaying mines, hello?
I mean, let's be honest, you are slaying mines, Pox.
I do be slaying, slay queen, and slay mines.
You are the slay queen in the slay mines.
I am. Look, if you want the quote slay queen and the slay mines on some merch, just let me know. We can totally make that happen. Unfortunately, I did not finish the Monster Slayer goal, but I did get a new power book. Sharky spent day 90 collecting the first grown banana, which he was stoked about. He purchased us some cows for the newly constructed barn, he bought a rare crow from the dwarf, and he donated a prismatic shard to the museum. The joy was palpable this morning when you get to see your screen fill up with kegs upon kegs of pumpkin juice. The money we got from the juice gave us the Millionaire Achievement, a very good sign of things to come. It had been a while since I'd seen Robin, so I ventured up there to commission us a shed. Having the kegs outside is great, but I would like to eventually move them into sheds. Sharky had saved a rabbit's foot, especially for Caroline's birthday, and it's good to see him remembering some birthdays. At the same time, I had returned to the mines yet again. I was grinding away for that Monster Slayer goal. Over on Ginger Island, Sharky gave the banana over to the gorilla for some more golden walnuts, and we were only 3 walnuts away from the walnut room. To start day 92, I wandered into town to grab the Island Ingredients Special Quest. We were tasked to collect 100 ginger over the next few weeks, which we will need for the solar panel crafting recipe. For me, it was back to the mines. Hopefully being down here so often isn't going to give me like pneumonia or something. This can't be good for people, right? It was pretty easy to sum up the next day for me. I popped over to Ginger Island to gather ginger for the special quest, then it was back to the mines for old Poxial. I'm happy to report that my time down here in the mines were finally paying off. Not only did I knock off the Rock Crab Monster Slayer goal, finally I ticked off the Void Spirit one too. Sharky had some good progress today too. He shipped off our first ancient fruit and worked on expanding our crop field even further. Although my terrible placement of the shed that Robin was working on made it a little tricky. Sorry Sharky, my bad. And then he did the unthinkable later that night.
Oh my god! You're not gonna believe this either.
What? Did you get another dino egg somehow?
I did!
Are you serious? No way.
The manifestation!
How?
I spoke about it.
How?
Dude, I dug up some worms. Dug up worms!
Are you kidding me? Worms. So that's number 6. Oh my god.
It's not even year 1. We've not even ended this year yet.
Another round of oak resin was ready to be collected the following morning. However, for whatever reason, I did not make more kegs with them. Instead, I used the day to hit the Skull Caverns to put my Crusader perk to use. For you see, the Crusader perk allows me to slay mummies without the use of bombs, and thus the monster slaying grind continued. Meanwhile, Sharky was getting some more winter seeds planted. He graciously got me a stack of wood, which I now think is the reason why I couldn't make more kegs. He got my shed moved out of the way, and he gave Sebastian a birthday gift. Heading back to the Skull Caverns where I ran into 9 iridium ore nodes on floor 1. Oh my god. I'm on level 1 and there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 iridium nodes right here.
What?
There's 9 of them.
Oh my god, we've been down there all day and come away with 1 node.
What the hell? And it took me completely by surprise, but I knocked off the Slime Monster Slayer goal that night. I sorted through another round of pumpkin juice this morning. The thrill never gets old. While I was waiting for the Adventurers Guild to open up, Sharky was finishing up the crop expansion back on the farm. He also got us 2 more donations for the museum, absolutely huge plays from him as we were getting ever so close to finishing it. I found myself on Ginger Island that evening combining rings together at the forge. I paired the Slime Charmer ring with the Burglar's ring. And while I was over there, I made sure to collect all of the ginger. Because I was already on the island, I collected all of the ginger once again the next morning. That was before I took off to the volcano dungeon for the day. I managed to snag 3 dragon teeth while I was here, which, you know, not a bad effort, I would say. While I spent all day doing that, Sharky was back in the valley growing more winter seeds and getting us a bunch of wood and a barn upgrade from Robin. The poor guy still hasn't gotten a duck feather. It was one very stubborn duck.
Animals. Still no duck feather. What are we doing wrong?
Like I said, that duck was giving Sharky some real grief. I think he might need something a little stronger than a Joja Cola. Anyway, I was back to collecting ginger. That was before I made a valiant return to the valley. That lasted all of 2 minutes, as before I knew it I was taking the bus to the desert and slaying monsters in the Skull Cavern. I will say this, the fact that the Prismatic Slime quest hasn't shown up yet is pretty criminal. I'm slaying all of these monsters without Monster Musk, and it's tedious as all hell. Then the game decided to kick me out at one point. Let's just say day 97 was not my day. At least Sharky fared better. He bought 2 more rabbits to replace the chickens he sold in one of the coops, and then he went gift giving that afternoon. I found myself at Robin's on day 98. I was getting a shed upgrade for the future keg shed.
Hi there.
Hello. And when I got back to the farm, I shipped off a snow yam and a crocus flower, because someone hasn't done that yet. And then surprise, surprise, here I am back in the caverns, grinding away at the Monster Slayer goals. So let's check in with Sharky, shall we?
Yeah, I'm not sure. At this point, because I can't get inside the clinic past 3 PM, I've got to wait at the front door because I just don't know where he is. A lot of people moving right now. Seeing everybody but Harvey. Oh, there he is. Let's go. Come on, Harv. Yes, birthday gift, gold rabbit feet, 5 hearts. Woo!
Nice, that's good.
The juice was rolling in again the following day. Unfortunately, I used the last of our pumpkin crop while gathering the juice this morning along with some random fruits. I picked up the Rock Rejuvenation special quest over in town. Inside, I was seething that the Prismatic Slime quest wasn't there, but I didn't want to show my dark side to Sharky just yet. Sharky found out the Desert Trader wasn't available today. That's because the night market was to arrive in town for the first time. And before that started, I went back to the island to check in on the starfruit and collect more ginger. I popped my head into the volcano dungeon for a bit. I managed to pluck 3 more dragon teeth from its depths. That was before heading to the night market. Oh my god, there's 1 garlic seed. Oh my god, I'm grabbing it. With the garlic seed acquired, I fished in the submarine and caught all 3 of the deep sea fish in exactly 3 casts. I'm just that good. Folks, it is now day 100, and it was just our luck that this happened on such a momentous day. Oh, you'll never guess what I see.
Don't you say you've got a dinosaur egg?
No.
Oh my god, we didn't get a duck feather.
Oh yeah, we did, baby.
Finally, let's go.
We got a duck feather, woo! That man can finally relax knowing we had shipped a duck feather. He was over on Ginger Island for a while. He'd taken over collecting ginger duties for the day. Meanwhile, I was moving all of the kegs not in use to the newly constructed upgraded shed. Before the night market opened again for the second night, I went and bought an orange tree sapling from Pierre, which I popped down in the greenhouse. At the same time, Sharky was expanding our crop field with even more winter seeds. When the night market opened, I made sure to grab a melon seed and a wheat seed. There was a glorious sight waiting for me on Ginger Island this morning. 300 fruit in the shape of stars were ready to harvest. On top of that, I got 3 extra walnuts from harvesting the star fruit. Just enough walnuts to enter Key's walnut room. Alright, what's your guess?
Yeah,
Quick guess.
32%.
I think I gotta watch the cutscene. I can skip it.
32.
Okay, I'm gonna say 28.
Okay. Come on.
You were closest.
Oh, what are we?
34, baby. 34! Oh my god.
Let's go.
Let's go! While all of this was going on, Sharky was getting a pan upgrade from Clint. His reasoning behind it was for more chances to find artifact troves and omni geodes. I made it back to the valley that night with just enough time to dump the starfruit into the kegs in our keg shed. Sharky also remembered it was the wizard's birthday. I'm so proud of him. With our first starfruit harvest done and dusted, it's probably not surprising that the day after was spent replacing it all. I will note those seeds I purchased from the night market I planted down on the island farm too. These will be needed for the Gourmand Frog quest. This time I was able to fill out the entire field with starfruit. Back in the valley, Sharky was getting more winter seeds planted, he was working on getting more items for the shipping collection, he also made a start on crafting. There's a lot of items to craft, so that was probably a good use of time. With a beautiful field of starfruit set up on the island farm, I collected today's lot of ginger from around the island, and before I knew it I was back in the chilly winter of the valley. Sharky decided to sell off the duck now that we'd finally had a feather drop. More room for another rabbit, of course. He collected the last of the pumpkin juice as well, just in time for me to grab the kegs left outside and move them into the keg shed. We had enough kegs left over, in fact, to warrant getting a second shed. With all the starfruit, I think we're gonna need a lot of kegs. Sharky then went and picked up his pan and handed over his hoe for an upgrade. Again, this was all part of his plan to try and finish the museum. I decided to go to the Skull Caverns to slay monsters. However, that didn't last long because here I am about 3 hours later helping Sharky plant more winter seeds. At least I did finish off the Rock Rejuvenation special quest. I took care of another winter seed harvest this morning. Foraging was the last skill I needed to get level 10, so any bit of XP I could get would help. Being the 20th of winter, Evelyn was celebrating her birthday, and Sharky made use of the fact by giving her a birthday gift. I was back to Ginger Island today. Collecting 100 ginger is very, very tedious, but we had collected 88, so we were getting close. I followed that with a run in the volcano dungeon. However, little did I know Sharky was cooking up something a little devious. I woke up on Ginger Island though, so back to collecting ginger I went. I ended up being short by 2 ginger. At least we had time left in the season, so no sweat there. I opted to remain on the island for another volcano dungeon run. Sharky also ventured over to the island today. The cheeky bugger stole my bit and decided to pan at the dig site without me. So, I guess this is panning with Sharky? Day 106 was a Monday, so we headed to Key's Walnut Room to grab this week's quests. We decided to pick up Key's Hungry Challenge. Also, I finally gathered the last 2 ginger we needed for the Island Ingredients quest. Back in the valley, the Prismatic Slime quest was still refusing to show itself, so I tried to make myself feel better by getting a big shed upgrade from Robin. Think profitable thoughts, Pox. Profitable thoughts. I think you said it was neutral. Oh my god, he changed the wallpaper. It's all Joja. He even put like a Joja poster up too. That's crazy.
What, your mannequin?
Yeah, the mannequin did.
You've got Joja wallpaper?
Yeah.
I'm jealous.
That's crazy.
That's amazing.
It was only until this very moment, as I'm writing the script for this very video, that I now know it was in fact not the mannequin. Well played, Sharky. Well played. Speaking of that rat bastard, he was in the Skull Caverns today. I was back at the volcano dungeon because I only had 30 magma sprites left to slay for the goal. And Sharky got level 10 mining, all that much closer to mastery. I didn't quite manage to tick off the magma sprites goal last night, but you bet your sweet little tushies I did the next day. Another slayer goal down, 3 to go baby. Sharky was at Clint's today. He picked up his steel hoe and opened some artifact troves he traded for yesterday.
Damn it! All of that! All of that! And we've already got them! I can't believe that. 7 chances. What a joke.
He may not have gotten a new artifact, but he did at least get another star drop tea from the price ticket machine. He used it alongside a birthday gift for Leah, and he got his first villager to max hearts. It was another winter seed harvest for me the next morning. Unfortunately no level 10 foraging for me, but I did get to craft more kegs for the second keg shed, and our first lot of starfruit wine was ready for collection. While I was dumping another round into the kegs, Sharky was up at the forge on Ginger Island. He managed to get the archaeologist perk on his pan, but unfortunately not on the hoe. 1 out of 2 ain't too bad though. Of course he took it down to the dig site to do some panning, and then he did the unthinkable. There's loads more trees growing.
Oh! Yes! Come on! I got the lucky ring. Come on!
You're joking.
Let's go!
You are joking.
Fuck, I got the lucky ring with a diamond.
Not only has he just taken over my whole my whole shtick. He even went as far as to get a whole lucky ring. Unfucking believable. I spent day 109 in the Skull Caverns slaying monsters. I needed a day or two to get over the fact that Sharky panned up a lucky ring in front of my own face. He did spend another day panning, and no, he didn't get another lucky ring. He was only there for the artifact troves. Funnily enough, he hadn't thought of the secret note artifacts, which meant I got us a new artifact to donate just from digging it up in the desert. Sharky's boring day got a whole lot better right before bedtime though, when he dug up the ostrich egg and a golden walnut. Level 9 foraging was achieved this morning. Another winter seed harvest was all I needed. One more foraging level until I get to start working on the mastery levels. After donating the dole I got last night, I went and dug up another one next to the river. After donating that one too, we were left with only 4 artifacts left to get. Again, I retired to the Skull Caverns to slay monsters. I will say that I did get my own lucky ring from smashing crates. Yeah.
Really cool.
Okay, I didn't pan it up, but I got a lucky ring.
You've got a lucky ring from a monster drop.
No, I got a lucky ring from smashing crates. That's so funny.
Oh my god, as if we both got this episode. What's going on?
I may not have panned it up, but hey, I'll take it nonetheless. Sharky did some more panning, and even though he only got 2 artifact troves, he did get a lot of Omni Geodes, which he can at least trade for more artifact troves. That lucky ring I took to the forge the next day. I combined it with my iridium band, so now I have a little extra luck every day. Sharky had been getting a lot of cooking recipes in the mail recently, which will be much needed for us when Sharky eventually gets himself a house upgrade. He also got himself a gold pan upgrade over at Clint's, and then he circled up to Robin's to purchase a few stacks of wood. This was a good decision to make as the price of wood and stone would go up in a couple of days. When I got back to the valley that night, I planted and fertilized some more mahogany trees. We were very much lacking on hardwood. Sharky also got a deluxe barn upgrade while he was at Robin's today, and by the time he got back that evening, he had just enough time to fish down at the river. Day 112 marks the final day of year 1, and to celebrate this day we decided to complete Key's Hungry Challenge. Don't worry, we didn't forget. That was a very fitting way to finish up the first year. Welcome back to spring, my wonderful people. The farm was looking a bit worse for wear this morning, so that meant we were on cleanup duty for a while. Sharky mooched into town later on to grab a ton of cauliflower seeds. He passed by the quests board, still no prismatic slime quest, and he picked up his gold pan. The opening of the artifact troves came next. Unfortunately, he went 0 from 12 troves. The poor guy was getting very unlucky with these last artifacts, and by the time he returned home, I made the farm look absolutely beautiful, and he could plant down all 500 or so cauliflower seeds. With rain on the way tomorrow, I decided to sleep under the stars tonight. I had only one goal in mind today, to catch the final fish for the fishing collection. Last but not least, it was of course the legend. Oh my god, this shit's too easy. This shit's too easy.
You found it? Let's go! Oh my god, there's the
Angler.
master.
Yes. All fish caught, baby.
That is huge.
All fish caught. We now have officially ticked off our first perfection goal on the second day of year 2. The good times kept on rolling when I warped my way to Ginger Island. The melon, garlic, and wheat had all grown in the field. This gave us a total of 15 golden walnuts. I used them to unlock the farm warp totem next to the island house. Sharky spent his afternoon preparing to start his culinary journey at Pierre's and gift giving along the way. I spent the rest of my day getting as far through the War Memento quest as I could, now that we had Kent back in the valley. Just before bed, I was able to collect a round of starfruit wine, and holy moly, just look at the profits. We were on a roll, people, and it kept on rolling with another star drop in the mail from Willie. This one I got from catching all of the fish. I went straight to the Wizard's Tower after this and purchased the first of 4 obelisks, the Earth Obelisk. First obelisk.
Oh, nice.
Obelisk
there it is.
number 1.
I just witnessed it. I witnessed it get built.
Obelisk
Oh,
number
that's
1
huge.
out of 4. And we can almost buy another one. That's crazy.
Oh my god. I didn't expect us to be doing this today, to be honest.
While I was finishing off the War Memento quest on on Ginger Island, Sharky was here, there and everywhere today trying to organize cooking items, shipping items, and trying to get fishing XP. And I even got close to filling up the second shed with kegs later that night. My sole task today was to complete another starfruit harvest on Ginger Island. I used most of our money buying the seeds and deluxe speed grow, simply so we didn't have to wait as long for the next harvest to be ready. As I was taking care of that, Sharky was getting started on the War Memento quest as well. For whatever reason, just because I finished it, it didn't give it to Sharky. But never to mind, when I warped home later that night, I got to keg all of the starfruit I'd harvested. Sharky continued with his Memento quest on day 117, although he got a bit distracted gift giving later on, so I don't think he quite finished it. As for me, I yearned to get level 10 foraging, so I could just start working on the mastery skills. So I spent the whole day chopping stumps and trees around the Cindersap forest, and when I ran out of trees there, I did the exact same thing on Ginger Island. I also had a quick perfection tracker check-in. Currently, we were sitting right on 40%. Not too shabby at all. Sharky was going over the shipping collection the next morning, even that was looking close to being done. You could say we were cooking. I was back to forage XP hunting that afternoon. I also donated the trilobite to the museum. We also had this whole confusion about a bone we hadn't donated yet.
I'm trying to think what the other... I'm looking at the artifacts now. There's the sword. Why have we not found the sword yet? And then I'm trying to think... Oh, it's more bones. It's more bones.
Bones, really?
Wait, Pox. You're shitting me. Hold on.
Oh,
I think I've got both of those. They're in the Ginger Island chest.
Oh my god, are you kidding?
I think they're in the... Oh my god, hold on.
Do you want me to go have a look?
Hold the phone. I really hope I haven't... I need to check back footage. I might have put one of those into the bone mill.
It turns out Sharky had sold the damn thing. Oh, yeah, and then we got engaged.
Sharky, do you take Poxial to be your farmer husband? Yes.
Yes. Oh, wait, no, that's you. Sorry. I spoke out then.
Do you take Sharky to be your loyal farmer husband?
I do. It'd be so funny if I said no.
Yeah! I know, that would have been so bad. We get the star drop, baby. Let's go. We just did the whole thing in backwards.
We did.
That's just how we do it, you know?
So when we when we get up in front of the altar, do you then go, will you marry me?
Yeah, we'll do the whole reverse.
To be honest, all I did today was carpet bomb the mines. No, not for fun, but because we needed 2 more minerals, and one of those minerals could be found in a frozen geode. So that's what I was farming for today. Sharky finished off the War Memento quest finally, and he got the last golden walnut from the Shelly Stones on Ginger Island too. Yeah, I guess you could say not a lot happened today. That's fine though, we'll just move on to day 120. Once again, the special quests board was refusing to give me the prismatic slime quest. That being said, we did need the cave patrol quest for the geode crusher recipe, so all was forgiven for another week. While I was farming for more frozen geodes, Sharky was in Key's walnut room accepting another week of Key's hungry challenge. We also decided to let the golden Joja parrot find the rest of the golden walnuts for us. It did cost us 60,000 gold, but it will save us the trouble of figuring out what ones we have left to find. Work smarter, not harder, I guess. My geodes did not get me the esperite we needed, so it was back to the mines for me for the rest of the night. Now, we ran into a spot of trouble the day after this. You see, before we stopped recording, we got the wedding cutscene. However, when we joined back to the farm the next day, it seemed as if the game hadn't recognized this, as it wasn't our wedding day, and the star drop was nowhere to be found.
What happened? Why am I on Ginger Island this time? Why am I here? I slept in our bed last... I'm so confused.
No, because we ended on 9. It still says... Oh my god, we're not married. Through all of this confusion, I didn't even get the right mineral I needed from those frozen geodes. This was just gearing up to be an absolute disaster. However, the moment of truth came right after we went to bed that night. This seems like a cutscene.
Yes!
Yes! Oh my god, yes, 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 yes.
Oh my god.
Thank god. Oh my god.
They did just push it to the next day.
It just pushes
I really
it to the
thought
next day. Oh my god.
I thought perfection was done with.
I'm glad EJ's not asleep yet. I think I would have woken her up by yelling that. Oh my god. I have never been so happy to be married. Actually, don't tell my wife EJ that. Anyway, thank goodness it all worked out. We got our star drops right after this, and we both let out a big sigh of relief. I wasn't giving up on these 2 minerals just yet though. I found myself back in the mines farming for frozen geodes. Sharky took some time handing out gifts today, and he got an upgrade for our 3rd coop from Robbins. This man was on a mission to get max hearts. Speaking of a man on a mission, you wouldn't believe it, but Sharky managed to finally pull an artifact we needed for the museum. It was my turn next, and I got nothing. At least we were another donation closer, I guess. Overnight, we finally got the golden parrot cutscene. That meant we could tick off another perfection goal. The golden walnuts were now officially done. Oh, bookseller.
Oh, bookseller. I'll go and get that. Let's go. Oh, they'll look at our money though, Pox. No.
Please tell me the wine's ready.
Oh,
the
it's
wine's
so
ready.
good. It's
Oh,
perfect.
that's the kind of luck we're looking for here. That's the kind of luck we're looking for. That money did in fact get us enough for the bookseller, and maybe a few 100 grand extra left over. Sharky purchased the Queen of Sauce cookbook right away, and I kicked another round of starfruit wine. Then it was hi ho, back to work I go in the mines. Yet again, my efforts were worthless. Despite opening countless geodes, that Esperite just refused to show itself. I needed a change from the same old mine levels. I tried the skull caverns. You know what I just remembered?
What?
We've got Keys Hungry Challenge active, so I can't eat.
Oh my god, I forgot we accepted that. Oh god.
I went with a safe option after that, getting foraging XP from chopping trees down. At least Sharky managed to purchase a pig and a goat for the barn, plus he filled his other coop to the brim with more rabbits, and he got us the water obelisk from the magic book later on. Good to know at least someone was being productive today. I made up for it somewhat by helping pick the cauliflower this morning. We decided to take a break from the grind today, and we visited the Egg Festival for the 2nd year in a row, primarily to get the strawberry seeds, but I was also hungry for vengeance for an egg hunt victory. Well, you know what? Never mind. Figured I said anything. Let's move on, shall we? So, it was on day 126 that I proceeded to deal with another starfruit harvest. Just don't look at how much money we have right now. Hey, I said don't look. I sold off some spare fruit to keep us in the green, and while I was dealing with that, Sharky worked on crafting more items all the way until bedtime. All I did the morning of day 127 was get Sharky a chanterelle from the watery cave on Ginger Island. Hey, at least I'm being helpful. I made use of the salmonberry season today, along with chopping trees to get foraging XP. I have got to be close to level 10 by now, right? Sharky paid a visit to the Desert Festival today just to double check there wasn't anything there to miss. He reported back that there was nothing to gain there, so we were happy with that. I don't know how many times I can keep saying it, but that prismatic slime quest was getting rarer than fishing up a dinosaur egg. While I was out in the desert partaking in a skull cavern run for the Desert Festival, probably to slay monsters for the Monster Slayer goals, Sharky had the big brain idea to go to the quarry mine to try and get these last artifacts. And boy, did his big brain pay off.
Pox, we've gone and done it, boy. I got the skull. Come on. Let's go. I said I was going to get it today. Come on.
We manifested it.
We won away.
Job. Well done. Well done.
Won away.
Sharky was getting a farmhouse upgrade the next day when I managed to pull the very mineral I've been looking for all this time out of a goddamn Omni Geode. Is that one? Yes, I got one. I got the Esperite.
Let's
I got the
go,
frozen
Pox.
Geode one. We need one
You
more.
did not. You need one mineral. I need one artifact. Can we do it today? Come on.
I'm just going to take it, and I'm not going to say anything else. After that great success, I went back to the caverns for some monster slaying and calico egg collecting. The most exciting thing that happened was finding another lucky ring. Sharky handed over the skull today too. That left us with only 2 left to get. 1 mineral and 1 artifact. I tried for the last mineral on day 130. With just over 20 Omni Geodes, surely you would think we'd get it. Well, it just wasn't meant to be, I'm afraid. At least I could dry my tears with the money bags I was about to make from the starfruit wine I collected afterwards. Sharky could be found in the mines today. I'm pretty sure he was trying to get me Omni Geodes until he pulled this absolute miracle.
Oh my god, he's gone and done it. He's only gone and done it, Pox.
Are you serious? Are you
We
serious?
got
You got it,
baby.
you got it.
Let's go.
Oh my god, he's crazy. He's crazy. Not to mention he got Pam to max hearts. This man was thriving. I took a solo trip down into the Skull Caverns today. Gathering minerals is a great use of time. Slaying monsters is also a great use of time. Sharky dropped off his final artifact to the museum, which meant there was only one single mineral left to donate. So he retired to the dig site on Ginger Island to pan for Omni Geodes. Meanwhile, I managed to get my hands on our very first auto petter.
What?
I got an auto petter.
Oh, big, that's huge.
That's so good.
I've been wanting them because I'm sick of petting the animals every day and forgetting.
Armed with another 45 Omni Geodes, I tried once again to pull the final mineral needed to complete the museum. Sharky.
No, you didn't.
Sharky, I got it.
Yes!
I
Come
got it. Star shards, let's do it.
I knew it.
Oh my god.
Get that museum done. Wait,
We
I need
did it.
to be there with you, Pox.
Yeah, come over. This is gonna tick off all the star
I'm
drops.
so excited.
Donate to museum. Done.
There's there it is. Oh, it looks awesome. It looks amazing.
Finished museum. Oh my god, the burden of the museum has finally been lifted off our strong, broad, handsome shoulders. That got us another star drop, and actually the final star drop needed for perfection. Because I had completed the fishing as well, I now had all 7 star drops, and that officially ticked off our 3rd perfection goal. On top of this, later that night, I managed to finally hit level 10 foraging as well. All of my levels were now maxed out, and technically that ticks off another perfection goal. 2 in 1 day, who do we think we are? After such an exciting day yesterday, peacefully picking strawberries seemed like quite the contradiction. But hey, it was getting us closer to another obelisk, so I wasn't mad about it. I used some of our wine money to commission another shed to be built. 2 sheds just wasn't cutting it, or kegging it, if you will. Sharky also popped by Robin's to purchase some mini fridges. These are going to be a big help when it comes to cooking. Are we surprised that the Prismatic Slime quest isn't here? Absolutely not, I've come to accept this by now. I was also hoping for the Dangerous Mines quest to be available this week too. Unfortunately, I had to settle for the Skull Cavern invasion instead. While Sharky spent his day working on organizing his fridges with items for cooking and fishing for that fishing XP, I could be found finishing the Cave Patrol quest in the mines. On day 135, I took a bunch of staircases to the Skull Caverns. I wanted to tick off another key quest as we'll need quite a few key gems. I took my time too, and I made sure to stop off on some levels to slay monsters. I was finally rewarded for all of this time spent in the caverns when I ticked off the Mummy Monster Slayer goal. Mummy Monster Slayer goal, let's go.
Come on.
By the time I hit level 100, it was getting late, but that was another bunch of key gems secured. One level below that is where I ticked off the 2nd Monster Slayer goal of the day. This one I got from slaying Pepperexes, and I made sure to grab as much iridium as I possibly could before passing out. I was about to move on, but I just remembered that we didn't check in with Sharky today. Well, he finally got a large cow's milk to ship, so we said goodbye to the cows since they were no longer needed. He also managed to get level 10 fishing, which was big news as he was only 2 levels away in combat from maxing out his skills. Sharky the following day spent a good amount of time focusing on his crafting. As for me, it was back to the Skull Caverns. I only had one more Monster Slayer goal left on the list. Additionally, I wanted to collect more iridium while I was there, and while I was doing that, Sharky paid a trip to the Island Trader to get a new crafting recipe, and he tried to visit the dwarf shop on level 5 of the Volcano Dungeon. However, the silly bugger forgot his watering can, so instead he got Pierre's missing stock list, a significant item that will be a big help for all of his cooking endeavors. When we woke up on the 25th, we combined efforts to sort through another round of starfruit wine and another strawberry harvest. I sold it all off to Pierre's afterwards, and those profit bells were going off in my head. While Sharky was giving Pierre's stock list back, I was sorting out another starfruit harvest on the island farm. It took me a while to remember I even had a mastery level, but you bet that it only took until now to finally use it. My mastery skill was to be combat. I specifically wanted the trinkets, and specifically on that, I wanted the parrot trinket. I was keen to use it alongside some monster musk in the Dangerous Mines, if I ever got those damn quests to pop up, that is. While I was getting a shed upgrade, Sharky was waiting ever so patiently for his pig to dig up a truffle. Then I was back to the skull caverns, now turned back into the dangerous variant. On record, I'll say it's because I wanted a damn challenge. This game is too goddamn easy. Off the record, I will say it's because I wanted to get us radioactive ore for the shipping collection. I'm happy to report that I did get my hands on some radioactive ore. I got a parrot egg to drop too, and you won't believe it, it was the highest level. Oh my god, it's level 4. Holy sh!
It's the best one.
It's level 4, that's the best one.
So you don't even need to forge it.
I don't even need to forge it. Oh my god.
What a drop.
It was the next day, day 139, that I vowed to myself that I would finish the Monster Slayer goals today. It took all day, and I was still 24 seconds away. Oh well, can't win them all. Sharky got his truffle for the shipping collection today, and he managed to get the networking achievement today. It just goes to show that he's actually being productive while I'm away. He also shipped off one of each radioactive ore and bar for the shipping collection too. That left us with only 3 items left to ship: the truffle oil, a large goat's milk, and a single jar of mystic syrup. I should note that today was the final day of spring year 2, and it was today that I picked up my second mastery skill, foraging. I chose this one purely so I could grow a mystic tree, and as I'm making more kegs for the 3rd keg shed, I do have to say that it's been a super productive season. We were honing in on perfection much quicker than I thought we would be, and the only way we can go from here is onward, so let's do it. Summer has come around again, folks. After clearing the farm and purchasing a bunch of blueberry seeds, I went to see if the prismatic slime quest had turned up yet. Oh my god, community cleanup and Pierre's prime produce. Good god, give me the bloody quest. Well, we did need the community cleanup anyway for the fiber seeds crafting recipe. But man, this board was just taking the piss now. Key's quest board was also taking the piss. No dangerous mines again this week, and I accepted Key's crop quest just out of spite, really. Sharky combined a couple of rings together today at the forge, and I was kind enough to purchase a slime charmer ring from the guild so that he could wear one. That's because he's going for his final 2 combat levels down in the dangerous mines today, and I was just fishing up trash. Sharky went to the volcano dungeon the next day. Maybe the dangerous caverns scared him off? Did he bring his watering can though? No he did not. But that didn't stop the absolute mad lad from obtaining level 9 combat. That left him with just 1 more level. As for me, I hear you ask? I collected another round of starfruit wine and I went back to the skull caverns. I ended the day still without the serpent slayer goal, and I would also like to add this part in simply because I thought it was funny.
What is there, 5 in total? 5 mastery skills you need?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure all of them. From when I was looking at it, I was like, I'm pretty sure.
It makes sense. I know there's like a mini forge in there. There's the, like you said, the mystic tree seed thing.
Statue.
That statue.
Or whatever it is, masturbate.
What did he say?
Masturbate.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Master.
Yes,
let's go.
No matter though, I still had the next day to get this goal finished off. Oh, I did it. That's it. That's it.
Oh my god, there it is.
There it is. That's right, me. That was the last Monster Slayer goal finally ticked off. We can officially check off another goal towards our perfection run. And the crazy thing about it, I did all of those Monster Slayer goals all without the use of Monster Musk. I'm just that good. Or unlucky. I guess that depends how you look at it. If we take a look back to the individual perfection goals, you can see that mine were pretty much all done now. All I could do was help make as much money as possible. That means my POV from here on out gets a little boring, I'm afraid. It's a good thing we still have Sharky around though, because he made a start on the cooking recipes that night, which I think is way more interesting than watching me traverse the skull caverns for a week straight. It was on day 146 that we got obelisk number 3, the island obelisk. I also checked in with our perfection tracker today. Take your guesses now. I can reveal we are on 72%. I preoccupied myself the next day with another starfruit harvest. It's the only way I feel productive now, so I made the most of it, and Sharky went after more combat XP in the Skull Caverns. Day 148 was a Monday, so my mind was only focused on the quest reset. Oh my god.
Nothing again?
No prismatic slime.
God, what's going on?
Oh my god, we got let's play a game and Key's prismatic grange. Oh my god, these are terrible. Okay, well this is just getting silly. We did need the key gems, so I worked on the prismatic grange quest for the day, and Sharky was cooking in the kitchen and handing out gifts. I did finish that quest, by the way, just before bedtime. The next day, I bought Sharky some key seasoning with my key gems, just to help him with his gift giving. Gosh, I am such a good person. I had something to do on day 150, let's go! I had a round of starfruit wine to collect from my sheds that got us a solid 1.1 million gold. Enough gold, in fact, to purchase the final... Oh my god, I forgot it was locked. That's a bit silly of me. I have an idea, I wonder if I can go the back way through the witch's swamp. Oh my god, I can. I'm so big-brained. Well, sorry, as I was saying, enough gold to purchase the final obelisk for the farm. That ticked off perfection goal number 6, and that left us with 5 to go. Sharky managed to enter the casino for the first time today. I'm sure you're aware he'll need the rare crow from the casino shop at some point. Unfortunately, today was not that day. I also got my 3rd mastery skill later that night. I picked farming mastery for the iridium scythe. That'll be a big help for the future starfruit harvests. I literally spent most of day 152 fishing into the ocean with some magic bait. Sharky needed a sea cucumber, and honestly, I had nothing better to do, but it paid off because I caught him one that evening. Oh, I got one, I got a sea cucumber. Let's go.
Oh, let's go.
He needed it to cook a lucky lunch. The day after, I got to ship a single jar of mystic syrup that left us with just one item to ship, a large goat's milk. Unfortunately for us, the goat was refusing to give us anything other than a regular sized goat's milk, and I was having fun harvesting blueberries with my iridium scythe. Good to see I'm keeping myself busy. Sharky also got himself the final combat level. With that, he now has maxed out his farmer levels, and he can start working on those mastery levels. Okay people, here we go. Monday has come around again. Fingers crossed for the right quest to show up. Oh my god, we got Junimo Cart and the legendary fish.
Oh, it sucks.
Prismatic jelly. Yes.
Oh my god!
This is what we want. This is what
Let's
we want,
go!
Sharky. We're
I
back
told
in
you it was
business.
happening today.
We're back in business, baby. We're back in
Come
business. We were in fact back in business, or at the bare minimum, I finally had something worthwhile to do. I started off with the legendary fish key quest first, since I only had 3 days to finish it. Sharky spent his day gambling away at the casino. I would advocate against such activities, but he did need the rare crow, so I'll let him off just this once. I finished up catching all 5 extended relatives of the legendary fish the next day. I decided to chuck the legend 2 into our fish pond just for funsies. That left me with the rest of the week to find that prismatic slime, and I wasn't gonna let us go the whole week without finding it. I also let Sharky take over the starfruit harvest today. He needs a lot of XP for his mastery levels, and with crafting recipes on the line, I thought I'd let him loose on the island farm. As for me, ironically, I finished the bloody quest the same day I started it, which is super unlike me. But with the monster musk acquired, I was now 1 step away from being able to farm for gold in the dangerous mines. On day 157, there was another round of starfruit wine waiting for me to collect, which came at a perfect time. Our wallets needed a bit of a cash injection, and with the obelisks ticked off, at least any money we now make will be going towards the gold clock. Sharky had a great time harvesting the blueberries this morning with his brand new iridium scythe. Nice to see that the starfruit already got him a mastery level. Quick check in with the goat, it still wasn't giving us a large milk, it was just teasing us with that damn smirk. I should note that Sharky has been absolutely grinding out these relationships. I'm not showing it often, but just assume this man is giving gifts pretty much every single day. As for me, well, I spent my time in the Skull Caverns. It wasn't quite the dangerous mines, but it was better than sitting at home twiddling my thumbs. Honestly, there wasn't much to report for day 161. However, day 162 provided another opportunity to get the Dangerous Mines quest. Place your bets, people. Place your bets. Ooh, no danger in the deep, but there is Skull Cavern Invasion. I'll take that. I'll take that. Well, you know, it's not quite what I wanted, but hey, it was something to do. And it gave us another 40 key gems, so I'll take that. Sharky was back to gift giving and working on crafting the following day. I fished for iridium quality fish, so Sharky could give Willie a good birthday present tomorrow. And I dealt with another round of starfruit wine. But it was on day 164 that we ticked off our next perfection goal.
Pox, the shipping's complete. The large goat milk is here. Come on.
Yes, let's go.
The shipping is done.
Nice. Oh, that's so good. Our goats finally decided to produce a large goat's milk, and that was the shipping collection done and dusted.
This is kind of working a bit better today.
Ah, good.
I'm getting a few more now.
Dude, do you know the 2 bone artifacts that we needed? The scapula and the skull. I just got both from one node. Double.
Oh my.
And it gave me both of them. The skull and the scapula from one node. Of course it does.
Oh my god, that's crazy.
Imagine if that was actually, I was still hunting for those 2 and one node gave me both of the ones I needed.
While Sharky was taking care of another starfruit harvest on Ginger Island today, I could be found getting my 4th mastery level. Also, I tried getting rid of my cursed mannequin once and for all. Sharky, I tried picking up the cursed mannequin because I was gonna try put it in your house and it wouldn't.
Did you get the jump scare?
No, it wouldn't let me pick it up. So I placed a bomb down in my room and I ran out the room.
Oh my god.
and now it's gone.
Oh no.
It's gone. I'll be honest with you all, the final days of summer year 2 weren't very eventful. Because we only had a few perfection goals left to go, the amount of things to do were growing slimmer by the day. And because of that, the days get pretty repetitive from here on out. So I think I'm just gonna fly through the rest of this year and point out the moments that really matter. Exactly 1 month later, after months of grinding out starfruit wine, and despite the fact that not once did I ever get the Dangerous Mines quest, yes, I went another 4 weeks without getting it, Sharky and I had pulled in enough money to purchase the gold clock on the last day of fall of year 2.
Oh! Let's go!
Let's go!
Oh my god, that's insane.
There it is, baby. And when we decided to check the perfection tracker that afternoon, we were sitting on 97%. I just had to include this part. Bear in mind, this was 1 day after we bought the gold clock, because I genuinely think this was the most ironic Stardew Valley moment that I have ever experienced in my life. Let's go see if this bloody quest showed up.
Oh,
if it's
of course.
If it's there, I'm leaving.
Oh my god. Yeah, we ended it in the last one. You've been trying your best to find this damn quest.
And I didn't even
And
need
now
it.
you don't really need it.
We don't even need it anymore.
Is it gonna be here? Did you not? Hello?
I said if it was there, I would leave.
Oh, it's not!
Yeah.
I can't believe this!
No.
What has the game done to us?
It's there.
2 years we've been trying to get this damn thing!
It's there.
2 years, Pox!
Danger in the deep is there. After slogging it out in the kitchen for all of this time, on the 21st of winter, day 217, Sharky cooked the final cooking recipe. Looking at the perfection tracker again, there we were at 99%. Now, it's at this point that I need to come clean about something. This whole challenge was to try and perfect Stardew Valley in under 2 years. And like I said, we were a single percent away from doing so, right in the final week of winter year 2. However, there was a conversation between Sharky and I all the way back on day 155 that I purposefully left out. And when you hear that conversation, then you will understand why I did.
Yeah, it's just a rare crow.
That would put you on all of them, right?
Yeah, so that's the last one I need, the alien, and then we should now get the recipe for the deluxe one. Crafting recipe done for that one.
Huge.
There's no more rare crow we need, I'm pretty sure. Oh, dance festival, did I buy it? The dance we didn't go to it.
Oh my god, you're right.
We've messed up.
Oh,
We've messed up. Parts
Sharky,
we've messed up.
Forgot. Oh my god, I forgot about the flower dance. Oh no.
There was the one from there. We said we'd go next year, and we've not been. Oh, we've messed up. That's a full year.
I don't think there's any other way to get it, eh?
Now we've got to wait a full year.
Damn, we'd have to finish it and then sleep till there.
But either way, it's going to look bad on our record because it's going to be year 3.
Yeah, true.
No, we messed up.
So, as you now know, because we missed the flower dance, we had been destined to fail our goal ever since that fateful day. But I'll tell you what, in spite of that, we continued to truck on. It was on the first day of spring year 3 that Sharky finally got his last villager jazzed to max hearts, and we celebrated by letting off fireworks inside of Marnie's house. We then went into hibernation and slept all the way until the 24th. We arrived at the flower dance and redeemed our mistake we made all that time ago. Sharky purchased both the rare crow and the tub of flowers crafting recipe. He crafted the flowers that night and then the deluxe scarecrow the following morning. That gave him the craft master achievement. And my friends, that was perfection, done and dusted. There it is,
Oh my
baby,
God, there we go.
100%. Woohoo!
Confirmation.
Holy shit.
Let's go.
100%, baby.
We did it. We did it. It's
Let's
finished.
go hit the summit. Let's go hit the summit.
Oh my god. Yeah, we've got to end this properly. You know, we need to see that credits, basically. It's the credits. The end of the movie. I've got my red tuxedo on. You know what? I started
Nice.
with the mohawk.
Yeah,
We're having the
gotta keep
mohawk
it.
back.
Gotta keep it. Gotta keep it.
We've got to take up the trail. This is insane. There's the
There it is,
achievement.
baby. There it is.
Fiction.
Why is Morris up here?
Wait, Morris? Is it because we went with the Jojo run?
Oh, my
you're kidding
God,
me.
It must be.
Normally it should be the mayor.
Yeah.
My favourite Jojo member.
Well, normally it's with like whoever you married, isn't it? I thought it would be with you.
Yeah, why are we not here?
Yeah.
Hold on. I've never seen this. Self-respecting Jojo manager. What? Oh my god. No, Yuri. I got some too.
Yeah, let's go.
Yes. Let's go.
Let's go.
Oh my god, we did it.
100%.
We did it, baby.
So we can
was a long walk, but that's beautiful.
officially lock in our date of completion as the 26th of spring, year 3.
But it could have been the 1st of spring. But it's okay. It's alright. I'm not salty.
It could have been. Yeah, I'm not salty about it, I swear. Before we leave, give me your top highlights. What were your highlights from this run?
Oh god, that's a lot of pressure. I honestly, genuinely enjoyed the whole thing. I enjoyed the whole thing.
Yeah.
Every day, every episode, I loved. What about you? Do you have any specific like parts of this that you enjoyed the most?
Yeah, really enjoyed all the dinosaur eggs we got. That was pretty crazy.
Of course,
That was
yeah.
so funny. I really enjoyed the log running joke of we're going to go into the back of our minds when really we were just checking the wiki. I really enjoyed that. That was quite funny.
such a laugh with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was funny.
Yeah, that was quite funny. But it's all got to start somewhere, and that somewhere for us is on day 1 in the valley. Right off the bat, I got a chest down and my parsnips planted, and I was taking off into the valley all before 9 AM. As soon as I got into town, I was looking through the trash, talking to villagers, and heading down to the beach. I was hoping to come across an artifact, but all I got instead was some boring old clay. Back up at Pierre's, I purchased one of every spring seed. I'll be needing these for the shipping collection later on. You'll be surprised to know that crops won't be my main source of income this season, but that's for me to know and for you to find out. Anywho, I kept on chatting to villagers and I went for a forage down in the Cindersap forest. But to my dismay, the forest was not providing for me today. I got one measly spring onion. So instead I returned home where I chopped down as many weeds as I could. These gave me 7 mixed seeds, which I planted down well after the sun had set, and I passed out breaking rocks. But I did get level 1 foraging. Rolling swiftly along to day 2, I made sure to water all of the crops I'd planted down yesterday. You'll be interested to know that I have been talking to so many villagers because of the help wanted quests. Completing 3 of these quests will get us a prize ticket, which can get us some goodies early on. Although my first quest was to get an earth crystal for Alex, which actually isn't possible at this point in time, so we're off to a great start. After waddling down to the beach, I got my hands on Willie's old fishing rod. Before I casted it into the sea, I dug up some carrot seeds on the beach. You know, it's not quite an artifact, but it's still very important nonetheless. I took my new rod to the rock close by and I fished there. While there's not much going on, I just wanted to say that if you do like this content and you want to see more, then make sure to leave a like on the video. And hey, maybe even subscribe to the channel. I would appreciate that very much. When I got my first fishing level, I sold off my fish to Willie to make some room. For more fish, of course. I repeated the same process over again in the mid-afternoon, all before hightailing it to Pierre's to sell off some forage I had picked up. I continued north to the mountain lake to do even more fishing. Some bubbles were already waiting there for me when I got there, and when they disappeared a little while later, I decided to hang out with Sebastian for the rest of the night. When I made it back home in the dead of night, I planted down my carrot seeds I'd picked up earlier, and I quickly made it to bed before 2 AM. I will note that all of my fishing today got me 3 fishing levels. As it usually does, the rain was coming down on day 3. I planned on utilizing the fact big time for another day of fishing. Before I did, however, I picked up a help wanted quest to get Willie a carp, and I fished away on the pier waiting for Willie's to open. 9 o'clock rolled around pretty quickly, and all of the money I had earned fishing so far went into purchasing the fiberglass rod and lots of bait. I then circled around to the museum. Because I had fished up some aquamarine from a fishing chest earlier, that meant that I could add an extra 250 gold to my wallet for donating my first mineral. Hey, every little bit helps when you're this early on. When I got to the river, I chowed down on some sea jelly. This gives me an extra fishing level, and when you're trying to catch catfish, any amount of extra help I could get, I was going to take, no questions asked. I spent the rest of the day fishing in the river for catfish. I got lucky with some bubbles appearing later on as well. Catfish money is one of the best ways to get a good start going. I stopped fishing in the river just after 7 that night. I quickly popped down to the cindersap forest afterwards to get some forage, but I came away with just a single dandelion. And look, I'm totally not salty about it. Then I wandered all the way up to the other side of the valley to catch that carp I needed to give Willie, and I passed out breaking rocks on the farm again. But I did get to level 5 fishing. Woohoo! I had to scare away a crow on day 4. Luckily the pesky thing only had eyes for a parsnip and not any of my other spring seeds. This morning I made my way through town, picking up some forage and making my way down to the beach. I gave Willie the carp he was after, and that was help wanted quest number 1 ticked off. I should also note that I dug up my first artifact today. I got some glass shards. I don't really know what constitutes glass shards to be an artifact, but hey, we had it nonetheless. I then sold off all of my fish, including the 9 catfish I caught yesterday, to Willie when he opened up shop. This netted me a solid 4.5 grand. Obviously, I waited until today to sell it all now that I had the Fisher perk. On the way to the mountain lake, I donated the glass shards to the museum, and I noticed a new help wanted quest was already posted on the board. Turns out Willie also wants a daffodil, which made for a quick and easy quest. Back at the general store, I used some profits to purchase the first backpack upgrade. And back on the farm, I smacked a few rocks to finally get me level 1 mining. I think it will be worthwhile to go into the mines tomorrow with a mining level already up my sleeve. As the day rolled into the afternoon, it was back to fishing at the mountain lake. I fished in bubbles, I fished in more bubbles, and I fished in even more bubbles. It was bubbles galore. You'd almost think this was a transition scene in SpongeBob. There were that many bubbles. I fished until quite late that night, but I did have enough time to pass by the saloon on the way home to get some salads from Gus. And yeah, I passed out breaking rocks again. But as you can see, we did get level 1 mining and level 6 fishing. The morning of day 5 started with adopting my cat. I got myself a white cat and I called her Betty, just like our real life cat Betty. Although in-game Betty is way less of a menace than real life Betty is. When I was done adopting, I had some parsnips and carrots to pick in my very small field of crops. I kept 3 parsnips which I popped into a separate chest. This is the start of my cooking ingredients chest. That's right folks, it's only day 5 and I'm already prepping to cook every recipe. Gosh, I'm so proud of myself. I also made some spring seeds with the forage I'd gathered. Those I planted down to replace the crops I'd picked. I watered them all, quickly circled down to the traveling cart who was selling nothing of interest, and then it was back across the valley to the mines, where I started descending down into the deep, dark, cavernous depths. With the help of those salads and some good old-fashioned Irish luck, we cracked 20 levels in the first day in the mines, which I genuinely don't think I've actually ever done before. Plus, I got level 1 farming, level 1 combat, and level 2 mining. The productive train kept on chugging along to day 6. After watering my crops this morning, I chopped down trees on the farm until I had 300 pieces of wood. I also crafted my first furnace and I started smelting copper bars. By the time I got into town, it was already the afternoon. I picked up a help wanted quest to get Haley some seaweed. I handed over a haul of donations to Gunther at the museum with the items I'd gathered from yesterday's mine excursion. That got me some free cauliflower seeds. I then opened some geodes at the blacksmith, which got me even more donations, and I was doing this all while smelting copper into bars. And I put those bars towards a pickaxe upgrade. I should also note that I got the community center cutscene, but I skipped it because we don't care about that. Time is money, and we need ungodly amounts of money. I found myself on the beach afterwards. The 300 wood I had gathered went towards fixing the bridge to the tide pools. I was hoping for a sea urchin along with the coral I gathered, but alas there was none here. Back on the farm, I planted those cauliflower seeds and I decided to wrap up the day fishing at the mountain lake again. There's not too much else to note for the day, except that I fished up a skeletal tail and that I got level 2 foraging. My crop field had provided me with a couple of potatoes, a parsnip, 1 bit of kale, and a tulip the next day. Now, it may not seem like much, but like I said, every little bit helps. I even popped my 2 potatoes into the cooking ingredients chest. Gosh, I'm just such a productive king. I picked up a complete breakfast from the traveling cart this morning. I used this as Lewis's birthday gift, which honestly didn't give me as many friendship points as I would have liked. And don't tell me if a dandelion would have given me the same amount because I spent 1,750 gold on that cooked meal, which was way too much. Anyway, there was no coral on the tide pools today either, so I fished away the day by the rock for those juicy fishing levels. That was interrupted by the catching of a seaweed, which I gave to Haley, which got me a prize ticket, which I used to get 12 carrot seeds. And I picked up another help wanted quest to catch 4 sardines, which I did, and then I told Willie about it, and that was another help wanted quest done. And I donated a skeletal tail, then I ended up at the mountain lake fishing. This is where the rest of my day was spent. And what did I have to show for my efforts today? I had more carrots planted down that night, and level 7 fishing of course. By day 8, my blue jazz flower had grown, but that was about it, so I had to water the rest. Today was yet another day without a sea urchin, much to my dismay, and you will see why I want one very soon. But that did kill enough time for me to pop right into Clint's to grab my copper pickaxe. Which can only mean one thing, it was time to hit the mines for another crusade through the caverns. Despite what I can only describe as a heroic attempt to get as far down as I could, I fell just short of level 45. However, that was another 20 levels gained, and that is nothing to laugh at, my friends. I also got level 2 combat and level 3 mining. I began the following day tree chopping. I desperately needed another chest for storage, as the other one was close to bursting at the seams. I made some extra furnaces this morning and smelted more copper into bars before trotting off into town. The help wanted quest for today was to get Penny a potato, and I popped by Pierre's to purchase some more seeds of produce. Sorry, I just gotta wipe away all the spit I just sprayed from saying so many P words. I said hi to Shane and then bonked him over the head for being a douche before handing over my axe for a copper upgrade. Thank the good heavens there was a sea urchin down in the tide pools today. I ran back to the farm to put it away for now to keep it safe, and I planted down all of the seeds I purchased this morning. When they were all watered, I quickly popped back out to give Penny her potato, and I ran back to gather 3 iron bars that I'd been smelting. I used them along with some coral and the 1 sea urchin to craft a bait maker. Now the bait maker is going to be step 1 of our spring money making scheme. With the bait maker, I can start catching specific fish over and over again, and the type of fish that we want to be catching right now is the largemouth bass. But yeah, I'll be honest with you all, I didn't quite catch one tonight. However, I did get my first power book. It doesn't quite make up for it, but you know, that's okay. I will say that day 10 is a much better example of this theory in action. After the crops were watered and the carrots were picked, and after Vincent got his gold quality birthday daffodil, it was a full day of catching largemouth bass thanks to my bait maker. Along with obtaining level 8 fishing, I caught a total of 21 largemouth bass before they stopped spawning at 7 PM later that night. Not too shabby indeed. Now, with some time left over after the sun had set, I dumped all I wanted to sell into the shipping bin, I smelted some ore in my furnaces, and then I just went to bed. Clearly someone wasn't in the mood to pass out breaking rocks again. Demetrius was at my doorstep the next morning. He was here with the choice of either fruit bats or mushrooms for the farm cave, and I decided to go with mushrooms this time around. Because it comes with the dehydrator, I'll be able to make a little extra cash on the side. I'm out here hustling on the side hustle, that's how you know I'm in business. Over in town this morning, I dropped off a few more donations to the museum. Then I picked up my copper axe from the blacksmith right afterwards. I treated myself to the iridium rod today. I think I deserve it after all the hard work I've put in so far. I also grabbed some bobbers for later use. And back on the farm, I made myself a cookout kit. This is the start of a plan to catch the legend in the next few days. And that plan started with cooking up a dish of the sea. In order to do that, I needed the hash brown recipe from Gus, and I needed to fish up 2 sardines, which I managed to do quite quickly. This allowed me to cook the dish of the sea, which will give me an extra 3 fishing levels. All I need now is a rainy day. But until then, I used my new copper axe to chop down tree stumps around the farm. This got me a good amount of hardwood and a lot of good foraging XP. And I kept at it with the tree chopping until I went to bed later that night. And I got myself level 4 foraging. It was on day 12 that the heavens had opened up again, making it the perfect day to catch us the legend. After picking my spring seeds that had grown, I raced up to the mountain lake as quickly as I could. I wanted as much time as I could get with the legend because sometimes you just never know. That fish can be a right bastard. And in fact, I can report that the legend did put up quite the fight when I hooked it. But he was no match for my iridium rod, trap bobber, and raw fishing skill. Now that I had the legend, you may assume that I'd just be selling it off. But no, my friends, you would be sorely mistaken. My plan is to drop this bad boy into a fish pond in the coming days. Legend Fish Row gives me some pretty amazing early game money, and if I can get it into preserve jars, then that is even better. Hence why I spent the rest of the day fishing in the ocean. I will need seaweed in order to buy a fish pond. Plus, I needed to catch an eel for the fishing collection. And hey, I won't complain about the extra money. I picked a couple of cauliflower the following morning. I had to add one to the cooking ingredients chest, and the other I sold off for the shipping collection. As you can see, I have also planted down rice shoots. I just totally forgot to mention that, but hey, there they are. I decided to chop down trees while I waited for the egg festival to begin. I might as well make use of the energy that I won't be using today. I did need to visit the egg festival for the strawberry seeds, first and foremost for the shipping, but they also make for some pretty great gifts later on. I also got to smash the egg hunt competition this year with a total of 13 eggs. I gave Abigail something to talk about with her therapist this week. To top it all off, I got my strawberries planted and I got level 5 foraging, so I chose the Gatherer perk. As I awoke on day 14, a pesky crow reminded me that I'd been so laser focused that I had totally forgotten to craft a scarecrow. Not to worry though, I remedied that one pretty quickly. I paid a visit to the traveling cart after the crops were watered to find Haley a birthday gift. I did remember that she loves a sunflower, so when I saw the poppy there, I thought, that'll do. So while I waited for her to leave her room, I foraged around the beach and sold it to Willie. In return, I got a dressed spinner bobber. I also accepted a help wanted quest from Robin to get her 25 wood. Now, things go a little bit downhill from here. First of all, Haley hated her birthday gift so much that I actually contemplated restarting the day. I soldiered on nonetheless though. Then I went to hand Robin her 25 wood, only to realize that she wanted me to gather it first. Unbelievable. Alas, I gathered the wood and I got myself another prize ticket. I held out on using it for now because I wanted to use as much time as I could catching more largemouth bass with my bait maker. By 6 PM that night, I had caught another 22 largemouth bass. On the way to Lewis's, I detoured to get the secret prize ticket behind Marcello's. Then I used both tickets to get a peach tree sapling and some mixed seeds. I stopped by the river to catch myself a bream before heading home. I'll need that for a cooking ingredient, along with a few other items that I added when I got back to the farm. I sold off my fish and one of each spring forage for the shipping collection. I chopped down a few more trees, and then it was off to bed. Now, since I had collected 2 prize tickets from the Help Wanted quests, that triggered the Mr. Key Mystery Boxes cutscene. And I was delighted to know that I could now start collecting mystery boxes. I harvested some kale and potatoes this morning. I put those straight into the cooking ingredients chest. I took the long way to Robin's today so I could pick up a Help Wanted quest to slay some slimes in the mines. It's a bad day to be one of those little suckers, I'll say that much. Up at Robin's, I finally commissioned that fish pond I needed. Then it was back to the mines today for another field trip into the unknown. Having gained another 15 levels today, I left with just enough time to swing by the community centre to read the scroll. It was written in Doctor's handwriting, so I couldn't quite understand it, and I got back to the farm just in time for bed. Today's expedition got me level 3 combat and level 4 mining. Along with a couple of blue jazz flowers, my rice was ready to be harvested today. That certainly ticked off a couple of crops for the shipping collection, and I sold it off alongside some minerals I didn't need just yet for a bit of extra cash. Down in the Cindersap forest, I foraged for salmon berries, and I paid my first visit to the wizard. I quickly skipped past the cutscene, but I'm sure we all know what cutscene it was. I was over in town afterwards talking to Lewis, which completed the Slime Help Wanted quest. And up at the community centre, I used some spring forage to finish a crafts room bundle. In return, you get 30 spring seeds, so really it was a no-brainer. I circled around to Clint's afterwards to open some geodes. I got quite a few donations from it too, which was great to see. The spring seeds I planted down when I got back to the farm that afternoon. Then I was back fishing in the river shortly afterwards. Demetrius wanted me to catch 3 smallmouth bass for a Help Wanted quest, so I made quick work of that. And the remainder of the day was spent fishing up at the mountain lake, grinding away for those fishing levels. The only thing to note was that I fished up a strange doll artifact. So I guess we might as well just move right along to day 17. With the fish pond now done, I made no hesitation chucking the legend in there. All of the hard mahi was taken care of, now we just have to wait to receive the treats. I got my first green bean today too. I chucked that in the cooking chest. I hit up Willie's and the blacksmith before fishing this morning, Willie's to get another dressed spinner bobber, then Clint's for a steel pickaxe upgrade. We were back to fishing for largemouth bass today, and you may be wondering why largemouth bass, and it's simply because it gets us the most amount of gold per fish caught. The exception being catfish, but we need it to rain a bit more for that, I'm afraid. So largemouth bass it is. When it hit 7 PM, I continued to fish because I could see that I was inching ever so closer to level 10 fishing. But time restraints meant I fell just short of that achievement. Every bit of gold is precious at this point in the run, and I didn't want to lose any of it passing out, so it was to bed I went at a very sensible 1:20 AM. After a solid 4 hours and 40 minutes of sleep, I was feeling fresh as a daisy this morning. I harvested my cauliflower and watered my plants. I then waited ever so impatiently to give Pam her birthday present shortly after I gave her one of my parsnips. I got myself another dressed spinner from Willie, and I passed by the help wanted board on the way back home. This one was pretty easy, I just had to get Haley a daffodil, which made for another easy prize ticket. This got me a few mystery boxes from the prize machine. It was after this that I went back to fishing up largemouth bass. It may be boring, but it's gonna be well worth the money. Not only did I get level 3 farming today, but I did, of course, get level 10 fishing. Right off the bat on day 19, I dumped all the fish I had caught over the last couple of days into the shipping bin. If it wasn't obvious, I was just waiting to get level 10 fishing for the angler perk. Now I'll get even more money from them with no extra effort. That's a win-win in my book. After watering my crops this morning, I popped by the travelling cart. She'd brought with her nothing that I wanted nor needed, so it was off to town for me. Robin had a help wanted quest for me to complete. She needed 20 pieces of stone. Then it was right to Clint's to get my steel pickaxe back and to hand over my watering can for a copper upgrade. And last but not least was the museum to hand over a few artifacts that I had fished up over the last couple of days. It was hard to resist the call of the mines now that I had my steel pickaxe back, so that is where I spent the rest of the day. And hey, look at that! I got level 5 mining and level 4 combat. I began day 20 patiently waiting outside of Robin's, filling my boots with rainwater. All I had to do was talk to her to complete the help wanted quest I had picked up yesterday. Was it worth the wait? Let's just say it was. I then made my way down to Pierre's and picked up the final backpack upgrade with my largemouth bass money. And to make up for my spending, I parked up on the riverbank with my bait maker and caught catfish all day long. I had been waiting very patiently for another rainy day to do exactly this. I should also mention that I did not forget Shane's birthday. I got him a beer on the house that evening. I managed to haul up 30 catfish by the time I finished that night, netting me a solid 15,000 gold, which I can say with certainty definitely made up for the backpack upgrade. It was on day 21 that I got to collect my first batch of legend fish roe. There were only 2, but combined they would sell for 5,000 gold, which when you think of it is about a third of what I made yesterday, and I did bugger all for it. That wasn't all, however. I picked a couple of cauliflower and my first round of strawberries this morning, and I can tick strawberries off the shipping collection. The travelling cart was back today, although she had nothing for me. So I quickly made my way into town. Here I donated a nautilus fossil that I had fished up yesterday, and I swapped out my copper watering can for a steel axe upgrade at the blacksmith. As for the rest of the day, I thought a good use of my time could be spent down in the mines. After another successful run in the mines yesterday, I felt it was time to open more geodes. I find that the museum is always the trickiest to complete, and I will need it for a star drop, so the more donations I can make now will hopefully mean less stress for future Poxial. But there are no guarantees though, so let's just pray for his sake that it's gonna be okay. In my geode unboxing, I also opened my first mystery boxes, and a highlight of that was a glow ring / magnet ring combo, which was actually very handy. I also got my first rare crow from the museum rewards. That's giving me some PTSD from the video with Sharky, but I digress. I circled around to Pierre's afterwards to purchase some kale seeds. Because I haven't been doing too much farming this season, kale will be a great way to gain some easy farming XP as we head into the summer season. However, for whatever reason, I held on to them and I instead decided to hit up the mines for the day. I farmed for copper for a bit in the higher levels, then I went back to the lower levels to make some more progress. When I hit level 100, I got my hands on my first star drop of the run, which was very nice to have under my belt. I used that copper when I got home to make some more furnaces for the farm, and I called it a night after that. I managed to obtain level 5 combat today and level 6 mining. So here we are on day 23. I had been blessed with another day of rain, and I intended to make the most of it with another day of catfish fishing. Apart from getting some dressed spinner bobbers from Willie and picking up my steel axe from Clint, fishing up catfish is what I did all day long. And I walked away from that day of fishing with 40 catfish. I'll tell you what, that bait maker is insane. You'll be intrigued to know that I actually did not sell off those catfish last night. No, I've got bigger plans for them. But for now, I did have some spring forage to pick, a mushroom cave to clear, and some big logs to chop down with my brand new and improved steel axe. The 24th of spring is host to the flower dance, and you may recall that in the video with Sharky, we not only forgot to go once, but twice, which ultimately was the reason we didn't 100% the game in under 2 years. So you bet your sweet little tushies that I wasn't going to miss out on it this time around. I may not have had a dance partner, but I did have the tub of flowers crafting recipe and the rare crow, and that was all that mattered to me. When the dance was over, I quickly made my way to the mines and spent the last few hours of the day fishing for some cave jelly. I wasn't very hopeful as they are pretty rare, but I had that YouTuber luck behind me tonight and I got a single piece just in the nick of time. Plus, I got level 4 farming. I was right to work on day 25, I picked my strawberries, I collected some legend roe, I made a preserves jar to put the roe in, I got the recipe for and crafted a fish smoker with my jellies, and I settled in for another day of catfish fishing. It's wild to me that I got another rainy day, but I couldn't argue, I didn't have the time anyway. The idea behind the fish smoker is that it will double the sell price of my catfish. So I could have sold my 40 catfish the other day for roughly 18,000 gold, but now, when I smoke it, I'll get roughly 36,000. And that's not even including what I catch today. So with that, it was a day full of catching catfish. I did get level 6 foraging today too, and the catfish I smoked today got me just over 18,000 gold. And I have a lot more to smoke. The next day began over at the travelling cart, but just as quickly as I had got there, I left again with nothing of importance. I found myself in town later on, handing Pierre a gold quality dandelion for his birthday. And for all of you people with high hopes that I would tackle the community centre for this challenge, well, I'm sorry to crush those hopes. I am Joja all the way when it comes to this challenge. It's just so much easier to purchase the developments, but hey, maybe one day I'll revisit this challenge and try to do it with the community centre. But with my decision made, I headed back to the mines and attempted to reach the bottom before the end of the day. When I hit level 120 and received my skull key, I was too excited and I prematurely warped back home with a warp totem, only to realize that I had left my fish smoker behind in the mine elevator. Hilarious in hindsight, not so hilarious when it happened. But I did get level 7 mining, so there's that I guess. It was right to cleanse the following day to open some geodes. A crusade through the mines naturally means that a geode cracking session was guaranteed the next day. At the same time, I was trying to smoke catfish. I had so many to smoke. That being said, I did get a few more donations handed over, so I was happy with that. I took a little deviation on my way home to break into the secret woods for the first time. I'll be needing a lot of hardwood and foraging XP. And the secret woods will be perfect for both of those things. But truthfully, I spent most of the day clearing out trees and farm debris. I needed an activity that was catfish smoking friendly, and this was the best idea that I could come up with. Day 28 is the final day of spring, and it was at the travelling cart that I realised I had missed Emily's birthday yesterday. So that was just a real fine and dandy way to start the day. I cleared out the secret woods again and made my way over to Jojamart, where I purchased my first community development project, which was the greenhouse on the farm. I then found another catfish smoking friendly activity, which was fishing in the ocean. I really wanted to fish up another sea jelly because one fish smoker is nice, but to have two of them would make my life a little bit easier. And despite the fact that I did not fish one up today, even though I fish one up every other time, it seems a bit stupid if you ask me, and I'm totally not salty about it, I managed to smoke a bunch of catfish. And I have to say, this has been the most productive spring season I think I've ever had, and it's a perfect start to achieving our goal of 100%ing Stardew in under 2 years. Summer is here, folks, and we are not stopping to enjoy the warm weather. I'm only saying this now because at the time I was too embarrassed to admit it, but those kale seeds I bought all the way back in spring, I was under the impression that they only took 4 days to grow. So when it got to the end of spring and I went to plant them, I was thoroughly annoyed to find out that they actually take 6 days to grow. Hence why I got the greenhouse first, and hence why I'm planting them now. So now you know my dirty little secret. I just had to hope and pray that I had planted enough to get me level 6 farming to unlock quality sprinklers. Once that was finished, it was well into the afternoon, and I had nothing better to do today other than smoking the last of my catfish. So yeah, that's what I did, as you can see. But it was well worth it because I got myself bang on 18,000 gold selling them overnight. Now that I had a greenhouse full of kale, it did mean that I would have to water them over the next few days. So just assume I'm doing this every day for a little while. I'll let you know when they're ready. I spent most of today foraging for summer forage and chopping trees. I did need level 7 foraging to unlock tree fertilizer. I want to get an oak tree farm going as soon as possible. I will note that I got the Jack Be Nimble Jack Be Thick power book today too, which was a nice bonus. Over in town, I passed by Joja to grab the bus development for a cool 40 grand. My wallet was now looking very sad, but I had 2 of the most expensive developments ticked off, so I didn't mind. After purchasing some salads from Gus at the saloon, I did some fishing down in the ocean. I got the sea jelly I needed very quickly this time, and I was unsure whether to be excited or upset about it. Either way, I booked it up to the mines to try and get another cave jelly. But I left my luck at the beach, it seems. No cave jelly for me tonight. But I did get level 6 combat and level 7 foraging. When I woke up on day 31, something possessed me to make 3 recycling machines. That'll get some extra cloth and refined quartz, I guess. Now that I had access to crafting tree fertilizer, it's to no one's surprise that I quickly got some acorns planted and fertilized. They will take some time to grow, so in the meantime I returned to the mines and fished up piles of trash. Surely one of them had to take the shape of a cave jelly, and sure enough one of them did in the mid-afternoon. I stuck around the mines afterwards. I was farming the ice levels for coal from slaying dust sprites, and any extra iron I could get is always welcome. When I got back to the farm later that night, I made a second fish smoker with all of the jellies, and I shipped off 2 more of the aged legend roe. That, along with a couple of lava eels and super cucumbers I had smoked, got us another 16 grand. Fishing is an underrated moneymaker, people. Update on the kale. Yep, it's still growing. Not too long to go now. Anywho, I blew all of that money I had made yesterday on more coal from Clint and the minecart development from Joja. I thought it'd be a good idea to make some of that money back. How? Well, if the answer is fishing, then the question would be what has been Poxial's go-to method of money making so far and can't stop bloody doing if he tried. This time I was fishing for sturgeon. It's the most valuable fish in summer, so sturgeons it was. The only problem is you have to catch one first, so that you can put it through the bait maker. And it took a long time to catch one. So by the time I got rolling, it was already 7 PM and they'd stopped spawning. I also consciously skipped Jazz's birthday for that, which I am now greatly regretting. But hey, I had the minecarts unlocked now, so I guess that's something. Those minecarts came in handy the next morning. It meant I could get a good head start on sturgeon fishing today. Now that I had the bait ready to go, there would be no tomfoolery happening anytime soon. I fished all day right up until 7 PM, and I must say having 2 smokers is life-changing. It was well worth the time spent trying to fish up the jellies, I'm just saying. And with no more sturgeon spawning tonight, I took off down to the saloon. I made use of the fact that it was packed with villagers, and I handed out gifts to as many people as I could, without going broke, that is. In the final few hours of the day, I smelted quartz in my furnaces, and for my efforts today, I made another 16 grand. Because I was so certain that my kale was going to give me level 6 farming, I decided to spend day 34 in the mines gathering gold. For quality sprinklers, you need iron, quartz, and gold. But I was lacking heavily on the gold, so I made it today's task to gather as much of it as I could. Just for good measure, I did return to the ice levels for iron and coal later on that night, but I was putting a lot of trust into this plan. Oh hey, and I got level 8 mining. Well, today was the day to put this theory to the test. I just needed 2 level ups from this kale. Okay, There's one. Come on. And there's two, baby. Let's go! With some kale still to spare as well. I will say my relief was through the roof. I then quickly popped by the traveling cart afterwards to grab myself a rare seed. And I circled around to Pierre's to finally purchase some summer seeds. That's right, I was petty enough to wait until I had quality sprinklers on the way before I purchased my summer crop seeds. And I don't even care. All of the sturgeon money I'd gotten so far went towards another community development. That was the bridge across to the quarry. And that only left me with one development left to purchase. I mooched on down to Willie's after this to grab some dressed spinner bobbers, but was pleasantly surprised to see that he was also selling sturgeon bait. I purchased that without a second thought. I then chopped stumps in the secret woods and worked on a crop field for the rest of the afternoon. I did get all of the summer crop seeds planted down. I also made my first few lightning rods. Let's just hope summer provides us with a few thunderstorms. And I rounded the day off chopping trees down on the farm and planting the melon seeds that I'd picked up from the museum rewards. And just look at all those farming levels. As soon as I woke up the next morning, I got some quality sprinklers placed down. The rain did mean my crops were already watered and I was feeling very grateful. Now that the quarry was accessible to me, I spent a bit of time clearing it out for materials. The one I needed the most was coal, so it was very nice to see so many coal nodes. It was just what I needed. With the quarry now cleared, I dipped into the quarry mine for a quick excursion. That was to get my hands on the golden scythe at the end of it. Back on the surface, I was waiting for iron to smelt, so I made myself useful and I handed over a birthday gift to Gus. And I fished up a carp for our man Clint. He asked me for one in a help wanted post. Once the iron had smelted, I used it to make even more quality sprinklers, which made me very happy. I'm hoping to get at least one good starfruit harvest in this season. That would set us up nicely for the second half of the year. As the day was wrapping up, I chopped stumps down in the secret woods, handed out some gifts in the saloon, and I placed down 7 more quality sprinklers just before bedtime. It was still raining the following day, and it came with sweet, sweet lightning. My lightning rods, until this point, had been about as useful as a wood frying pan. That being said, I did have one community development project to purchase, so it was back to sturgeon smoking today. I fished all the way until 7 PM again, and I kept on smoking the remaining sturgeon when I got back to the farm later on. Between some legend roe, aged legend roe, and my smoked sturgeon, and, well, a few extra fish, I made a sensational 30 grand today. And Poxial was very pleased. Poxial was also very pleased at all of the batteries his lightning rods had made. Okay, this whole third person thing is a bit weird. Anyway, over in town, I killed some time by obtaining the Alleyway Buffet Power Book. You never know what you may get from a trash can. When the museum opened, I was straight in there to donate a couple of artifacts that I had fished up. Then it was a trip to Willie's for some dressed spinner bobbers, to Clint's for some coal, and it was to the mountain lake to do some more sturgeon fishing. It's a wonderful moneymaker, okay? Don't judge me for my methods. I did have a bit of a slow start because I didn't have any spare sturgeon bait, but eventually I got into a good rhythm. Along with some aged legend roe, I got another 16k from it. And that, my friends, is nothing to scoff at. I continued to do the same on day 39. If it ain't broke, as the saying goes. And the proof is in the pudding. I'd barely done any farming so far, and I'd made more profits than I have ever before. Fishing just might be the new early game meta. And with another 17,000 gold under my belt, how could you argue with it? I was pretty happy to switch things up on day 40. Fishing is great, but too much of it, and you'll be left floundering. Get it? Because it's flounder. I got myself a second rare seed from the traveling cart this morning, and I continued left for a few meters to chop stumps in the secret woods. I have been doing this most days actually, because Ginger Island is already on the horizon with only one community development left. Now, I know I said I was switching things up today, but I have to come clean. I lied. That's right, here I am back at the mountain lake, like the floundering, lying piece of that I am. I will level with you all, however, because you may be wondering what in the good heavens I could be saving so much money for. Well, it's for a starfruit harvest, and you may remember that I did mention that a while ago. So that's it really. I'll skip most of the day because it is the same old. However, that night I did make use of another Friday night at the saloon. I was handing out gifts left, right and center. And when I got back to the farm later that night, I got to pick some of my first summer crops. Everything was working in my favor the next day. Not only did I have 75 grand in the bank for a round of starfruit, it was also raining and it was also thundering. I could tell that it was going to be a good day. Once I had the crop field prepped and ready for seeds, I took my first bus trip out to the desert. I ran right to Sandy's Oasis shop and purchased 164 starfruit seeds. I got those bad boys planted down as soon as I got back home, and what a relief it was to have a good starfruit harvest down. That is going to be essential to starting a snowball of farming profits, as you will soon see. But for now, I still had the rest of the day to kill, so I warped my way to the mountains and commissioned my first coop from Robin. Down in the township, I got Alex a pizza for his birthday, but he was working out in his room, and I feel like there's just a real juxtaposition there. Anywho, I caught a carp and gave it to Gus for a help wanted quest that got me my first star drop tea, something I'll use soon to get a lot of friendship points with someone. Who that is, I'm not too sure yet. I then caught a red snapper from the ocean while it was raining for the fishing collection, and I finally gave Alex his pizza. A perfect post-workout meal if you ask me. I then chopped stumps and trees in the Cindersap forest. That gave me level 8 foraging. Now that I had a good crop of starfruit down, I could finally return to regular farming activities, like picking my poppies, shipping a whole bunch of stuff for the shipping collection, checking the traveling cart, purchasing bombs. Wait, what? Now those bombs may have tipped a few of you off as to what's coming next. That's right people, it's time for a good old-fashioned Skull Kevin run. Well, that was a very successful Skull Kevin run. I got a couple of rabbit's feet, perfect for gifting, lots of iridium, and level 7 combat. I had some more summer crops to pick this morning, hot peppers, summer spangles, sunflowers, and radishes too. You know, my crop field was really providing today. I hate to say it, but I went right back to fishing up sturgeon again. Unfortunately, all of my money had gone towards starfruit and bombs, so back to the grind I went. It's such a shame that the green rain decided to roll in overnight though, because like a moth to a flame, I was distracted by the sweet sounds of collecting moss and fiber. Luckily, I did have my head screwed on straight today because I still remembered to purchase the final community development, which was of course panning. It was to no one's surprise that I spent the day running around the valley collecting moss and fiber. I was thinking of having to craft the Statue of Blessings the whole time. It takes an ungodly amount of resources to craft, so I think it was going to be well worth the effort. I picked some melon and summer squash on day 45. I just thought you should know. I was on my way to Robin's when I got the penning cutscene with Willy. I skipped it, but I did get the pen. I was really just here to get a barn commissioned for the farm. Heading into town afterwards, I got the Joja warehouse completion cutscene. Now I know there was just a collective groan as I said that. Some of you did not like the fact that we went for Joja in the Sharky video, but hey, it's my playthrough, so deal with it. I paid a visit to Marnie next. I got my first 2 chickens for the farm. Then I waited a little too patiently for Sam to leave his bedroom. I promise I just wanted to give him a birthday gift and my star drop tea. With some time to spare, I decided to go fishing again. This time to catch fish for the fishing collection, okay? No sturgeon farming here. That did include the legendary crimson fish, which I caught in the late hours of the night. After a bit of faffing around on the farm the next morning, I made my way down to Willie's to fix the boat to Ginger Island. I'd been a proactive king when it came to the boat materials, which meant I could fix it all in one go. I stayed on the pier afterwards to catch a few more summer fish for the fishing collection. That included an octopus, a red mullet, a puffer fish, and a tuna. Catching these fish had taken up a good chunk of the day, but I did still have time to go and place down some pathing around my oak tree farm. The acorns and half trees around the place were starting to annoy me. That being said, I made another 19,000 gold overnight. I did smoke some super cucumbers and the crimson fish, but it all adds up. Last night I did get to see Willie and Robin working away in the dead of night to fix the boat to Ginger Island. And after a quick trip to hand Demetrius a strawberry for his birthday, I was on that boat quicker than you could say penning with Poxial. For those who are curious as to how this compares to the run Sharky and I did, we were heading to Ginger Island by day 52. And being on day 47, it's nice to know that I'm ahead of the game. But here we are in the tropics of Ginger Island already, and I think this calls for a golden walnut collecting montage. Now that is some serious progress right there. As I was nearing the end of my first day on Ginger Island, I cleared the island farm of its stumps and chopped down mahogany trees, and I pitched a tent right outside of the volcano. That is because I took off this morning quicker than a knife fight in a phone booth into the volcano dungeon. I pretty much ignored all enemies and every resource. I was dodging and weaving my way to the top as quickly as I could. Okay, well, I didn't ignore everything, but I was a little underprepared to take on everything all at once, so I did the best I could. I finally arrived at the top of the volcano later that evening. I was rewarded with a couple of walnuts and a prismatic shard, not to mention access to the forge and the caldera whenever I liked. Back down on the island, I used some walnuts to unlock the dig site. I freed Professor Snail from the horrors of the watery cave, and I got myself some more walnuts from this section of the island. And with that, I finally returned home to the valley after a very successful start to Ginger Island. I'm happy to report that I also got level 9 mining and level 7 farming. Some time away from the farm had given the crop field some time to grow some more summer crops for me, which was a nice way to start the day. To the south, I popped by Marnie's to grab a couple of cows, now that my barn was finally built. I then took a quick bus trip out to the desert. That prismatic shard I got yesterday went towards getting the galaxy sword. And back in the valley, I opened some geodes over at Clint's. I'm surprised it's taken me so long to open more, but I've been busy. I am a little upset because I only got one single new mineral to donate. But progress is progress, I guess. Into the afternoon the day went, and I found myself waiting outside the Adventurers Guild. I was here to sell off some old gear I had sitting around, and I checked in on the Monster Slayer goals. Well, I had ticked off the Grub Slayer goal, and I kinda didn't mention that. But now you know. So there you go. I redeemed myself afterwards when I opened more mystery boxes and Omni Geodes. I got a few more donations from that session. What I did for the rest of the night might seem a bit unconventional. I assembled my fishing smokers and bait maker up at the volcano caldera, and I fished and smoked lava eels all night long. As a matter of fact, I did it all of day 50 as well. Apart from when I had to make a quick trip back to the valley to give the dwarf a birthday gift, I had been planning this for a while now actually. I just hadn't mentioned it because I wanted it to be a little surprise. But instead of using dressed spinner bobbers like I usually have been, I used trap bobbers. Lava eels are not an easy fish to catch, but if you can make it work, the payoff is pretty extraordinary. For a day and a bit of fishing up and smoking lava eels, I made 117 grand. Granted, I had some aged legend roe in there, but that was a pittance to what I made from the lava eels. My lava eel money funded the Dwarvish Safety Manual book, a pile of bombs, and what I thought was going to be a coop upgrade the following day. However, I forgot that it was a Tuesday. Robin was nowhere to be found, so I just took off to the Skull Caverns for another deep dive. Waking up on day 52, having passed out mid-battle last night, I had brought home over 100 iridium, level 8 combat, and a bunch of other goodies from the caverns. I'd say that was a pretty productive run in my books. I spent this morning adding some more furnaces to the farm, handing Willie a birthday gift, donating a bunch of bone artifacts I extracted from the caverns yesterday, and commissioning that coop upgrade. I also handed over my hoe for a copper upgrade to Clint. With fall just around the corner, I'll need all the help I can get for the sheer amount of pumpkins that I want to plant. So a copper hoe upgrade it was. In order to afford such an outrageous number of pumpkin seeds, I did have to fall back on the old faithful ways of fishing. I fished up lava eels for another 2 days straight, but it brought in another 150,000 gold, and I think that is plenty. I got to collect my first lot of oak resin on day 54. It wasn't many, but it was a start. On top of that, I had a field of starfruit to harvest. For now, I'll be holding on to them to keg or to use as extra money in the future. Plus, it gave me a few good farming levels. Afterwards, I popped by Clint's to pick up my copper hoe, which I swapped out for a gold pickaxe upgrade. A little while later, I commissioned a barn upgrade from Robin, and I circled down to the general store to get a stack of wheat and speed grow. I planted it all back on the farm so that when the seasons change, I'll have an easier time getting it ready for my pumpkins. I like to make things easier for future Poxial. And honestly, the rest of the evening was spent chopping down trees on the farm, stumps in the secret woods, and more trees in the cinder sap forest. Until an unfortunate glitch occurred. I have no idea what's going on, but I couldn't do anything and I was walking all funny. Then I passed out. So I guess we can just move on. Everything seemed to be back to normal today, thank goodness. It was a beautiful sight seeing so many iridium bars and batteries. This morning I got myself that foraging level up that I was so close to getting last night. I've also started collecting animal produce from my cows and chickens, by the way. I just thought you'd want to know that. That afternoon I did some fishing for a tuna and a rainbow trout. However, I walked away that evening with neither. Why? I don't know, don't ask me. But I did make a start on expanding the crop field with a bunch of iridium sprinklers. What, you thought it would be that little field I had before? Hell no, my friends, I was going big for the fall season. I'm gonna be growing pumpkins on pumpkins on pumpkins on pumpkins. 'Twas the final day of summer and all of the children were asleep because I got to Clint super early and I had to wait for him to open. After picking up my gold pickaxe, I headed back home where I used it to finish clearing out debris and adding the final few iridium sprinklers. With all of this additional space for crops, I had to make sure that none of those pesky crows would want to feast on my precious pumpkins, so a few necessary scarecrows were placed down. I then took down some numbers to know exactly how many pumpkins I would need to buy, and holy sh*, there was a lot of pumpkins. I got a few more tappers placed on my oak trees later that evening. With the sheer amount of pumpkins to keg, I need to get my oak resin rolling it a little quicker. I even added 2 more rows of oak trees that I fertilized. But before I knew it, I was heading down to the moonlight jellies. With another season behind us, I was very pleased with the amount of progress we had made so far. But there is only one way to perfection, and that is forward, my friends. So let's keep this train chugging along. Unlike the first day of summer, the first day of fall was reserved purely and only for seed planting. I had a massive task today prepping the fields, which was made a bit easier with the wheat that I had planted. My copper hoe was put to the test as I went about getting the soil tilled. Once that was done, I had to go and get the pumpkin seeds, all 668 of them. I had them planted down just after the sun had set, then it was a race to water as many of the seeds before 2 AM. I made a decent effort and fell short by a few rows at the end, but that was a huge day and I was pretty content with my hard work. We've got a lot of time to kill before they grow, so I spent the morning of day 58 with some chores around the farm before heading into town. I got the special quest board cutscene, of course. The first quest for me to tackle this playthrough was the Cave Patrol quest, to slay 50 bats. I stuck around town for a bit longer in order to give Penny a birthday gift, and a little while later I popped into Pierre's to purchase some fall crop seeds. You know, the other ones that aren't pumpkins. They're important too. That even included some beet seeds from the Oasis shop. And naturally, I got them planted down when I got back to the valley. I ticked off one more admin-like task this afternoon, that was handing in my hoe for a steel upgrade. For the rest of the day, you could find me in the mines farming for copper. Those pumpkins are now a constant reminder that I need to craft more kegs. And for that, I need to tap the rest of my oak trees, so copper collecting it was for me. With a lot of that copper smelted by the next morning, I was able to tap almost the rest of my trees, minus the one that stayed a green rain tree. But I do have more growing, so I think I'll tap that one then. I am going to need a place to store all of these kegs at some point, so it was at Robin's that I commissioned shed number 1 to be built on the farm. I also moved the greenhouse out of the way so that I had more room to grow more trees. Then it was back to copper farming in the mines. Not everything about this playthrough is going to be glamorous, and this is a good example of that. I think we should move on to day 60 then, although there's not much going on here either. I'm just waiting outside of Clint's. Eventually he did open up, his shop that is, God forbid I have to hear that man talk about Emily for 6 hours straight. With my hoe acquired, I purchased some coal and handed over my watering can for a steel upgrade this time. I then added another couple of rows of trees to the ever expanding tree farm. This did include some maple and pine trees too. It was that afternoon that I suddenly remembered about the Cave Patrol special quest, so it was hi ho, back to the mines I go to slay some bats. That being said, I was also collecting iron and slaying good amounts of slimes and dust sprites down here too. Talk about multitasking. Day 61 began down at Marnie's. With my coop and barn upgraded, I was able to purchase a duck and a goat for the farm. I then circled up to Robin's to get myself an upgrade for my shed. I went full baller mode and purchased all of the wood I would need, thinking that I was still rich, then proceeded to be severely disappointed when I didn't have enough gold or stone to make the purchase. It did take a quick trip back home and selling off of some starfruit, but I did eventually get my shed upgrade commissioned. I dug up the trilobite artifact down on the beach afterwards, so that was cool, and I thought I might as well give Elliot a birthday gift while I was there, so I did. You better believe I was back in the mines for the rest of the day. Those bats aren't going to slay themselves, and when I slay hard. Plus I got level 10 mining today. Yay! I was straight to Pierre's the next day with some starfruit in my hand. I sold off a few this morning to fatten the wallet, as it were. Over the river at Clint's, I spent some time swapping out my watering can for a gold axe upgrade. Then I processed a bunch of geodes that I'd been hoarding. I'm stoked to say that I got a lot of donations handed over after that. And I have to say that the progress being made on the museum had been exceedingly satisfactory. As much as I didn't want to, the caves were calling me to finish this bloody cave patrol quest, so that's what I did. It took all day, but I slayed bat number 50 just before midnight. And I have to admit that I've probably made some good progress on a few Monster Slayer goals while being down here. The dashing Mr. Gunther was at my door on day 63. It turns out all of those minerals and artifacts I had donated had won us an award. I'd be getting some of the donation money, and to top it all off, Gunther handed me the rusty key for the sewers. After some morning chores on the farm, I passed by Robin's to get a couple of stacks of wood. I used it alongside some copper, iron, and oak resin to make my first 28 kegs. Compared to the 668 pumpkins, it doesn't seem like much, but it's a good start nonetheless. The prize ticket I got for completing the Cave Patrol quest got me a new bed. Totally useless, but it's one step closer to the Friendship 101 power book. As the afternoon rolled around, I decided to add a few of the new fall fish to my fishing collection. That included a tiger trout, a salmon, the angler legendary fish, a sea cucumber, an albacore, and finally a midnight carp. As the name suggests, it was getting late, so that was the day done already. When it came to day 64, I was so wanting to kick Clint's door down yet again to collect my gold axe, but I waited patiently, like the gentleman that I am, and I collected it in a calm and collective manner. The special quest board this week gave me Linus's community cleanup quest, and my fishing yesterday had reminded me about the crab pot fish that I would need to catch for the collection. So I put down 5 crab pots in the water by the pier. I did that as I was on my way to Ginger Island. It had been a hot minute since I'd been there. You may ask, what am I doing here? Well, I was here to chop down every coconut tree in sight for the wood and foraging XP. I also cleared the dig site for the same reasons, and maybe if I'm lucky, some donatable artifacts. I also made a start on Professor Snail's island field tent. I answered some questions and donated some bones. Later on that night, I unlocked the island trader with some walnuts, and with some time still to spare, I raced back to the valley to fish up rubbish from level 100 in the mines, and I managed to tick off Linus's community cleanup quest just before I passed out. The first thing I did on day 65 was tap the remaining trees in my tree farm. That was a relief because I am still in dire need of oak resin, and maple syrup and pine tar would be nice too. Some fall crops were harvested too, and because I harvested my beets, I took a trip out to the desert to grab some more beet seeds from the Oasis shop. I did chop down trees while I was here too. Foraging XP becomes quite a grind in the final level, so any amount of XP that I could get I will take, no questions asked. Back in the valley, I handed over some gifts to Sam and Leah because, you know, they're cool people and I desperately need more friendship points with villagers. I also donated a prehistoric scapula to the museum. As I was passing by the special quests board, I picked up another prize ticket. That got me some more quality sprinklers and a little closer to that friendship book. As the day turned to evening, I cleared my crab pots in the ocean, which added a few more fish to the fishing collection, and I waited once again a little too patiently for Clint to leave his shop, so that I could give him a wild plum for a help wanted quest. I'm not creepy, I'm just being productive, I promise. And finally, to finish a jam-packed day, I became a little foraging fairy and I picked blackberries until bedtime. The sight of oak resin being ready to collect was something of beauty this morning. The more I collect, the less stressed I become about having to keg all of those frickin' pumpkins. After the daily collection of my animal produce, I popped down to the beach to empty my crab pots for another day. Then it was a trip up to Robin's afterwards to drop off an emerald to Demetrius. This finished another help wanted quest, and with that prize ticket I got an apple tree sapling. But more importantly, I was one ticket away from the friendship book. Alas, that would come in good time. Instead, I retired to the mines to farm for copper. Not being rich enough yet to just buy it from Clint, I guess I would have to get it the old-fashioned way. But I didn't stay for long. I was out of there before the afternoon was through. The reason? I guess I had enough copper to make the amount of kegs that I needed, so that was another 10 added to the keg shed. My focus was back to the fishing collection that night. I spent it in the mines catching a stonefish, a ghost fish, and an ice pip. Speaking of fishing, I began day 67 down at the beach. I had to wait to get some deluxe bait, so that gave me time to empty out my crab pots again. With my deluxe bait acquired from Willie, I paid a visit to see Jody on her special day. I gave her a diamond, and nobody tell Kent that when he gets home next year. Afterwards, you could find me close by, using the rusty key to enter the sewers for the first time. It's here where I met up with my boy Krobus for the first time. He opened up the mutant bugbear for me. I also purchased a void egg, the crystal floor crafting recipe, and my next star drop from him. It did cost me 20 grand, but that put me a little closer to perfection. Next up on the sewer agenda was to catch the 4th legendary fish. I reeled in the mutant carp just before the morning was up. Moving on, I ventured headfirst into the mutant bugbear. This is where I found the talisman for the wizard's magic ink quest, and where I fished up a slime jack for the fishing collection. I made a quick detour home to incubate that void egg I got from Krobus. Then it was back to the railroad to keep this magic ink quest going. To get past the goblin in the witch's swamp, I had to first fish up a void mayonnaise. And I will note that I added the void salmon to the fishing collection while I was here too. Once I was past the goblin, that magic ink was all mine, and for returning it to the wizard, we got access to the magic book in return. By this point in the day, you would think that we would be done. But not for me. I still had time to catch a wood skip from the secret woods and siphon some more foraging XP just before bed. Goodness me, that was a lot to achieve in one day. So it was a nice change of pace to pick some pumpkins this morning. Because of the speed grow I used on the wheat, this section of pumpkins had grown a bit quicker than the others. But it was nice splitting up the crop a wee bit. It definitely makes the process a little less chaotic. That did mean I officially had my first round of pumpkin juice going, and I was thrilled. I did have to replace that crop with more seeds, and some star fruit funded that little operation. Once it was down, I quickly popped back to Pierre's to purchase 2 speed grow and the remaining fruit tree saplings. Silly old me had forgotten to plant my rare seeds, but luckily my greenhouse was there to save my sorry butt. Plus it made for a great space to grow all of my fruit trees. My fishing collection addiction took me back out to the desert, this time to catch a sandfish and a scorpion carp. And then it brought me back to the valley to catch a gobby from the waterfalls at the bottom of the cindersap forest. The final thing to mention, picking those pumpkins today had gotten me level 10 farming. That left me with only 2 skills left to max out. In an attempt to obtain more foraging XP, I took the bus out to the desert to trade some spring seeds with the desert trader. I got some winter and fall seeds from it. However, in hindsight, it probably would have been more efficient to have just planted the spring seeds in the greenhouse anyway, rather than lose the bulk of it trading for fall and winter seeds. Well, hindsight is a wonderful thing, isn't it? Nonetheless, the seeds were planted in the greenhouse. That was the morning gone already, so I took off to the mines to get done. I farmed for copper, and I even ticked off the Dougie Monster Slayer goal while I was down there. A nice little bonus for the day. I also added a few more kegs to the keg shed later that night. Day 70 was a big day of picking a buttload of pumpkins. There were so many pumpkins that a giant pumpkin had grown. James and the giant peach? More like Poxial and the giant pumpkin. Am I right? Am I right? The natural progression of picking pumpkins is followed by planting more, so that's exactly what I did. My starfruit once again being the primary sponsor for this task, but it was much nicer this time around. The ground was already watered, so it was way less tedious. The rain did give me an opportunity to catch a walleye in the river that afternoon, which I caught that afternoon. I then cleared my crab pots once again. I was able to move them up to the mountain lake today, since I'd collected all of the ocean crab pot fish. When I got back to the farm shortly after, I was able to add another 7 kegs to the keg shed. It's filling up, slowly but surely. To round out the day, I handed Marnie some amaranth that she had requested. I chopped stumps for foraging XP, which I've been doing most nights by the way, and I chopped trees down around the mountain lake and the quarry late into the night. The last few pumpkins that I didn't quite manage to water on the first day of fall were harvested today. That definitively marks the last of the first pumpkin crop. And well, I didn't bother replacing these ones because I couldn't be bothered. Something I could be bothered with was clearing out my crab pots in the mountain lake. I'm hoping to finish the fishing collection before these 100 days are up, so any fish I can get is worth the effort. I waited around afterwards for Robin to open up shop. That was because I needed wood and lots of it. And by lots, I mean another 3 stacks worth. What's funny is I went to the mines for a bit to collect copper after this, but I immediately decided that I can't be arsed doing that, so I sold off some starfruit and just decided to buy it from Clint, which I will say was much easier. Iron, on the other hand, was a lot more expensive, so it was fate that I would end up in the mines either way, and for me it was to collect iron. I left the mines a little early that night because I remembered that new quests were available on the board, and I chose the Island Ingredients quest. I was dealing with all things juice and kegs on day 72. I collected pumpkin juice, I popped down another 15 kegs in the shed, then I kegged another round. Day 72 also played host to the Valley Fair Festival. It was essential that I went because I needed a few things from the shop. So I gathered my Grange display items and off I went. When I arrived in town, I went straight to setting up my Grange display. As Lewis viewed all of the different stalls, I had my fingers crossed for a victory here. And look at that, first place got me 1,000 star tokens. I got the rest of the tokens I needed playing the fishing mini game. I've been burned by that spinning wheel before, and there was no way that I'd be here for the next 2 hours trying to gamble my way to what I needed. I took a much more sensible approach, and it eventually paid off. I got the rare crow, the prize ticket, and last but not least, another star drop. Rolling right along to day 73, I began today placing down another 10 kegs in the keg shed, and before taking off to Ginger Island for the day, I emptied another round of fish from my crab pots at the mountain lake, and I used my Valley Fair prize ticket to finally get the Friendship 101 power book. This was going to help getting villagers to max hearts just that little bit easier. But what was I doing back on Ginger Island, you may ask? Well, for one, I had to collect 100 ginger, which between you and me wasn't going to happen right now. I did not have enough time to complete this, but we'll just keep humoring recording Poxial for trying to get it done. I also planted some taro roots, as I will need some for shipping and cooking. Into the evening, I fished up a lionfish and a blue discus fish to add to the fishing collection. And I popped my head into the volcano dungeon, but that didn't last very long, because before I knew it, it was bedtime. I began the following day fighting tiger slimes in the rain. It was a little dramatic, I'll admit, but it did give me a level up in combat, which, as you can see, only left me with 2 more levels to obtain for my first perfection goal. It wasn't long after this that I returned to the valley, and it seems that I had brought the bad weather with me. Just as the day ticked over into the afternoon, I hunted Marnie down and found her at Harvey's clinic. I just wanted to give her a birthday gift is all. I saw to my crab pots afterwards, then I made a cheese press. I did need to make and ship cheese for the shipping collection. I also wanted to make some cheese for Robin's birthday coming up. I think she deserves it after all the hard work she's done for the farm. I continued working on shipping more items, and I made a mayonnaise machine at some point in there too. Also, I purchased the rest of the cooking recipes from Gus and the dehydrator recipe from Pierre. The rest of the night was spent waiting for some goat cheese to finish processing. It was now day 75 and I got right to it by adding a few more kegs to the keg shed. Like I said, slowly but surely, I reserved today for my first proper run through the volcano dungeon. It was time that I gave my galaxy sword the taste of magma sprites. Before I left the island the following day, I made sure to drop off a mummified bat to Professor Snail. You enjoy that one, my friend. Once I was back in the valley, I was treated to another round of pumpkin juice in my keg shed. I took this lot straight to Pierre's to sell. Profits now is better than profits later. With that juice money, I commissioned the final coop upgrade from Robin. I should also note that I have been slowly ticking off animal produce and artisan goods for the shipping collection. I then popped my head into the greenhouse where my forage was ready to pick. I won't complain about any extra foraging XP. That inspired me to get more foraging XP, so I chopped stumps for the 100th time and I chopped trees for the 1000th time. But determined is my middle name. I found and chopped as many damn trees as I damn well could. And would you believe it, I finally had level 10 foraging under my belt. That left me with one single combat level left to get. On day 77 there were more kegs to be added to the keg shed, and with that combat level fresh on my mind, I spent the day slaying monsters in the Skull Caverns. In fact, the same could be said for day 78. I did accept Robin's Resource Rush special quest before I left however, but the monsters down here were getting me some serious combat XP. I didn't quite get to level 10 combat yesterday, but I was certainly getting close. Some tasks on the farm prevented me from running straight back to the caverns this morning. Those tasks included crafting and placing more kegs and harvesting my speed grow patch of pumpkins. By the time I was finished, I met Pam at the bus and off I went for my third Skull Cavern run. 3 days of slaying monsters paid off in the form of my final combat level. I was now maxed out in every skill and we can officially tick off our first perfection goal. You know, most people would have celebrated by calling it a day there, but no, not for me. No siree. I spent the rest of the day chopping trees for wood for Robin's Resource Rush. I got to celebrate the next day, however, with another round of pumpkin juice. And as you can see, I have almost filled out the first shed with kegs now. It was just my luck that Pierre's was closed and I couldn't sell my juice in the Joja Mart, so there would be no instant profits for me today. But never to mind, I took my mind off the fact by clearing out the rest of the debris on the farm. I still needed more wood for Robin's special quest, and I'm happy to report that I did in fact finish it off later that night. You could find me waiting in the rain outside of Lewis's house on the morning of day 81. No, this isn't some romantic quip, I just wanted to use my price ticket in the price ticket machine. And because my first keg shed was close to being full, I decided to get a head start on the next one, so I commissioned a second shed from Robin soon after. I then circled down to Marnie's to purchase a rabbit for my coop, and then I bust out to the desert to trade some Omni Geodes for artifact troves. It had been a while since I'd made any progress with the museum. From 13 troves opened, I got a measly 2 donations. Unbelievable. I tried to make myself feel better by crafting and equipping an iridium band, followed by a session of physical therapy, slaying monsters in the mines to vent my frustrations. I spent the following morning smelting ores. I'll give you one guess as to why. That's right, people, it's for more kegs, baby. Afterwards, I could be found outside the saloon twiddling my thumbs. I had to wait ever so patiently for it to open so that I could purchase some more salads. I then passed by Marnie's to get 2 auto grabbers for the coop and barn. I love my animals, but I could be spending that precious time doing something more productive, like running around Ginger Island for no apparent reason. Well, to be fair, I did get to pick some taro root, which I did need, and I cleared the dig site again, which did drop an artifact that I hadn't donated yet. On day 83, me final crop of pumpkins were ready, laddie. On day 83, me final crop of pumpkins were ready, laddie. It was a beautiful crop of pumpkins. So beautiful, in fact, that another giant pumpkin had grown. My hope is that all of these pumpkins I've grown will help keep the keg sheds ticking over until I can get a good crop of starfruit going on Ginger Island. I ended up removing the iridium sprinklers from the farm afterwards because of the severe lack of thunderstorms this season has meant that I'll need to use these iridium sprinklers on Ginger Island. I didn't mind though because, well, I wasn't going to be growing much in winter anyway. As the afternoon rolled around, I used my first mastery level in the mastery cave to unlock fishing mastery. An odd choice to make, you may think, but when you see what I have planned, you'll understand my reasoning. But I'm not going to tell you because that's too easy, and I'm all about video retention. Instead, I'll just tell you that I slayed monsters in the mines for the rest of the day, and I made a brief appearance at the Spirits Eve festival just before bedtime. That was to grab the rare crow and the jack-o'-lantern crafting recipe, and not to mention the golden pumpkin at the end of the maze. The day after was day 84, the final day of fall. It started on a good note, that being another round of pumpkin juice. I sold it all off to Pierre shortly after, because like I said, instant profit is the best kind of profit. I then passed by the museum to drop off that skull artifact I got yesterday, and my afternoon assignment was to clear out the island farm of all of its debris. That was so I could get those iridium sprinklers down and ready for money making potential. But that was another season down. We had ticked off one perfection goal already, and I'm excited to see what we can get done before we hit day 100. There isn't much to grow in winter, but the one thing I can grow are powder melons. I need to ship at least one for the shipping collection, so that was the first thing I did on day 85. Over in town, I scared Krobus out of a bush, and he gave me the magnifying glass. Then I said I'm sorry by giving him a birthday gift. On my way to Robin's, I picked up the Juicy Bugs Wanted quest, which could not have come at a better time, and I will explain why very soon. But for now, I commissioned an upgrade for my shed before leaving the cold weather of the valley for the tropics of Ginger Island. After clearing away the weeds, I placed down a few quality sprinklers that I had brought with me from the farm. Like I said, I'd had 0 thunderstorms in fall, so I was just making do with what I had available, okay? I returned to the valley later on to make a start on collecting all of that juicy bug meat. Quick side note, I found this huge vein of copper while I was down here. Not important to the challenge at all, but I thought it was very cool. The bug meat collecting continued into the next day as well. I just wanted to get this quest done as soon as possible. Without the burglar's ring, it was a bit of a grind, so much so that I spent all day doing this and I still came up short by the time I left in the later hours of the night. I wanted to get back to it on day 87, but I did have a couple of things to take care of, most notably crafting and placing more kegs and giving Linus a birthday present. But once those were done, I was right back to it. Thankfully, I had done most of the hard yards yesterday, so I collected the final lot of bug meat by the end of the morning. As the day rolled into the afternoon, I popped into Robin's to purchase a bunch of crafting recipes and to commission a deluxe barn upgrade. I then trotted down to the beach to dump all 100 bug meat into Willie's smelly bin, and then I was a bit lost as to how to spend the rest of the day. So I went to the Adventurers Guild to gather some inspiration. I saw that I only had a few rock crabs left to slay for a monster slayer goal, so I made use of an infested floor on level 20 of the mines for the rest of the night. It worked because I ticked off that monster slayer goal later that night. Another round of pumpkin juice was ready for collection the following morning. It always makes for a nice start to the day. Once that was sorted, I toddled on down to the beach to trigger the bug meat cutscene with Willie. This was sequential to my master plan, because Willie gave me the crafting recipe for a quality bobber. The master plan would have to be put on hold, however, as I needed to hand my hoe over for a gold upgrade at Clint's. And I was due for another geode cracking session. It was that afternoon, however, that the stars aligned, and I could finally enact my master plan. With numerous quality bobbers and many trapper bobbers, I was able to use these two bobbers on my advanced iridium rod. I fished for iridium quality lava eels, and I wasn't going to stop fishing until I had over 100 of them. I didn't fish for 1 day. I didn't fish for 2 days. I didn't even fish for 3 days. I fished for 4 days straight. I fished for so long that when I stopped recording, I could literally see the lava animation floating around in my vision in real life. By the end of the 4th day, day 91, I had caught and smoked 122 iridium quality lava eels. And for my devotion to the craft of fishing, now you might be wondering, Pox, why on earth was this your master plan? Well, my friends, I will tell you. Part of my plan was to pay Morris and the Golden Parrot off to find the remaining golden walnuts. That alone cost me 620,000 gold. And I was more than happy to fish for 4 days straight rather than bumbling around later on trying to find the last few walnuts. The second part of my plan was to have enough gold left over to start a good starfruit crop on Ginger Island, but that part would have to wait for now. 4 days of fishing meant 4 days worth of neglect in the valley. So when I got back, I picked up the Wizard's Curious Substance special quest, dealt with another round of pumpkin juice, and I decided to plant and fertilize another 30 acorns. Yeah, I still need a lot of kegs, okay? I was fully expecting this Curious Substance quest to take me all week, that is usually my luck, but I got the ectoplasm from the second ghost I slayed. And you won't hear any complaining from me, except for the fact that he was unreachable that night because of the festival. Damn you, festival days! However, I did get the cutscene overnight of the parrots doing my dirty work for me, and Morris was there too, with his 620,000 gold. I didn't care though, because that ticked off another perfection goal. Not to worry though, the next morning after crafting and setting up a couple of crystallariums to replicate some jade, I handed the ectoplasm to the wizard, ticking off another special quest. A little while later, I found myself at Clint's picking up my gold hoe. That was before I took a bus ride out to the desert. I quickly dug up an artifact by the bench before casually blowing 250,000 gold on 584 starfruit seeds. I got some speed grow on the way through because surprisingly I could afford it. I decided to wait around until tomorrow to plant all of the starfruit seeds because, I wanted to give myself as much time as I could. So instead I killed some time purchasing all of the island upgrades with my golden walnuts and catching a stingray from the Pirate's Cove. Well, it's tomorrow now, so you know what that means. I'll just skip over this part, I think you get the gist. I got them all planted down before the sun had set, so that was a pretty good effort. Controversially, I didn't water them, but can you see how many there are? Could you be bothered doing all of that? I didn't think so. When I warped back to the valley that night, I popped my head into the greenhouse and found my 2 sweet gemberries had grown. One of them I shipped off, and the other I got to use to get another star drop from the Master Cannoli statue in the secret woods. Some other things I did today: I commissioned a silo for the farm, I made more kegs for the keg shed, and I did some fishing and caught the remaining winter fish for the fishing collection. This included a perch, the final legendary fish, the glacier fish, a lingcod, and a squid from the ocean. Believe it or not, that left me with only 3 fish left to catch. I rounded out the day and started the next day getting some things in order to complete my first key quest. Now, as I am saying this, I'm realizing that I totally forgot to mention that, but hey, I'm out here doing it. I had to gather 100 items of various colors for Mr. Key's Prismatic Grange quest. I should note that I also sorted another round of pumpkin juice, but let's be real, you've come to expect that by now, right? Completing the quest got me my first key gems, which I used to purchase the magic bait crafting recipe. I honestly can't say anything too worthwhile happened for the rest of the day, so I'm going to move right along to day 97. It started up at Robin's paying off her mortgage with the acquisition of 5 stacks of wood. That was taken down to 4.5 stacks after I asked her to upgrade the farmhouse. I actually spent most of the day smelting copper in my furnaces. That was because I used it all crafting 30 tappers. That was another 30 oak trees tapped, and yet I just still had this feeling that it wasn't quite enough. It would have to do for now though, because I had other things to do on day 98, like trading jade stone for staircases at the desert trader, and purchasing some rhubarb seeds, and donating a random amphibian fossil I had on me. Not to mention it was the Harvemeister's birthday today. He got a golden pumpkin. I planted the rhubarb in the greenhouse opposite some pineapple seeds I'd planted a few days ago. Then I got a bit stuck between worlds later on. I wasn't quite too sure how to spend my time. So I quickly made the decision to start working on crafting one of each item for the rest of the night. It was slow going, but I got through most of them that didn't require anything to do with copper, iron, or gold. It was now day 99, and my little dino that I had incubated had given me his own dino egg. Without hesitation, I took that to the museum and donated it. After picking up the aquatic overpopulation quest from the special quests board, that is, I went straight to Ginger Island afterwards to pick up a new key quest. This week I got Key's Hungry Challenge. I also checked in on the Perfection Tracker just because I was a curious little cat, and we were currently sitting on 38%. Not too shabby for the 15th of winter year 1. While I was on the island, I grabbed the bait maker from the volcano caldera. I did plan on using that soon to help me with the aquatic overpopulation quest. I got to the night market early that evening because I was as eager as a beaver with a fever. I only had 3 fish left to catch for the fishing collection, and all 3 of them could only be caught at the bottom of the ocean. So down into the submarine I went. I caught the blobfish, I caught the spookfish, and finally I caught the midnight squid. I got my next mastery level, I got the master angler achievement, I ticked off another perfection goal. It was all happening here at the bottom of the ocean. I actually didn't quite know what to do with myself, but eventually when I came around, I picked up my combat mastery from the mastery cave and I went to bed. And yes, I woke up on day 100. You'd be sorely mistaken if you thought we would have time to spend today in a spa relaxing. Not during this challenge, my friends. I had pumpkin juice to collect, I had another shed commissioned for the farm, I placed down 16 more kegs, and I stood in the cold winter weather catching perch for Demetrius's special quest. However, I will take this time to say I hope you enjoyed part 1 of this challenge. I did have to split this into 2 parts because honestly it was just too much to try and fit it all into one big video. The progress we'd made in these first 100 days is unlike anything that I have ever achieved before, and honestly I think I'm already way ahead of where Sharky and I were at this point, so I'm feeling pretty good for the next 100 days after this. Anyway, I got the quest done and I said goodbye to the legend in my fish pond. Instead, I swapped it out for a sturgeon. And that was everything there was to day 100. We are diving right back into it, folks. No mucking around here whatsoever. We've got perfection at the forefront of our minds, and to get us back into the perfection state of mind, I began day 101 giving the wizard a birthday present. Birthdays are going to be very important for villager hearts as we head into year 2 soon, so you'll be seeing a lot of present gifting in the near future. After gathering some oak resin, I popped by Clint's to purchase some ores. In between smelting them on the farm, I paid a visit to Marnie to get a bunch of hay for my animals. This may be a perfection run, but I'll still be looking after my animals, thank you very much. The bars and oak resin went towards more kegs. Yeah, remember last time how I couldn't shut up about kegs? I will warn you now, nothing has changed. With the morning behind us, I set off to finish the mysterious Mr. Key quest. 1 battery in there, a rainbow shell up here, 10 beats into there, and finally a solar essence out here got me the casino club card. I used it to blow past Mr. Blockhead Bouncer in the Oasis shop. No, but seriously, did he just combust into the void or something? Where'd he go? Then I bought key coins with my hard-earned gold until my finger started cramping. Clearly someone wasn't too keen to sit there and gamble his way to 10,000 coins. I used them to purchase the alien rare crow from the casino shop. Then I found myself back on the farm that night, finishing off a busy first day back kegging another round of pumpkins. As soon as I left the house the next morning, I was rewarded for my dedication to finding all 8 rare crows with the deluxe scarecrow crafting recipe. The relief I felt seeing that was immeasurable. I feel like I've done Sharky and my past self proud with that one. Today's luck was on the better side, so I decided to exchange some gold for bombs from the dwarf, and after taking Pam's party bus out to the desert, I proceeded to shell shock anything that moved down in the Skull Caverns. Okay, so due to the fact that I still had Key's Hungry Challenge active, I was unable to eat while in the caverns. And after a daring attempt to complete the quest without the use of any staircases, I got sideswiped by a stupid bat. And I ran back home, tail between my legs, and I decided to forget about today. I'm more than happy to move on, so here we are on day 103. I began my day as a pack horse, relocating all of my cooking items to the newly renovated kitchen. That way I don't have to leave the house every time I want to cook something. I even popped by Pierre's to grab some cooking essentials, like sugar, wheat flour, rice, oil, and vinegar. That kind of stuff I chucked into the fridge, and then I thought I might as well tick off a few dishes. I'd been very vigilant in collecting my cooking items, and it was nice to be finally putting them to use. This saw me through to the afternoon, and I'm happy to report that I made a pretty reasonable start to the cooking collection. With nothing better to do afterwards, I popped by the Adventurers Guild and pulled up the Monster Slayer goals. I closed my eyes, waved my finger around, and it landed on Dust Brights. So Dust Brite slaying it was to be. No goals were crossed off today though, I'm afraid. However, progress was made, and progress is just as valuable. The following morning, I was blessed with more oak resin, and a lot of it thanks to my oak tree extension. In between smelting ores, I popped into town to give Granny Evelyn a birthday present, and I commissioned a shed upgrade from our favourite carpenter. In order to make so many kegs, I did have to spend more of my hard-earned gold at Clint's on copper and iron ore. But my friends, you have to spend money to make money. You'll find that in Chapter 3 of Poxial's promising financial essential tips for prospering farmers coming to all good bookstores near you very soon. More kegs were placed down that evening. 2 Monster Slayer goals were also ticked off shortly after, one for slaying my 200th bat, the other for finally slaying 500 dust sprites. I was really flaunting my skills and patience this morning. When you're waiting for a round of juicy profits though, you'd wait any amount of time, I'm sure. Unfortunately, this was the last of the pumpkins from our pumpkin growing extravaganza last season. To be honest, it's tied us over the majority of winter, which has been an absolute delight. Delightfully profitable, you could say. I ran right to Pierre's to sell off the juice I'd collected, netting us just over 250,000 gold. Cha-ching. My baller status lasted about as long as I imagine Clint lasts in the bedroom, which was a matter of seconds. Because I blew it all on 580 starfruit seeds. I will need to replace the starfruit crop tomorrow, so it was definitely a necessary investment. Now on Ginger Island, I decided to check in with the perfection tracker. 42% ain't too shabby, folks. Ain't too shabby at all. I also combined my iridium band and a lucky ring I'd picked up in the skull caverns at the forge. That way I could wear my brand new burglar's ring at the same time. I ended the day trekking through the volcano dungeon. It shouldn't be very surprising that I woke up and got to work on my starfruit harvest. That involved picking it all, which by the way was very funny to see where I had missed placing speed grow as a couple of them hadn't grown yet, and replacing it all with another round of seeds. By the time I'd done those two things, it was already 11 AM. Before heading back to the valley, I stopped by the Walnut Room to pick up the Skull Cavern Invasion quest. Let's hope I'm a little more successful this week. Professor Snail also got a quick visit from myself. I dropped off the second snake vertebrae to complete another set of fossils. And in return, I got a mango sapling. The afternoon had rolled around by the time I was warping back home. I picked up the fragments of the past special quest from the board in town. Marcelo was back in town today too. I was excited to see the Queen of Sauce cookbook. Not so excited about the fact that I was too broke to buy it. Stupid starfruit seeds. Luckily, I did have over 500 starfruit back at home, so I grabbed a few, I sold them off to Pierre, and hey, I had enough to buy the cookbook. After a quick skim of the cookbook, I learnt the remaining 15 Queen of Sauce recipes, so of course I spent the rest of the night cooking as many of those dishes as I could. I made no hesitation making my way back to Ginger Island on day 107. The dig site was the perfect place to gather some easy bone fragments for Gunther's quest. To gather the remaining bone fragments, I returned to the regular mines to slay skeletons. With the burglar's ring under my belt, I was certain that this was not going to take long. Not only did I get all of the fragments, I also ticked off the Skeleton Monster Slayer goal. Look at me go. To wrap up the day, I found Leah in the saloon later on and gave her some goat's cheese for her birthday. It's not every day that I can say that I woke up and cracked open a meteor, but I can say that was the story this morning, so there you go. I was headed back to the mines afterwards. I spent all of 10 seconds here because I slayed a void monster and I got my next mastery level, hence why it was a very quick trip. My next mastery skill, having already picked fishing and combat, was mining mastery. I could sense that I'd have a lot of mining in my future. God, what am I, a fortune teller? Poxial, I sense a lot of mining in your future. Anyway, to have the statue of the Dwarf King will be a very handy asset to have. Speaking of mining, I returned to the mines later on to collect gold and to slay more vexing void spirits. I've said it before and I'll say it again, it's always a nice start to the day with potential profits. I collected the final round of pumpkin juice, then filled the kegs once again, this time with all of my starfruit. The pumpkin juice has been satisfactory, but all of you Stardew fanatics watching know the real big boy money starts being made when you start producing starfruit wine. Oh, the thought of it was making me as giddy as a kid in a candy store. I had to quickly ground myself before I started fainting, so I repeated yesterday's activities in the mines, collecting even more gold and slaying those pesky slimes and void spirits. My morning on day 110 began cooking a dish of squid ink ravioli, handing Clint a topaz for his birthday, and purchasing more copper and iron ore. I would say I hope this makes up for the comment I made before about how long he lasts in bed, but he doesn't know I said it, so I don't regret anything. I have to admit that the rest of my day was yet another repeat day in the mines. Collecting gold, slaying monsters, you know how it goes by now. I did visit the Adventurers Guild later that night just to make sure I wasn't going crazy and that I was actually making progress, which I was, by the way. Waiting in my mailbox the following day was the recipe for algae soup from Clint. I promptly cooked it and ticked off another recipe off the list. Because I was so close to those monster slayer goals, surprise surprise, Poxial's back in the mines, everyone. Read all about it, Stardew Valley YouTuber does something very predictable. In the mid-afternoon, I finally knocked off the grindiest monster slayer goal. The slimes were done and dusted. I collected my slime charmer ring from Gil and clocked in for another shift in the mines immediately afterwards. It took the rest of the day, but in the last fleeting hours of the day, I slayed Void Spirit number 150. Once again ticking off 2 monster slayer goals in a single day. Remember what I said last time, and when I slay hard. Day 112 not only marks the final day of winter, but the final day of year 1. To celebrate the fact, I decided to splurge all of my money at Robin's buying 8 stacks of wood. I don't think I'll have a shortage of wood anytime soon. For most of the morning, I just smelted ores into bars. I've been hoarding all of the oak resin for the last wee while, and today was finally the day I got to use it all. 70 kegs were crafted that afternoon, and I was well into filling our 3rd keg shed with kegs. Afterwards, I took a quick trip to Ginger Island. I needed to pop by the forge so I could combine the burglar's ring with the slime charmer ring. And after a cheeky stop into Key's walnut room, revealed my percentage had gone up to 44%. And that was my day done and dusted. We are now officially halfway through this challenge. I only have 1 year left to accomplish what Sharky and I could not do before. Can it be done? Well, my friends, we're just gonna have to keep pushing on to find out. The deja vu was kicking in this morning. We're back in the wonderful season of spring. And to be honest, the farm was looking about as disheveled as when we started. It probably wasn't too necessary to clear it all, but I did anyway, because I'm a tidy Kiwi at heart. I followed that up by placing down a bunch of stone pathways around the farm to stop it from happening again. Again, it probably wasn't too necessary to do, but I did it anyway. Because I'd done all of the spring crop growing for the shipping and cooking collections last year, it meant I was able to spend today tidying, of all things. That being said, I was back to business on day 114. In the greenhouse, I picked my rhubarb and some pineapple, both of which I shipped off for the shipping collection. Then over in town, I popped by the special quests board. Neither one offered a crafting recipe as a reward, so I left it alone for this week. The same could be said about the key quests too. Nothing really took my fancy, so with no prospects in the quest department, I decided to torpedo myself down the Skull Caverns with a stack of bombs. With another successful Skull Cavern crusade under my belt, I found myself wandering into town the following morning. I could be found digging up a strange doll artifact next to the river and donating it alongside a rusty spoon I found yesterday. Thanks to all of my Skull Cavern excursions, I had a stack of Omni Geodes that I was able to trade for artifact troves at the Desert Trader. I returned to the valley with 14 artifact troves, and the total number of new artifacts to donate to the museum? 1. One stinking lousy golden mask. As much as I wanted to complain, the game had been pretty good to me up until now, so I'll just suck it up and move on for now. When I got back to the farm, I shipped off some dino mayo for the shipping collection. I made a feeble attempt at getting an artifact by slaying floating skulls in the quarry mine, but I had no such luck. But I did get a prismatic shard from a mystic stone in the quarry, and after all that's happened today, I'll take the win. Speaking of wins, my starfruit wine was ready too, and that never fails to put a smile on old Poxial's face. After kicking another round, and just before bed, I paid a visit to the Adventurers Guild. As you can see, all of the normal Mine Monster Slayer goals were now complete. The remaining goals were Skull Cavern and Volcano Dungeon related. All the more reason to spend my days crusading through both locations. Heading into day 116, I realized that I was missing a spring crop, and that crop was garlic. But you can't blame me for missing it because it's only available in year 2. I'm just glad I didn't forget about it. Then, with the thought of Monster Slayer goals still on my mind, I decided to crash the Monster Mash party in the caverns to slay more monsters. I will note the Starfruit wine money allowed me to purchase a bunch of bombs, and I was still left over with 800,000 gold in my wallet, proving that money can buy happiness, and those who say otherwise just didn't have enough money to know what they were talking about. As I walked out of the door on day 117, I was pleased to see my sturgeon had produced some roe. That went straight into one of my preserve jars. Eventually that will turn into caviar. I could be found shortly afterwards on Ginger Island. As I rounded the corner onto the farm, I was greeted by a wondrous field of starfruit. This began the process of bussing out to the desert to purchase more seeds, going all the way back to the island, picking all of the starfruit, then planting down my next round of seeds. The process kept me busy until the mid-afternoon. It was then I made my way back to the Mastery Cave. My starfruit picking had bestowed enough XP on me to warrant another Mastery level. I only had 2 to pick from this time, and I chose Foraging Mastery. With Foraging Mastery came the ability to craft Mystic Tree Seeds. These were going to be very important to grow because when you tap a Mystic Tree, they give you Mystic Syrup. I will need the syrup for shipping, but more importantly in crafting treasure totems, which is part of my plan to get that museum finished. And that all starts with planting the Mystic Tree Seeds, so I guess now we just have to be patient and wait for them to grow, which I am really good at. I swear, I'm definitely really patient. I'm not an impatient guy at all. I really love waiting for things to grow. Oh hey, you've caught me standing outside of Robin's. See, I'm showing you just how good I am at being patient. Hurry up, Robin, and let me in, damn it! I hope Robin isn't sick of building sheds yet, because I was here to commission shed number 4. Now that I had starfruit coming out of my ears, it was essential to get more kegs. However, despite the fact that she's built 3 already, it would still take a couple of days to finish, so I preoccupied my time with a trip through the volcano dungeon. Once I had made it to the top of the volcano caldera, I used some cinder shards and rubies I'd brought with me to enchant my galaxy sword with extra damage. Then I went to bed. I won't lie, day 119 was a bit of a weird one. I took myself back to the volcano dungeon for a bit, but I called it early in the afternoon. I went back home, I dropped off my stuff, and I called it a day at 3 PM. Who knows, maybe I was making up for all of the nights I stayed up until 2 AM. I guess we'll never know. I had my head screwed back on right by the time I woke up on day 120. 15 hours of sleep will do that to a person. My garlic was ready to be picked this morning, so I shipped 1 off and put the rest away for safekeeping. I'll need a few for cooking, I'm sure. While I had the shipping collection on my mind, I went and planted a red cabbage seed I had stored away in the greenhouse. And because it was another Monday, I went in search of quests. Hopefully I'll have more luck this week. Well, nothing of interest on the special quests board. Key's quests were a little better this week. I accepted the 4 precious stones quest. I had 21 days to complete it, and with all of the Skull Cavern monsters I still have to slay, statistically speaking I have a high chance of finishing this one, right? Right? I really need key gems. Back in Pelican Town, I handed over my pan for an iron upgrade. I still need to pan out 1 last fossil for Professor Snail, so any help I can get I will take. I then made a bee house back on my farm. I'll need honey for shipping and crafting. Then I did a huge geo unboxing back at Clint's. My plan now was to finish the minerals first. That way I can use the treasure totems to hopefully round out the artifacts and finally finish the museum. It's a foolproof plan, right? And hey, I got a few more minerals to donate. Progress is still progress, people. To round out a busy day, I worked on crafting some more machines and items into the night. By the time I woke up the next morning, I had some truffle oil waiting for me in my newly crafted oil maker. Not to mention my caviar was finally ready to collect. And that was another 2 items shipped off for the shipping collection. Afterwards, I took an embarrassing trip to Robin's. I say embarrassing because even after 1000 hours in this game, I somehow always forget that she doesn't work on a Tuesday. I made up for it by opening the leftover geodes from yesterday at the blacksmith. That got me 2 more minerals to donate to the museum, leaving us with only 2 minerals left to get. Alas, I didn't have any more geodes to crack open, so we'd be left on a bit of a cliffhanger for now. Instead, I charged ahead into the afternoon with a visit to the forge. It took 3 of my 4 prismatic shards to get my precious Crusader enchant, which is going to make mummy slaying in the caverns so much easier. That being said, the volcano dungeon was less of a hassle to get to, so it's where I spent the rest of the day. For whatever reason, I think for crafting purposes, I planted more garlic this morning. You can never have too much garlic, I guess. I was stoked to see more starfruit wine too. I take great pleasure in collecting and kegging starfruit wine, can you tell? Once that was taken care of, I popped by Robin's to get that shed upgrade commissioned. Then I circled down into town to give Vincent a birthday bunch of grapes. Have I missed 2 birthdays, Kent and Lewis's, since I started spring? I would rather not talk about it actually. Anywho, look at my brand new shiny steel pan. I used said pan on the dig site at Ginger Island to pan up a fossilized tail. That was the final piece of Professor Snail's fossilized puzzle. The collection was complete and I was rewarded for my efforts with the ostrich egg incubator crafting recipe and a banana tree sapling. I then thought I'd try my luck breaking bone nodes in the dig site. On the offhand, it gives me an artifact. And oh my god, it did. Would you just look at that beautiful palm fossil? When I got back home that night, I planted the banana tree sapling in the greenhouse, I added 17 more kegs to my ever-growing collection of kegs, I crafted the ostrich egg incubator, and I popped down an extra keg so that I can start making all of those miscellaneous meads, beers, and pale ales for the shipping collection. But before I knew it, we were now on day 123. I made a quick trip to the museum this morning to drop off the palm fossil I dug up yesterday, and then I wandered up to everyone's favourite bookseller Marcello. Today's purchase was The Way of the Wind Part 1. It may not look like it, but I'm a little bit faster now. I made it today's task to plunder the volcano dungeon and to slay more of those skittish magma sprites. I haven't really mentioned it until now, but you may have noticed that I've been using the ice rod trinket a lot. I've just found it to be quite useful when knocking off monster slayer goals. The following day began with ticking off more shipping collection related items, that being some honey, a mango, and a jug of pale ale. It was back to the volcano dungeon yet again after this. I haven't checked the progress, but I can imagine all this time spent here has put me close to finishing another monster slayer goal. I didn't have to wonder for too long though. It was that night I put my sword to magma sprite number 150. And that was another monster slayer goal done and dusted. My attention then turned back to the last 2 remaining minerals. I was lucky in the sense that both minerals could be found from frozen geodes. So I spent the day breaking rocks in the ice levels of the mines. And when I got sick of mining rocks, I resorted to the ye old faithful bomb method. God, this is so much easier. Before I could go and open them all the next day, I had some garlic to pick. I used it to craft an oil of garlic, which was nice to have ticked off the crafting list. I'm happy to report that my frozen geodes did not let me down today. Not only did I get some marble, which I'll need for crafting, I got one of the 2 remaining minerals. Only 1 to go, baby! When I got back to the farm, I crafted the marble brazier, which is always a relief to tick off. Then I took off back out into the valley, this time to hand Haley a coconut for her birthday. A much better gift than last year's poppy. Anyway, it was then to the desert trader for me to trade some jade for staircases. And back again in the valley, I decided to try my luck cracking open some Omni Geodes. Who knows, maybe I'll get the last mineral by sheer luck. Oh my god. That's it. That's the last mineral. I wasn't recording my voice because we have a newborn baby and she isn't accustomed to her inside voice yet, but I can imagine I said something that probably shouldn't be heard by a child. That was the last mineral donated to the museum. All that was left to find was 6 artifacts. That was brought down to 5 when I opened some artifact troves afterwards and I donated a dwarvish helm. Once again, back on the farm, I crafted myself a farm computer finally, and I finished a prosperous day smelting ores, crafting kegs, and filling more of my keg shed. I noticed a couple of my mystic trees had finally grown the next morning. I got them tapped ASAP, just gotta wait another week for the syrup. Why does everything take so long to be ready in this game? Another Monday was upon us already. That means a fresh rotation of quests. And thank the good heavens, I was finally given the prismatic jelly quest from the quests board. The key quests were a bit lame this week, but I did accept Let's Play a game to get 50,000 points in Junimo Kart, just for funsies. I came across a slight problem after this. My starfruit will be ready to harvest tomorrow, but I forgot to buy the next round of seeds before the desert festival started. And Sandy doesn't work during the desert festival, therefore I'll just have to wait until Thursday when the festival's over to get them. Look, it's not the worst problem, but I thought you should know anyway. So instead, I used today to scour the mines for that prismatic slime. Now, I have good news and I have bad news. The bad news is that I didn't see the prismatic slime. The good news, however, is that I got an ancient seed. Let's go! Donating that to the museum now left us with only 4 artifacts to find. Before I got back on the prismatic slime hunt, I planted the ancient seed in the greenhouse. I will need at least 1 ancient fruit for the shipping collection. Back down into the mines I went after this. I wasn't too hopeful because this quest usually takes me at least 4 days, but in the late hours of the night, just as I was about to call it in, I saw the glory of that color changing bastard, and that prismatic jelly was mine for the taking. Hey, not a bad way to end the night if I do say so myself. The good times kept on rolling to day 129. Another round of starfruit wine was ready to be collected. Unfortunately, I didn't quite have the next round ready to go for previously mentioned reasons. It was dumped into the shipping bin alongside a bottle of mead, another item for the shipping collection. I then mooched my way down to the wizard where I handed over the prismatic jelly, and that was another special quest wrapped up. As the afternoon rolled around, I crafted and placed down another 45 kegs, and after a bit of fluffing around the valley for a while, my day concluded at a sensible 5:30 PM. I've probably obtained the title of town creep with the way I wait for villagers to appear from their houses, but Pam did get a pretty exciting cactus fruit for her birthday. We carried the birthday celebrations onto the party bus out to the desert. It was finally Thursday, so I guess you know what that means. With that taken care of, I decided to brush off my Junimo Kart skills in an attempt to complete this week's key quest. Let's see how that goes for me, shall we? I'm not joking when I say that this was 44 real-life minutes later. I finally managed to pass a score of 50,000 points. Was it worth the pain and suffering of 44 minutes straight of Junimo Kart? Probably not. On the other hand, I did need the key gems, so I'm just never gonna play Junimo Kart ever again. That's my solution. Thank goodness all things Junimo Kart were behind me now. It gave me time to cook some stuffing. I got the recipe from Pam in the mail this morning. Today was going to be a day spent out in the desert. It started with the trading of 10 iridium bars for the desert warp totem crafting recipe, and it was followed with a trip down into the skull caverns. And I smelled like shit. I mean that literally because I had monster musk sprayed all over me to increase the amount of monsters present. More monsters equals more eradication goal progress. Not to mention the Crusader enchant on my sword was working wonders on the mummies down here. It worked so well that I managed to snag myself a max level parrot trinket. Anyway, I slayed monsters for the rest of the day. The following morning, I crafted myself a desert totem, purchased more bombs, gave Shane a birthday gift, and warped my way out to the desert again. I think you can all see where this is going. On day 133, I purchased more bombs, picked up the final mastery skill from the mastery cave. I am now a master of 5 ways, you might say, and I warped out to the desert again. I think you can all see where this is going. Again. You'll be happy to know that a trip to the Skull Caverns wasn't on my list of things to do the next day. I collected my first 2 Mystic Syrup from the Mystic Trees this morning. I was stoked to have that one ticked off the shipping collection list. By this point, I was pretty sure I'd completed all of the necessary special quests that gave me crafting recipes, which I will come to regret saying. Nonetheless, I still accepted Emily's Rock Rejuvenation quest. I mean, hey, prize tickets can still get me star drop teas after all. Over at Key's Walnut Room, I handed over 4 prismatic shards that I'd collected over my numerous expeditions to the caverns. On top of some key gems I collected with the leftover golden walnuts, I used all of the key gems I had obtained so far to purchase the heavy tapper recipe, the deluxe fertilizer recipe, and the bluegrass starter recipe. As for the quests this week, I shuddered at the thought of playing more Junimo Kart, so Key's Cuisine it was. I then warped back out to the desert, but don't worry, I was just here to trade some Omni Geodes for artifact troves. I had 4 artifacts left to get, so I was really hoping that I had a good chance to bring that number down with 21 troves. Now, not only did I get lucky once, but I got lucky twice. Well, not in that way, but I got 2 of the 4 artifacts I needed, bringing us ever so closer to having this dastardly museum done for good. I tried my luck with a treasure totem that I crafted shortly after this. The skeletal hand has a 4 to 8% chance of being dug up from the backwoods. However, the lack of space made it hard to get any artifact spots. And well, it seems my luck ran out the moment I left the museum. That's okay though, I have more syrup on the way, which means even more chances to get those last 2 artifacts very soon. To round out a productive day, I paid a visit to Ginger Island where I purchased a tropical curry cooking recipe from Gus. I finished off Emily's Rock Rejuvenation quest. I then cooked the tropical curry dish back on the farm. I crafted the Statue of Blessings, and well, I thought I would just try my luck for that skeletal hand artifact in the quarry mine. Today's been pretty insane, I'm pushing my luck now, right? Holy fuck! I got it! Okay, I seriously don't want this day to end. No, take me back to day 134. Take me back, I was having such a good day. Well, unfortunately, we do have to move onwards and upwards. I had 2 more Mystic Syrup to collect this morning. That meant I was able to craft 2 more treasure totems. I also crafted and placed down another 30 kegs in the 4th and final keg shed. I then decided to decimate the quarry with bombs because I simply thought it would be satisfying, and I was right, it totally was satisfying. The final artifact to get for the museum was the Elvish Jewelry. That took me down to the Cindersap Forest where I used both of my treasure totems. I had a 0.8% chance to get it from one of these artifact spots, but unfortunately it seems I drained all of my luck yesterday. I got to the museum afterwards with just the skeletal hand to donate. As the day turned to afternoon, I decided to run around handing out a bunch of diamonds to anyone and everyone I laid eyes on. God, I hate making friends, it just takes so much time and energy. Then I headed to the volcano dungeon, armed with a stack of bombs. I was using them to clear away rocks, but more importantly to try and find the secret note that would get me the ostrich egg. It took most of the day and a lot of bombs, but late into the night I found and picked up that very note that I needed. I quickly disappeared out of the dungeon and dug up the ostrich egg outside in the warm night air. Now, because I didn't need to incubate the egg, it meant I could just chuck it straight into the shipping bin, bringing us ever so closer to finishing the shipping collection. As soon as I woke up on day 136, I crafted myself a mini forge. Now, I had the convenience of accessing the forge from my very own backyard. I prayed to Yoba that I could get the archaeologist enchant for my hoe to really help me find that last artifact. And with just 2 prismatic shards, it happened. The legendary run just keeps on getting more legendary, folks. How does he do it? I was even able to craft another treasure totem, but, and this is a bit ironic, I couldn't access the Cindersap Forest today because of the flower dance. So that would have to wait. Instead, I handed out diamonds again, and I caught 4 carp from the sewers so that I could cook up the carp surprise dish. You know what, I think it's a good thing that went straight in the trash. Sewer carp probably isn't the best base for a meal. Later on, I crafted some more kegs. I was getting pretty close to having 4 full keg sheds now. Then I waited very patiently into the night for the next round of starfruit wine, and for 1.3 million gold, it was well worth the wait. Dumping more starfruit back into the kegs was how I began the following morning. I kinda ran out of time last night. With the Flower Dance Festival packed up for another year, I was free to enter the Cindersap Forest today. My treasure totem gave me another 16 0.8% chances at this dwarvish jewellery. And I like those odds. Nope. Nope. No again. Definitely not. No. Hell no. Still no. Nope. No. I guess not. Still not that one. No. Not that one. Nope. Again, not that one. Oh my god. You literally couldn't write it. On the last artifact spot, there it was. The fated elvish jewellery. I hauled myself to the museum as fast as I could. Donating it gave me the complete collection achievement along with star drop number 6. With the museum finished, we now had 6 of the 7 star drops. The last one to come when we eventually get married to someone sometime soon. Oh, and I won't lie to you all, that was a big relief to have that one completed. I kept things rolling after this with a trip to Ginger Island. I traded some cinder shards and bone fragments for the banana pudding cooking recipe and the deluxe retaining soil crafting recipe. I then purchased a full 999 stack of coffees from Gus. No, I am not now addicted to caffeine. I just used it to cook 333 triple shot espressos. Shipping them off will complete Key's cuisine quest overnight. Afterwards, I paid a visit to the Adventurers Guild. Those 3 days of Skull Cavern slaying I did a while back clearly paid off. I had 1 eradication goal left to go. Of course, it's the most annoying one, but never to mind. Back on the farm, I made a controversial decision to unforge my iridium band and the lucky ring. Instead, deciding to pair the iridium band with the napalm ring for maximum destruction. After the morning chores were taken care of this morning, I popped into town to give Pierre a rabbit's foot for his birthday. Afterwards, I paid a visit to Key's walnut room to have a quick check-in with the perfection percentage and to purchase the hyperspeed grow crafting recipe. The next person on my list to visit was Robin. Surprisingly, it wasn't for another shed. No, I needed a house upgrade. I was a bit stuck with what to do next, but eventually I decided to go on another diamond gifting spree. You get a diamond. You get a diamond. Everyone gets a diamond. Waiting in my mail the next day was a recipe for blueberry tart from Pierre, so I went straight to the kitchen to make it. Once again, I was living up to my infamous town creep nickname. You could find me waiting outside of Emily's place. I got her some wool for her birthday. This inspired me to then continue giving out gifts. I made it my priority to give gifts to the villagers closest to max hearts. That way I could feel a bit better about the fact that I'm still yet to get anyone to max hearts. I'm not the most social butterfly. I switched things up for the rest of the day as it was spent down in the Skull Caverns hunting Pipperexes. I got pretty lucky as I stumbled onto an infested Pipperex floor. That helped tick off a few more towards the final Monster Slayer goal, and just before heading home, I traded the Omni Geodes for Desert Warp Totems. That way I won't have to work around Pam's cumbersome schedule. Day 140 was the final day of spring, and it was spent diving headfirst back into the Skull Caverns. I'll tell you what though, it was shaping up to be a pretty incredible run. Not only did I have iridium spilling out of my ears, I came across another infested Pipperex floor, and I made it all the way to level 100, where I got Mr. Key's iridium snake milk. It's been another stellar season, folks. We're making some really good progress towards perfection now, so let's just keep this journey chugging along. The heat of summer was beaming down upon the valley once again, but like a plant in its photosynthesis, I was using it to fuel myself to perfection. Did I use that metaphor right? Anywho, after a quick tidy up of the farm, I used some mystic syrup to tick off crafting bluegrass starter. I then circled into town to purchase a poppy and a spangle seed, along with some more red cabbage seeds from Pierre. The flower seeds I used to craft the tub of flowers, and the red cabbage seeds I planted down as I'll need a couple for cooking. Growing 15 might be a bit overkill, but it's better to be safe than sorry. From the special quests board, I accepted Robin's project quest, the only reason being the next prize ticket will get me another star drop tea. And from Key's Walnut Room, I picked another week of Key's cuisine, because it's way easier and uses less of what remaining brain cells I have. Next on my list to complete was Birdie's War Memento quest. I went around the valley handing items to villagers, getting new ones back. Eventually, I ended with giving Willy the worm. No, not like that, you dirty-minded strumpet. But with no way to get back to Ginger Island, it ended there for now. So I ended the day cooking and shipping another 333 triple shot espressos, and collecting hardwood for Robin's project. It's now tomorrow, which meant I was free to wander back to Ginger Island. Birdie got her pirate's locket, and for my efforts I got the crafting recipe for fairy dust. Also on my list of things to do today was another starfruit harvest. The iridium scythe made the picking process just a little less tedious and a little more satisfying. With the next round of seeds planted down, I returned to the valley once again to hand out a disgustingly expensive amount of diamonds, but it was to win the affection of my fellow village people, so it was a costly sacrifice I was willing to make. Day 143 began in the kitchen, cooking up a salad, a strange bun, and some fried calamari. All cooking recipes that I'd received recently in the mail. Shortly afterwards, I headed across to Ginger Island to collect the last remaining hardwood for Robin's project. Thankfully, the dig site was full of mahogany trees. With more than enough hardwood, I handed 80 pieces over to Robin. That got me another prize ticket, and more importantly, another star drop tea. To keep me occupied for the rest of the evening, I dealt with all things starfruit wine related. I collected another round of it, added more kegs to the last keg shed, and chucked in all the starfruit that I'd collected yesterday. It was very easy to sum up the next couple of days because all I was doing was catching and smoking lava eels, a tried and true method of making some extra money while I waited for another round of starfruit wine. The only thing to note was the fact that I fished up another star drop tea from a gold fishing chest on the second day of fishing. However, when I got to day 146, I definitely needed a break. Too much fishing may lead to carpal tunnel syndrome. Get it? Because carp is a type of fish and carpal tunnel. Oh, come on, that was a good one. My day off consisted of planting summer spangle flowers in the greenhouse for the purpose of getting Caroline to 2 hearts so that I could access her tea room and get tea leaves for the shipping collection, but then I never really touched these flowers after I plant them, so that's kind of funny. And a trip to the Skull Cavern. I made it down 59 floors and I didn't get a single infested Pepperex floor today, although it was just nice taking a break from fishing, so it was well worth it just for that. That break came to an end the next day. That's right people, it was back to lava eel fishing for another day. All 3 days of fishing had burnt through many trapper bobbers and quality bobbers. However, it had brought in a total of 120 smoked lava eels. And to finish the night, I traded some more jade for staircases at the Desert Trader. I was faced with the fact that I had in fact not finished all of the special quests because I saw the Island Ingredients quest and I said to myself, oh yeah, that's right, I forgot I failed to complete that one last time. As for this week's key quests, I chose the Skull Cavern Invasion. Back in the valley, it was Gus's special day. I surprised him with an orange and a star drop tea. It didn't quite get him to max hearts, but my god, was he close. As the afternoon rolled around, I made a couple more crystallariums to expand my jade replicating operation, and I warped my way out to the desert to work on the Skull Cavern Invasion quest. I say work on, but I had over 100 staircases, so it was pretty obvious that I'd be finishing it today. The bonus for today's excursion was stopping off on a Pepperex floor and finally ticking off the final Monster Slayer goal. That was officially all of the eradication goals complete, which meant that we could tick off another goal towards perfection. Later on that night, I emerged on floor 100 and received my 40 key gems. And I thought I'd make use of the fact that I was so far down, so I gathered as much iridium as time would allow. The day after, I was visited by our good friend Gus. Not only did he give me the crafting recipe for a mini jukebox, I also received the recipe for cranberry sauce in the mail from him. So I crafted 2 more crystallariums and a few items that required batteries. Now that I had a few from slaying iridium bats down in the skull caverns, this also included the mini jukebox. I followed this by digging up my first couple of pieces of ginger for the island ingredients quest. 2 is pretty pitiful, but it's 2 that I didn't have before at least. I then warped to the desert to turn the Shrine of Challenge on, turning the skull caverns back into the dangerous variant. And afterwards I dropped by the saloon to give Gus his second gift of the week. And my god, he was so damn close to max hearts. Back on the farm, I popped into the greenhouse to find my ancient fruit had finally grown. Yeah, remember when I planted that all that time ago? Well, that was another item ticked off for the shipping collection. And you'll be happy to know that after a quick trip to Key's Walnut Room, our perfection percentage had jumped all the way up to 59%. Oh, just look at us go. I was unsure what to do with myself that evening. I just decided to hand out diamonds again. My supply was looking a bit dim compared to when I started, but it was all for a good cause. It was now day 150, and my day started with a visit from Leah and picking my red cabbage. I used one of them to cook a dish of coleslaw. The sweet sound of starfruit wine collection filled my ears after this. I purposefully didn't sell my smoked lava eels so that I could see what I'd make when I sold the wine and lava eels together. So I guess we'll just have to wait and see. In the meantime, I picked my first banana from my banana tree. That also went into the shipping bin, ticking off yet another item for the shipping collection. I found myself on Ginger Island shortly afterwards, digging up some more ginger and handing Caroline a gift, bringing her to 1 heart. Just 1 more to go to get me access to her tea room. By the afternoon, I was back in the valley and handing Maru a birthday gift, along with a Stardrop tea. I would like to announce here and now that Maru will be my spouse of choice for this playthrough. Because I have so many strawberries left over, it's gonna be so easy to love bomb her into giving me that final Stardrop. I continued to give out gifts after this, still focusing on villagers who were close to max hearts. And as you can see, Gus and Shane were the first 2 villagers who I'd won over, with a few not far behind them. To finish the day, I quickly popped into the dangerous skull caverns to get my hands on some radioactive ore. By the way, I made 2.3 million gold from my wine and lava eels. Yeah, no biggie, no biggie. You could call me a bit of an entrepreneur. I started the next day fishing up a rainbow trout. I used it to cook some trout soup in the kitchen. I also cooked a red plate dish, some cranberry sauce, and a banana pudding. I'll admit, most of the day was spent back in the skull caverns. I really needed more radioactive ore for those crafting recipes I got from Key's Walnut Room. However, to walk away with only 9 ore really felt like a bit of a kick in the pants. Nonetheless, I did get to smelt a couple of bars the next morning, and I was able to ship off a radioactive bar and ore, which I did need for the shipping collection, so I guess I can't complain. A quick look at the shipping collection revealed that I only had 3 items left to ship. An artichoke, which I'll get in fall, a tea leaf, and a green tea, which I'll get when I get Caroline to 2 hearts. I was back to Ginger Island this morning for my regularly scheduled ginger collecting, and my future wife got another strawberry while I was over there. From the tropics to the desert, my afternoon was spent buying another round of starfruit seeds and pursuing more radioactive ore. I am bewildered to say that I got a total of 0. Oh hey, look at that, it's day 153 now. How did that happen, I wonder? I will note that last night I did craft a heavy tapper and a hopper with the radioactive bars I smelted yesterday. So at least yesterday didn't totally suck. today was filled with more ginger collecting and starfruit harvesting. But you know how all of that goes by now, so instead I'll skip to the part where I gave Alex a prismatic shard for his birthday, which was then followed by me cooking some triple shot espressos, this time for personal use. My god, the caffeine makes me faster than a doped up Olympian. It was straight to the kitchen this morning. I had some cookies to bake and a salmon dinner to serve straight into the trash. With another 2 crafting recipes ticked off, I warped out to the desert to do some trading. More specifically, Omni Geodes for warp totems and Jade Stone for staircases. I then dug up my daily round of ginger on the island. This was then followed by some gift giving. It was a good feeling to have a few villagers on or close to max hearts. After giving Maru another strawberry, I commissioned the final farmhouse upgrade from Robin, which I did in fact need because it gives me the crafting recipe for the cask. We're moving on to day 155 because I didn't do too much after getting the house upgrade yesterday. Another Monday was upon us, and you know what that means. It took me totally off guard when I got to the special quests board and I saw the fragments of the past quest. That's because I went to check if I had the bone meal crafting recipe and I did not have it. So I thought back to when I was doing it all that time ago and I realized that I actually didn't drop off the bone fragments to Gunther. Thank God I realized this now because that could have come and bit me back on the bum later on. I then carried on to Ginger Island. I got my daily harvest of ginger, mined up bone fragments from the dig site, and I picked up Key's Danger in the Deep quest. Before I made any more progress on either of those quests, I went about gift giving around the valley. Maru also got another strawberry, but you can see that I'm making good friendship progress. I started making progress down in the dangerous mines later that evening. I was using my leftover staircases to skip past the first levels, only stopping off every now and again to snag some radioactive ore. By the end of the day, I made it down to the ice levels, which was not too shabby indeed. I was just fully ignoring the green rain the following day. It takes some true tunnel vision to ignore the call of weed whacking for the day. That tunnel vision led me to the museum, where I made doubly sure to hand over the 100 bone fragments this time. It then took me to Ginger Island to grab some more ginger, and finally all the way back to the mines, where I continued my descent to the bottom. Oddly enough, the effects of the green rain could be seen all the way in the depths of the mines. It really added to the immersion, I'll tell you that much. It was just after midnight that I emerged on floor 120, completing the quest, netting me more key gems, and giving me the Danger in the Deep achievement. The recipe for the bone meal was waiting for me in my mailbox this morning. You bet your sweet little tushies I got that crafted ASAP. This morning was spent collecting ginger, purchasing Pierre's missing stock list, giving Sam a birthday gift, bringing him up to max hearts, giving Pierre his missing stock list, buying artichoke and fairy seeds, finally getting the team room cutscene with Caroline, and planting those seeds down in the greenhouse. Overall, I'd say it was a very productive morning. Into the afternoon the day went and I found myself ticking off deluxe fertilizer, hyperspeed grow, and the farm warp totem from the list of items to craft. Then I quickly popped my head into the volcano dungeon, hoping to get a couple of dragon teeth. And well, I got them pretty quickly, so I just got the heck out of there. I needed a couple more to have enough for the island obelisk, so this was perfect. Speaking of obelisks, I decided to reuse my old cooking ingredients chest as the obelisk items chest, just so that I can account for all of the items that I'll need. And you'll be happy to know that I pretty much had everything I needed, minus a few bananas that I'll collect over the next wee while for the island obelisk. I got a little bored that night, you can tell because I got rid of the crop field and I lined up all of my rare crows. Then I re-enchanted my sword with the bug killer enchant at my mini forge, which, as you will soon see, I will come to regret. That's future Poxial's problem though. For now I woke up to a letter from Caroline with the recipe for a tea sapling. So I quickly got it crafted and ticked tea sapling off the crafting list. Today's activity involved a new money-making technique. It's been a while since I tried this one out, but it was slaying monsters in the dangerous mines with Monster Musk, specifically between levels 40 and 50. With the parrot trinket equipped, monsters will be dropping gold left, right, and center. I was very intrigued to run the numbers, and it turns out I made less today compared to my lava eel method. Even when I did sell off most things later that night, I made just over 88,000 gold, which, you know, it's nothing to laugh at. Catching and smoking lava eels, on the other hand, was getting me about 250,000 gold per day. And you'll find this funny, I purposefully changed the enchant on my sword to bug killer because I thought that the dangerous mines method was going to be making me more than the lava eels. So you can imagine my disappointment when I realized this. I don't know about all of you, but I'm happy to move on. Today was my soon-to-be father-in-law's birthday, and like daughter like father, he got his own juicy strawberry. Sometimes the Statue of Blessings gives you a prismatic butterfly to find for the day, and when you find it, it'll give you a decent amount of money. Mine was, well, just a bit out of the way today. And there it is. God, it took its bloody time. I collected more ginger after this, and I promise I am getting close to having this finished. You just have to trust me. When the afternoon rolled around, I shipped away some bars and monster loot for extra money, which I paired with another gold collecting excursion into the dangerous mines. I was either in denial or I wanted another crack at it to see if it really was less profitable than I thought it would be. My answer was inconclusive because, well, I didn't really spend very long there, but I will say my dump of items did get me 270 grand. At least I always had my starfruit wine to fall back on, and this morning was no different. It was right to Ginger Island afterwards to gather the final pieces of ginger. I have never been happier knowing that I don't have to collect another piece of ginger ever again. I shipped all 100 pieces while it was still on my mind. We don't want another bone fragment situation now, do we? When I got back to the farm, I made it my goal to fill in the remaining kegs in the last keg shed. That involved smelting a lot of ore, a lot of patience, and, well, most of the day. But I got them placed down later that night. We now had 4 keg sheds completely filled to the brim with kegs. If only past Poxial could see me now. I'd tell him that it was a great idea to extend the oak tree farm. Good job, past me. Day 161 began over at Clint's, purchasing even more copper and iron ore. I returned a while later with a bunch of gold mystery boxes. I opened them just for a bit of fun. The most exciting items I got were farm warp totems, some mega bombs, and a themed wallpaper. It really brightens up the space of the farmhouse, doesn't it? I gave Maru her next strawberry today, which took her up to 9 hearts. One more to go until I can ask her to marry me. I made a quick trip back home to grab some goat cheese and Robin's lost axe. Then I found myself back in the carpenter's shop soon after, making friends with my future mother-in-law. I got Robin to 6 hearts, which was exactly what I needed, but doing so got me the flute block and drum block crafting recipes. I crafted the flute block when I got back home, but I somehow forgot to craft the drum block. I can be a silly goofy guy sometimes. I then decided to smelt ores for the rest of the day, and I gave Leah her final gift. Another villager to max hearts? That's music to my ears. There wasn't too much else to do for the rest of the day, except that I turned all of my furnaces into heavy furnaces, and I caught a lava eel from the mines. My future mother-in-law had sent me the recipe for pumpkin soup this morning, so that's what I started my day cooking. She's already handing down the family recipes to me, eh? I'm already a part of the family. The lava eel I caught yesterday was handed over to the dwarf, because it was the Short King's birthday today. I also made sure to visit Caroline's tea room today, as it was the final week of the season. That's when tea leaves start sprouting, and I need 2 for the shipping collection. There was a 1 per day limit, however, so to kill time until then, I gave Maru another strawberry and I headed to the Skull Caverns. Now this is where I started to regret changing my sword enchantment, for you see when I got there, I immediately realized noticed mummies could no longer be slayed with my sword alone, and it was my plan to farm mummies for their cloth. I noticed that they made me quite a lot of money when I did that random shipment dump a while ago. In order to get the Crusader perk back, I had to first collect cinder shards from the volcano dungeon, then, with my single prismatic shard, I had to pray to the heavens that I would somehow get this perk in one go. Holy shit. Whoever was listening to me just gave me the luck of 1,000 4-leaf clovers. Just when I think this run can't get any crazier, I just go and outdo myself again. I couldn't let the excitement get to my head too much. I still remembered to collect that second tea leaf, which I dumped into a keg as soon as I got back to the farm. Not to mention my artichokes had finished growing in the greenhouse. That meant I could finally cook an artichoke dip, and after waiting all morning for the green tea to brew, I shipped an artichoke, the tea leaf, and the green tea. They were, of course, the final 3 items left on my list of items to ship, which means that we can officially tick off another perfection goal. I followed this achievement by placing down another 5 crystallariums and handing the dwarf another lava eel. That brought him up to 9 hearts, which was very pleasing to see. I then caught an iridium quality sturgeon, purchased another round of starfruit seeds, placed down another 2 crystallariums, and that was the day wrapped up. You don't just have to take my word for it, because the full shipment achievement popped up as I awoke the next day, and the cherry on top were 3 full and complete pages of the shipping collection. On the way through to Ginger Island, I handed Willie the sturgeon I caught yesterday for his birthday. That brought his friendship level way up, which is always welcome. I was here on Ginger Island taking care of another sensational starfruit harvest. By the time the last starfruit was kegged, it was already the mid-afternoon. That gave me just enough time to realize that I had in fact not crafted the drum block. I made amends on that very quickly. That left me with just 1 item left to craft, which was fairy dust. However, my fairy rose flowers still needed a couple of days to finish growing, so we'll just have to wait a little bit longer for that one. The last thing to note for the day, I sold off the remaining starfruit and a bunch of iridium and gold bars, which fetched me an extra bit of money overnight. I found Willie's family recipe for escargot in the mail this morning. Coincidentally, that's what I say when someone asks if my car works. Escargot? Oh, that wasn't my best one. I deeply apologize for that, but I ticked that off the list of dishes to cook. I then gave Willie his second gift of the week before warping my way to the desert and spending the day frolicking through the skull caverns. There's not too much to report, honestly. I slayed mummies for cloth, and I tried to gather as much iridium and radioactive ore as I could. Now that it has been a couple of days, my fairy rose flowers were ready to pick on day 166. Like I mentioned, fairy dust was the last item to craft. So when I did craft it, up popped the craft master achievement. That was every single item crafted, and that was another perfection goal ticked off. I celebrated by taking myself on a solo day trip back to the skull caverns. There's no celebration better than cathartic monster slaying. The following morning began with me filling my shipping bin with everything I'd collected over the last couple of days. Cloth, iridium and radioactive bars, plus anything else I thought I didn't need. You name it, I dumped it. I then had another quick peek at the perfection tracker, which had jumped up to 65%. Not a bad place to be at the end of summer, that's for sure. Back at home, I cooked up a fish stew, and I went to bed at 2 PM. Hey, I did add another 125 grand to the bank though. So overall, I'd say a very solid day. Day 168 is the final day of summer. I made sure to trade this week's lot of jadestone to the desert trader for more staircases. I then gave both Demetrius and Maru a strawberry each because both were getting very close to 10 hearts. And back on the farm, I started to collect and ship off as many non-essential items as I could. I was literally 1.5 million gold away from having enough money to buy the gold clock. So any extra extra gold that I could get was gonna go a long way. Once I'd sold off what I could, I decided I wanted to head into the fall season with the Infinity Sword. In order to get it, I had to purchase 2 Galaxy Souls. You need 3, but I already had one from a while ago that I picked up in the Skull Caverns. I then had to gather a bunch of Cinder Shards from the Volcano Dungeon, which took a while, but eventually I returned home with enough. I infused all 3 Galaxy Souls into my sword using my mini forge, and there it was, the Infinity Blade. I saw the summer season out watching the Moonlight Jelly swim into shore for another year. My goodness, we are getting so close to the end now. The only question is, can I do it before the end of the year? Or will I yield to defeat just like Sharky and I did all of that time ago? As we get into fall here, folks, things start to get a bit boring. Boring in the day-to-day sense, that is. With only 5 perfection goals left, and some of them very close to being ticked off, I'm really just grinding my way to the end now, which means a lot of days are spent doing the same thing. I'm still handing out gifts to villagers and making use of birthdays, and getting as many people to max hearts as I possibly can. Not to mention, still trying to keep the money rolling in with my Starfruit wine. After almost a year of Starfruit wine selling and side hustling for the extra cash, on day 171, I had enough gold to finally purchase the gold clock. That was 10 million gold down the drain, but another perfection gold ticked off. No matter how many perfection runs I do, the gold clock is always the most gratifying one to tick off. My days of profits are far from over, however. I still have the obelisks to purchase, and between them, they will cost me an extra 3 million gold. Just when you thought it was all over, the money grind continues. I got married to Maru on day 173, putting me all that much closer to the final star drop. The time that wasn't spent giving strawberries to my wife was spent earning gold, whether that was slaying grubs and sprites in the dangerous mines, turning more starfruit into more starfruit wine, or fishing and smoking lava eels for 4 days straight. You name it, I was doing it. That's not to say I was neglecting my villagers either. I was still working very hard to get as many of them to max hearts as I could. On day 182, I had secured enough funds from my wine and various side hustles to purchase all 4 of the obelisks from the Wizard's Magic Book. Down they all went on the farm: the Earth Obelisk, the Water Obelisk, the Desert Obelisk, and finally the Island Obelisk. And ladies and gentlemen and everyone in between, that was another perfection goal tipped off the list. A few days later, on day 186, Maru had succumbed to the suave nature of Operation Strawberry Love Bomb. She felt it was time to give me something back to say thank you for the hundreds of strawberries, and that something was Star Drop number 7. That completed my collection of Star Drops, and that was yet another perfection goal complete. That now left me with 2 perfection goals to complete: great friends and cooking recipes made. Now you may be thinking, that seems like a stretch to complete, Pox, because some villagers don't even have 1 heart yet. You are correct, my friends, but I set out to reach perfection, to reach the summit in any way that I possibly could, and I had a backup plan that had been up my sleeve this whole time: perfection waivers. Fizz, the guy in the watery cave on Ginger Island, will sell you perfection waivers for 500,000 gold each. Each waiver gets me 1% towards perfection, and according to my maths, I should be able to get my natural perfection percentage to 92%. That means that I will need 8 perfection waivers, times 500 grand each comes out to 4 million gold. So that was it, folks. All that was standing between me and the summit was 4 million gold. So the money grind continued. On the final day of fall, day 196, the perseverance and hard work of 10 days worth of money grinding went towards 8 perfection waivers from Fizz in the watery cave. and according to my limited math ability, 92% plus 8 perfection waivers brought us to a total of 100%. Walking out on day 197, the first day of winter, confirmed it to be true. The birds of Ginger Island flew past my screen and I headed straight to the summit. When I got there, the perfection achievement popped up. Maru was waiting for me at the top. She was probably a little disappointed that I didn't bring a strawberry with me. Nevertheless, we overlooked the snow-covered valley together, and we celebrated in the fact that I had righted the wrongs of Sharky and I all that time ago. I felt a sense of justice in the air, and I know somewhere out there across the other side of the world from me, Sharky was proud of me. So there you have it, folks. I set out to perfect Stardew Valley in under 2 years. Not only did I achieve that goal, but I even did it before the 200-day mark. I'm honestly very proud of my achievements. It might not have been a true 100% run because, well, I used perfection waivers, but that was never the challenge to do so. I just wanted to get to the summit as quickly as I could, and I absolutely smashed the goal set by Sharky and I. I believe it was by a whole 53 days, so I am still very proud. It's been the craziest Stardew run I've ever done. It has been an absolute joy and a privilege to bring you this series, and if you have enjoyed watching along, then you can let me know by liking the video and subscribing to the channel. And, well, there's not much else to say, except you're all wonderful people, so have a wonderful day, and thanks for watching.